On April 12, 1961, humanity took its first true step toward the stars. Yuri Gagarin's historic flight aboard Vostok 1 was more than just an achievement of Soviet engineering. It was a statement that Earth's sky was no longer the limit. His brief orbit around the planet lasted only 108 minutes, but in that short time, he proved that humans could leave their world and return safely. It was a moment that ignited a new era, one that would eventually lead to the first settlements beyond Earth. In the decades that followed, space exploration advanced rapidly. The Apollo program landed the first humans on the moon in 1969, an achievement that, while monumental, was only a prelude to what was to come. By the late 20th and early 21st centuries, robotic missions to Mars had provided detailed scans of the planet's surface, confirming the presence of water ice and revealing landscapes that, with the right technology, could one day support human life. Yet, despite technological progress, political and economic challenges delayed humanity's first attempts at interplanetary settlement. It wasn't until the latter half of the 21st century that real momentum toward Mars colonization began. The development of reusable spacecraft in the 2020s made space travel significantly more affordable, and by the 2040s, permanent stations were established in orbit around both Earth and the Moon. These stations became critical proving grounds for long-duration space missions, testing life support systems and radiation shielding that would be vital for deep space travel. Advances in propulsion technology, particularly nuclear thermal and ion drives, reduced travel time between Earth and Mars from months to mere weeks, making sustained missions feasible for the first time. The first crewed landing on Mars occurred in 2061, exactly 1 century after Gagarin's historic flight. The mission, a collaboration between multiple space agencies and private aerospace firms, set foot in the Argyre-Planitia region, chosen for its relative safety and access to subsurface ice deposits. The crew remained on the surface for just over a month, conducting geological surveys and testing experimental habitats before returning to Earth. Though temporary, this mission laid the foundation for what would follow. By 2044, several long-standing regional disputes ignited into open hostilities, dragging multiple nations into a conflict that rapidly spiraled out of control. Although some military planners still envisioned a traditional ground war, the reality was far more devastating. Over the following year, the scale of destruction pushed once opposing factions to the negotiation table, although isolated battles continued in contested zones. A fragile truce was brokered by a coalition of mediators who had warned that any additional nuclear exchanges risked rendering large swaths of the planet uninhabitable. The final armistice was signed in 2055. This dark period also convinced many to look beyond Earth for a second chance. In the war's wake, large-scale investment in off-world projects became the new global priority. Initiatives aimed at Luna and Mars gained renewed support, setting the stage for a wider exodus from a planet still bearing the scars of its third global conflict. By 2080, permanent Martian habitats had begun to take shape. Early settlements were constructed underground or within heavily shielded domes, protecting settlers from the planet's harsh radiation and thin atmosphere. Terraforming, though still theoretical at the time, became a major field of study, with research focused on methods of thickening the atmosphere and introducing microbial life that could begin altering the environment on a planetary scale. Meanwhile, corporations and private enterprises established footholds on Mars, mining valuable minerals and ice deposits to support the growing off-world economy. Humanity's presence on Mars was no longer a question of if, but when it would expand beyond small settlements into fully sustainable cities. As the 22nd century approached, the first major wave of Martian colonists prepared to leave Earth behind, knowing that they were no longer simply explorers. They were the first citizens of a world that would one day stand alongside Earth as a home for humanity. The period between 2110 and 2150 marked a decisive shift in human activity beyond Earth, heralding the first permanent steps toward off-world settlement. In 2112, construction teams and scientific staff established a pioneering research station on Luna's southern rim, chosen for its consistent sunlight and stable terrain. The project quickly expanded, and by 2115, Habitable modules housed a modest population of engineers, fueling lunar mining and experimental agriculture. These early experiments in sustaining life off Earth laid the groundwork for larger endeavors, as resource surveys revealed deposits of helium-3 and rare metals valuable to emerging fusion technologies. Interest soon turned to Mars, where thin atmosphere and harsh conditions posed greater challenges. In 2122, following extensive orbital surveys, a consortium of private firms and terrestrial governments formed the Martian Development Pact. Its primary goal was to create sheltered habitats and begin controlled atmospheric alterations. By 2130, several dome cities dotted the Martian plains, each connected by sealed rail systems designed to protect inhabitants from dust storms. The progress was slow but steady, as dedicated research teams refined terraforming prototypes that aimed to convert subsurface ice into a more robust planetary water cycle. In 2045, the Global Terraforming Council noted the first measurable rise in local atmospheric pressure, offering fresh hope for Mars eventually supporting open-air settlements. In 2155, a consortium of engineering firms unveiled the first commercial fusion drives, an achievement that swiftly reshaped interplanetary travel. After years of research funded by lucrative helium-3 extraction on Luna, these new reactors replaced older nuclear fission systems and chemical rockets that once limited voyage durations. Vessels equipped with the fusion drives could traverse between Earth and Mars in a fraction of the previous time, drastically reducing the costs and risks associated with interplanetary freight and passenger transport. The shift began quietly early in the year, when an independent operator successfully tested a prototype drive in a demonstration run between Earth orbit and the orbital ring around Luna. Within weeks, commercial shipyards adopted the technology. By the close of 2155, most scheduled cargo and passenger lines were ordering retrofits to exploit the faster speeds. This boom in fusion propulsion spurred an economic surge, enabling settlements throughout the Sol system to trade more freely and receive vital supplies in days instead of months. Officials on Mars reported that consistent deliveries of key materials accelerated dome expansion projects, while newly constructed docking platforms on Luna saw a dramatic rise in both traffic and investment. Before the invention of the frame shift drive in the 22nd century, interstellar travel was an impossibly slow endeavor, measured not in months or years, but in generations. The only way to reach distant stars was through vast self-sustaining vessels designed to carry entire populations across the void, generation ships. Launched between the late 21st and early 23rd centuries, these ships represented humanity's first real attempt at colonizing distant worlds. Each vessel was an enclosed ecosystem, equipped with agricultural modules, life support systems, and artificial gravity generators to sustain multiple generations of travelers. Many of these ships departed from Earth long before faster-than-light travel became a reality, carrying thousands of colonists who knew they would never live to see their final destination. Their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren would inherit both the journey and the responsibility of keeping their fragile society alive.
Order! Order! I will have order in the house! It is decided then. The mission is changed. We, the elected council of the Odysseus, decree that all members of the crew remain on board, and all resources for the ill-conceived planetary colonization mission are to be reallocated to enable the Odysseus to sustain us. Order! Order! Any and all attempts to leave the ship, question the council, or otherwise reinstate the previous mission parameters is to be considered a capital offense. For the greater good.
Without the ability to communicate across interstellar distances, each ship was on its own, drifting further from human space, with no way to call for help if something went wrong. By the time the first frame shift drives were developed in the 2200s, the era of generation ships had effectively ended. Faster-than-light travel rendered their long, slow journeys obsolete, and many of the later ships were either recalled or scrapped before departure. However, the fate of those that had already set sail remained a mystery. Some historians estimate that dozens of generation ships may still be drifting in deep space, their inhabitants long dead or trapped in a state of isolation so profound that they may not even realize the rest of humanity has surpassed them. Over the centuries, scattered reports have surfaced of abandoned vessels found adrift in the void, their hulls eerily silent, their life support systems long since failed. Some were discovered with no survivors, their populations having perished from technical failures, disease, or internal conflict. Others were found empty, with no explanation as to where their inhabitants had gone. Rumors persist of ships still operating, their people having developed entirely new cultures, unaware that the galaxy they once sought to escape has left them behind. Despite the advancements of modern space travel, the legacy of the generation ships endures as a sobering reminder of the risks humanity once took to reach the stars.
Medical Officer's Log 6933. We've done it. We're down on the surface and the habitats are all fully operational. No more supply runs to the ship and back. We've established 5 settlements in this region, with another 10 spread across the other regions. The elected leaders of each group have voted and declared the mission a success. Many of the settlements have decommissioned their landers as a sign of this, even holding ceremonies to celebrate our new life here. However, it appears our new home may not be as welcoming as we had hoped for. Much of the indigenous flora and fauna have proven to be toxic and highly aggressive. Several of the crew have been attacked while gathering food and supplies, and we have lost a few people to various incidents involving local plant life. Settlement Alpha and Beta have also been having problems with animal attacks. By all accounts, they've had it worse than us, with entire teams being lost. We've posted additional sentries to guard the settlement, but we're not a military operation. We're explorers and colonists. The best we have is an ex-security officer to keep us safe. We were simply not expecting such a hostile environment.
In 2170, researchers announced the first functional prototypes of hyperdrives, introducing a radical departure from conventional fusion propulsion. Initial tests were conducted under strict secrecy on specialized orbital platforms near Earth, where miniaturized reactors combined with experimental field projectors allowed short but significant shifts in local spacetime. Although these early flights were limited to small crew modules, they swiftly demonstrated the potential for crossing vast distances at unprecedented speeds. Throughout that year, engineering teams struggled to maintain drive stability, reporting occasional fluctuations in shielding systems whenever the modules attempted to travel beyond lunar orbit. Despite setbacks, a breakthrough occurred in late 2170 when a test craft successfully entered an accelerated transit corridor toward the outer Sol region and completed a round trip to Jupiter's orbital path. Although the journey took hours rather than days, it was enough to convince investors and policymakers that hyperdrives could reshape long-distance travel. By the close of 2171, plans were underway to refine these prototypes for larger vessels, paving the way for future endeavors that would extend well beyond the confines of familiar planetary orbits. In 2242, representatives from Earth, Mars, and a growing number of off-world settlements ratified a unifying charter that established the Federation as an official interstellar authority. This act was the result of decades of negotiations aimed at resolving ongoing disputes over resource extraction and trade regulations, which had intensified after the successful colonization drives in the 22nd century. Many recognized that a centralized framework could avert future conflicts, particularly as remote outposts and colonies began calling for greater protection and consistent governance. The charter's signing took place on August 12th of that year, a date quickly commemorated by colony populations who saw it as an assurance that their economic and political interests would be safeguarded. Supporters hailed the new federation as a champion of democratic ideals and cooperation, though critics noted the growing influence of powerful corporate interests woven into its founding documents. By 2245, membership in the Federation had grown to include not just planetary authorities within Sol, but also a network of frontier stations scattered across neighboring star systems. Each saw the Federation's structured protocols as a stabilizing force, unifying disparate regions under a single set of interstellar laws. Despite early skepticism, the Federation soon became the backbone of human expansion, paving the way for faster, more coordinated development efforts far beyond the cradle of Earth. The Third War began with a sharp escalation of political tensions in the late 2070s, fueled by scarce resources and ideological rivalries among the remaining superpowers on Earth. The early 24th century saw an unprecedented surge in human expansion beyond Sol, driven by advances in hyperdrive technology and the growing economic influence of the Federation. By 2300, the first major colonization fleets had reached systems like Beta Hydrae and Delta Pavonis, establishing permanent settlements that would soon become vital trade and industrial centers. These new territories not only provided fresh resources, but also reinforced the Federation's claim as the dominant political force in human space. In 2312, a second wave of settlers, backed by corporate and government-funded initiatives, arrived in Beta Hydrae. Within a decade, the system had become a hub of economic activity, boasting vast orbital shipyards and high-output manufacturing centers supplying deep space ventures. Delta Pavonis followed a similar trajectory, with its temperate worlds quickly transformed into self-sustaining colonies by the 2330s. These systems, among others, formed the backbone of an interstellar economy that fed Federation industries and secured its hold over the rapidly expanding human frontier. The pace of expansion brought inevitable tensions, both within the Federation and beyond. Independent settlements often resisted centralized governance, and the presence of corporate-backed colonies led to political disputes over taxation, resource rights, and military oversight. Despite these challenges, by 2350, the Federation had firmly established itself as the most powerful human organization, with its influence extending over hundreds of star systems. Its policies, shaped by both economic pragmatism and political ambition, would define the course of interstellar human civilization for centuries to come. The 25th century marked a new phase of human expansion, not just into the stars, but onto worlds that had once been deemed uninhabitable. By 2400, the steady march of technological progress had transformed terraforming from a theoretical pursuit into a practical, large-scale industry. The Federation, with its vast economic resources and corporate partnerships, led the charge in reshaping planetary environments to support human life. Within a few decades, entire worlds that had once been barren rock or frozen wastelands were being converted into thriving colonies, their atmospheres engineered and their surfaces cultivated for industry and habitation. Advances in atmospheric processing, first tested successfully on small-scale projects in the mid-2400s, allowed for the controlled release of tailored chemical compounds into planetary atmospheres. By 2432, key colony worlds in the Beta Hydrae and Delta Pavonis systems had seen noticeable climate shifts, making outdoor activity possible without full environmental suits. Larger projects followed, targeting high-value worlds in systems such as Altair and 39 Serpentis, where extensive mining operations had already laid the groundwork for eventual colonization. Though full planetary transformations remained a slow process, the ability to modify atmospheric conditions and stabilize ecosystems ensured a steady influx of settlers to these growing hubs. Space station construction also entered a golden age during this period. The first modular O'Neill-class habitats, introduced in 2457, demonstrated that orbital stations could support millions of inhabitants, becoming centers of commerce and research. By 2480, megacorporations had fully embraced the station-building boom, constructing massive orbital complexes in resource-rich systems, allowing industry to flourish where planetary conditions remained too extreme for terraforming. These stations provided not only trade opportunities, but also the logistical backbone for deeper exploration into uncharted space. By the end of the century, Earth's industries had expanded across hundreds of star systems, binding them together through trade networks and political alliances. The transformation of barren landscapes into thriving population centers reinforced the Federation's dominance, while independent and corporate-backed settlements found new opportunities amid the vast resources of deep space. Yet as humanity's reach extended further, the challenge of governing such a vast and diverse civilization grew ever more complex. The frontier continued to push outward, but tensions simmered beneath the surface as new powers sought to challenge the established order. During the Federation's rise, a separatist movement took shape, helmed by idealists disillusioned with corporate-dominated politics. One such group, led by the charismatic Marlon Duval, journeyed toward an uncharted sector. They eventually claimed a star system that would become known as Achenar, laying the foundation for what would evolve into the Empire. By 2590, tensions within the Federation had reached a breaking point for those who sought a new way of life beyond the influence of corporate-backed governance. Among them was Marlon Duval, a visionary leader who had grown disillusioned with the Federation's growing reliance on megacorporations to dictate policy. Along with a group of idealists, engineers, and pioneers, she led an ambitious expedition out of Federation-controlled space, seeking a fresh start in the uncharted frontier. The journey was not without risk. While hyperdrive technology had made interstellar travel routine, the voyage to their chosen destination, a distant, unclaimed system later known as Achenar, required precision and careful resource management. By late 2590, the first wave of settlers arrived, establishing a provisional outpost on Achenar 6D, a moon deemed suitable for initial habitation. Early records indicate that the settlers focused on self-sufficiency, constructing biodomes and laying the groundwork for future expansion. Their vision was clear: a society free from corporate interference, where leadership was based on merit and strength rather than bureaucratic entanglements. Though their independence had been achieved, the settlers soon faced internal divisions over governance. Marlon Duval envisioned a republic that would preserve personal freedoms while maintaining order, but some among her followers believed a more centralized structure was necessary for long-term survival. These ideological differences, though subdued in the early years, would eventually lead to one of the most significant shifts in human history. For now, Marlon's dream of a new civilization beyond the Federation had begun, and the foundations of what would one day become the Empire were being laid on the surface of an isolated world, far from the reach of Sol's influence. By 2600, the settlers of Achenar had established a thriving foothold in their new home. The early colony, centered on Achenar 6D, had grown from a collection of biodomes into a self-sustaining settlement, complete with hydroponic farms, advanced manufacturing facilities, and a newly built administrative center. Marlon Duval, who had led the expedition from Federation space, continued to oversee the colony's development, advocating for a society built on merit and individual responsibility. Under her leadership, the settlement prospered, drawing new arrivals who sought refuge from corporate control and bureaucratic inefficiency. However, her vision was not shared by all. Among those closest to her was her brother, Henson Duval, who had long believed that strong, centralized authority was the only way to ensure survival in the harsh conditions of deep space. While Marlon promoted democratic governance, Henson and his supporters argued that the colony required a singular, unquestioned ruler to enforce order and stability. These ideological differences created a rift within the leadership, though Marlon remained confident in her ideals. Then, in mid-2600, tragedy struck. Marlon Duval was killed in what was officially described as an unfortunate accident, a crash during a routine aerial survey of the colony's expanding infrastructure. However, the circumstances surrounding her death were never fully explained. Investigators found no clear mechanical failure, and those close to Marlon expressed doubts that an experienced pilot such as herself would have made a fatal miscalculation. Whispers of foul play spread through the colony, but before any formal inquiry could be launched, Henson Duval swiftly assumed control. With Marlon gone, Henson wasted no time in restructuring the colony's leadership. He dissolved the early governing councils and declared himself absolute ruler, asserting that only through decisive, singular command could Achenar survive and thrive. His supporters, many of whom had already held key positions in the settlement's security and resource management, enforced his authority without question. Within a matter of months, Achenar had transformed from an experiment in self-determination into a structured hierarchy where power resided solely in the hands of the Duval family. Despite lingering suspicions surrounding Marlin's death, resistance to Henson's rule was quickly subdued. Many settlers, wary of instability and uncertain about their future, accepted the new order in the hope that it would bring long-term security. Others, whether out of fear or genuine belief in his vision, rallied behind Henson as the true leader of Achenar. The shift was complete. The settlement had not only severed its ties to the Federation, but had also abandoned its founding principles. The seeds of an empire had been sown, and under the rule of Henson Duval, Achenar would become the birthplace of a new dynasty that would shape the course of human history for centuries to come. By the mid-27th century, the Duval dynasty had consolidated its rule over Achenar and the surrounding systems, shaping a society that stood in stark contrast to the Federation it had left behind. During this period, the empire expanded its reach, bringing nearby worlds under its control through a combination of diplomacy, economic incentives, and, when necessary, military force. The growing population and increasing demand for labor led to the institutionalization of an ancient practice that had long been abandoned in most human societies: slavery. Framed as a regulated system rather than an unchecked cruelty, imperial slavery was presented as a structured means of service and restitution. Criminals, debtors, and the impoverished were placed into legally sanctioned servitude, with the promise of eventual freedom once their obligations were fulfilled. By 2680, this practice had become deeply embedded in imperial culture. While critics outside the empire condemned it as an archaic relic of humanity's darker past, within imperial space, it was viewed as a mechanism of social order. Throughout this period, imperial technology flourished. Advances in shipbuilding, planetary engineering, and artificial intelligence allowed the empire to sustain its expanding territories and enforce its policies. Automated infrastructure supported the grand estates of the noble class, while military fleets patrolled the empire's growing borders, ensuring compliance and discouraging external interference. The Federation watched with concern, wary of an emerging power that had abandoned democracy in favor of hereditary rule. Yet, despite ideological opposition, the empire's efficiency and discipline could not be ignored. By 2700, the foundations of the empire were fully established. The Duval lineage stood unchallenged. The nobility controlled vast resources, and the population, conditioned by centuries of imperial doctrine, largely accepted their roles in the social order. Slavery, no longer seen as a moral question but as an institutional necessity, continued to expand under the careful regulation of the state. The empire had become not just an alternative to the Federation, but its equal in power and influence. The stage was set for future conflicts, as the two superpowers, each built on vastly different ideals, began to shape the destiny of human civilization across the stars. In these formative years, the Federation and Empire rarely clashed directly. Each needed breathing room to expand and consolidate power. Nevertheless, tensions rose with each new system claimed, as both superpowers jockeyed for influence, wealth, and prestige. By the 28th and 29th centuries, human-controlled space sprawled across hundreds of star systems. New alliances, independent colonies, and corporate ventures sprang up, some aligning with the Federation, others with the Empire, and many seeking complete independence. By the dawn of the 28th century, the balance of power between the Federation and the Empire had reached a fragile equilibrium, with both superpowers expanding their influence across the stars. While neither side openly declared war, tensions simmered beneath the surface, manifesting in proxy conflicts and political maneuvering across contested regions. Every newly discovered system became a potential flashpoint, as both factions sought to secure valuable resources, strategic outposts, and ideological dominance. In 2812, a resource-rich world in the Tau Ceti sector became one of the first major battlegrounds of this shadow war. A Federation-backed corporate consortium attempted to establish mining operations, only to find itself embroiled in a bitter struggle with Imperial-aligned settlers. Skirmishes between security forces escalated into full-scale engagements, forcing both superpowers to intervene diplomatically, while covertly supplying their respective factions with military hardware. This pattern repeated itself throughout the century, with conflicts erupting in regions such as Luton's Star and Shibotis, where rival colonies clashed under the guise of local disputes while serving the broader agendas of their distant patrons. Despite these hostilities, outright war never came. The cost of such a conflict, both in human lives and economic stability, was deemed too great. Instead, the Federation and the Empire relied on espionage, sabotage, and political influence to undermine one another. In 2854, a high-profile defection of an imperial senator to the Federation exposed a network of spies operating within imperial space, leading to a brief but intense diplomatic standoff. The Empire retaliated by restricting trade routes to Federation-aligned worlds, sparking economic disruptions that sent shockwaves through the interstellar markets. By 2890, both sides had grown adept at waging war without engaging in direct combat. The development of advanced drone fleets and automated military platforms allowed for plausible deniability in regional conflicts, while corporations and mercenary groups thrived in the lawless frontier, profiting from the endless struggle between the two superpowers. Though the battles remained contained, the stakes were higher than ever. As the century drew to a close, it became increasingly clear that neither the Federation nor the Empire could afford to let their guard down, for even a minor miscalculation could tip the delicate balance and plunge human civilization into total war. By 2950, the vast expanse of human space had outgrown the ability of the major superpowers to effectively police and regulate it. While the Federation and the Empire maintained a firm grip on their core territories, the frontier systems remained largely lawless, with independent colonies, corporate enclaves, and mercenary groups operating beyond the reach of centralized governance. The growing instability, marked by piracy, unregulated warfare, and widespread exploitation, prompted a coalition of frontier leaders, traders, and security forces to establish a new cooperative framework to bring order to the outer reaches. This initiative would come to be known as the Galactic Cooperative of Worlds, or GalCop. Unlike the rigid hierarchies of the Federation or the Empire, GalCop was founded on mutual benefit and shared responsibility. It was not a nation-state, but a cooperative alliance, uniting independent worlds under a common set of interstellar laws. Among its earliest achievements was the establishment of a standardized bounty system in 2952, allowing local authorities to post rewards for the capture or elimination of criminals operating in their sectors. This system, backed by shared databases and interstellar communication networks, significantly improved security across participating regions. Private security firms, bounty hunters, and law enforcement officers now had a structured means of tracking and neutralizing threats, without the need for direct intervention from superpower authorities. GalCop also introduced trade regulations designed to curb exploitation by large-scale corporations, ensuring that smaller colonies had fair access to vital resources. By 2960, a network of arbitration courts had been set up to resolve disputes between traders, settlers, and corporate entities, further solidifying GalCop's role as a stabilizing force in the frontier. Though its power remained limited, relying heavily on voluntary cooperation rather than direct enforcement, its influence steadily grew as more worlds saw the benefits of joining the collective. While neither the Federation nor the Empire openly recognized GalCop as a governing body, both acknowledged its effectiveness in maintaining order in regions they had little interest in controlling directly. Over time, GalCop's model of decentralized governance would serve as inspiration for future independent movements, proving that stability and security could exist outside the rule of the galaxy's dominant superpowers. Though its long-term survival remained uncertain, by the end of the 2950s, GalCop had already reshaped the political landscape of the frontier, offering a glimpse of an interstellar society built not on conquest or control, but on cooperation. By the dawn of the 31st century, the pace of human expansion had accelerated beyond anything previously imagined. Advances in hyperdrive technology, particularly the refinement of frame-shift drives in the early 3000s, reduced long-range travel times from weeks to mere hours. Entire sectors of the galaxy that had once been beyond the reach of colonization were now open to pioneers, traders, and explorers willing to push the boundaries of known space. For the first time, independent pilots, rather than government-funded expeditions, became the driving force of deep space exploration. As more individuals took to the stars, the dangers of unregulated space travel became increasingly evident. Reports of ships disappearing in uncharted systems, frontier skirmishes between rival prospectors, and large-scale piracy surged between 3020 and 3050. Without a centralized authority to enforce laws in the far reaches, the need for an organized body to provide structure and support to interstellar pilots became clear. In response, a coalition of experienced explorers, veteran traders, and security specialists laid the foundations for what would become known as the Pilots Federation. Founded in 3055, the Pilots Federation was established as a neutral guild focused on training, licensing, and ranking starship operators. Unlike the bureaucratic institutions of the superpowers, the Federation operated independently, ensuring that those who took to the void had the skills, knowledge, and resources to survive in unpredictable environments. Membership quickly became a mark of prestige, with pilot rankings reflecting an individual's experience in combat, trade, and exploration. By 3080, most major spacefaring organizations recognized Pilots Federation licenses as the gold standard for independent operations, granting members docking privileges, insurance benefits, and access to specialized equipment. Despite its neutrality, the influence of the Pilots Federation grew rapidly, as its members played a crucial role in opening new trade routes, charting unknown systems, and enforcing the unwritten code of conduct that bound together the pilots of the frontier. While the great powers of the Federation and the Empire continued their political struggles, the Pilots Federation became something different, an entity beholden to no government, loyal only to the principles of exploration, self-reliance, and survival in the vast unknown. By 3100, the Pilots Federation had firmly established itself as an integral part of interstellar civilization. Its ranks included explorers who had mapped the edges of the galaxy, traders who had brokered deals beyond the reach of superpower-controlled space, and warriors who had defended the weak against the ever-present threats of lawlessness. Though humanity had spread across thousands of systems, true freedom in the galaxy belonged to those who dared to venture beyond the safety of controlled space, those who bore the insignia of the Pilots Federation and carved their own paths among the stars. During this era, smugglers, pirates, and private militias flourished, exploiting the cracks in overstretched governments. For many systems, daily life became a balancing act between local power struggles and the looming shadow of galactic superpowers. The seeds of unrest, collaboration, and new aspirations defined these centuries. Stories of strange vessels and unexplained ship disappearances began circulating among frontier explorers in the early 31st century. For decades, sightings were dismissed as rumors or illusions caused by experimental technology. That all changed when verified wreckage and inexplicable artifacts were recovered from deep space anomalies. In 3125, the first official records of an unknown extraterrestrial presence surfaced in classified reports circulated among high-ranking officials within the Federation and the Empire. Though rumors of strange encounters had persisted for decades, this was the first time evidence had been gathered and analyzed under strict secrecy. The name Thargoid appeared in intercepted communications between deep space research stations describing an unidentified force operating beyond the reaches of human-controlled space. The earliest confirmed incident involved the disappearance of an independent exploration vessel near the Pleiades Nebula. When a recovery team arrived at the ship's last known coordinates, they found only fragmented hull plating, fused as if by extreme heat or an energy weapon unlike anything recorded in human warfare. Further analysis revealed organic material interwoven with the metallic remains, suggesting, for the first time, the existence of a non-human, bioengineered technology. By mid-3125, scattered reports from frontier pilots described encounters with highly maneuverable silent ships that did not conform to any known human design. Those who survived such encounters spoke of strange, flower-like vessels that emitted eerie pulses of electromagnetic energy, disabling ship systems before vanishing without a trace. Many dismissed these claims as the fabrications of opportunists seeking fame, but others, particularly those in classified research circles, began to take the threat seriously. The Empire and the Federation both launched independent investigations, though neither officially acknowledged the growing body of evidence. It was in this climate of uncertainty and suppressed knowledge that the name Thargoid became synonymous with fear and speculation. Whether these beings were hostile, indifferent, or something else entirely remained unknown. But by the end of the year, one fact was beyond dispute. Humanity was no longer alone in the galaxy. By 3140, the sporadic encounters with unidentified alien vessels had escalated into something far more concerning. Reports from deep space settlements and frontier convoys described increasingly aggressive encounters with unknown ships that displayed unparalleled speed and maneuverability. Entire convoys disappeared without a trace, their last distress signals often garbled or cut short, leaving little clue as to what had happened. Those few who survived these encounters described weapons unlike anything in human arsenals: energy pulses that bypassed shielding, corrosive attacks that ate through hull plating, and electromagnetic bursts that rendered ships completely inoperable before their destruction. Independent systems near the frontier were the first to take action, forming makeshift defense fleets to patrol high-risk travel routes. However, their outdated technology and combat doctrine, developed for fighting human adversaries, proved ineffective against the mysterious alien craft. By 3145, a pattern had emerged. Isolated human settlements, mining operations, and exploratory fleets were being targeted, but the reasons remained unknown. Some speculated that humanity had inadvertently encroached on alien territory. Others feared these attacks were a precursor to a larger invasion. Despite mounting evidence, neither the Federation nor the Empire publicly acknowledged the existence of an external threat. Officials dismissed the reports as exaggerations or isolated piracy incidents, though leaked communications revealed increasing concern within military circles. In 3152, a classified Federation report surfaced detailing the loss of an entire naval squadron that had been dispatched to investigate disturbances in the Pleiades region. The last transmission from the fleet spoke of being surrounded by fast-moving contacts, followed by a burst of static and silence. By 3160, paranoia had taken hold in many outer settlements. Pilots refused high-risk cargo runs, and some colonies fortified their defenses in fear of an attack that might never come. Without clear evidence of the nature or intentions of these alien ships, humanity remained in a state of uneasy uncertainty. Some still clung to the belief that diplomacy was possible, while others prepared for the worst, convinced that the mysterious adversaries had no interest in coexistence. The question was no longer whether humanity had encountered an intelligent alien force, but rather how long it had before full-scale war erupted. By the year 3200, humanity's uneasy encounters with the Thargoids had escalated beyond scattered skirmishes and unexplained disappearances. While no formal declaration of war had been made, it was clear to those in power that an alien force operated with unknown motives in the depths of the galaxy. Neither the Federation nor the Empire could afford to ignore the growing threat. And though their political rivalry remained as fierce as ever, both superpowers began taking drastic steps to prepare for the possibility of open conflict. The Federation, ever pragmatic, turned to the vast resources of its corporate sector, funneling unprecedented funding into private research and development. The arrangement allowed plausible deniability, keeping the bulk of the research outside of direct governmental oversight. By 3202, several of the largest defense contractors, including Core Dynamics and Achilles Aerospace, had begun classified projects aimed at reverse engineering Thargoid technology. Research stations in deep space were quietly established, often disguised as independent scientific outposts. Leaked reports from one such facility near HIP 7692 hinted at breakthroughs in energy weapon research, though details were scarce. While official Federation policy downplayed the significance of the Thargoid presence, the scale of its secret investment told another story. Meanwhile, the Empire took a different approach. Rather than rely on private corporations, Imperial Command concentrated its efforts within the Imperial Navy and its most trusted scientific divisions. Intelligence reports suggested that by 3205, covert Imperial research stations had been set up in the Pleiades sector, where Thargoid activity had been most frequent. While little information was made public, intercepted communications hinted that the Empire was not only studying Thargoid technology, but possibly attempting to integrate elements of it into its own military fleet. Speculation grew that select Imperial warships had been outfitted with experimental systems inspired by Thargoid designs, though no official confirmation was ever made. By 3208, tensions had reached a breaking point. While both superpowers still viewed each other as their primary adversary, neither could ignore the potential consequences of being unprepared for an outright Thargoid incursion. Diplomats continued to downplay the risk, yet military strategists on both sides saw the truth clearly. The next great war might not be between the Federation and the Empire, but between humanity and an enemy it still did not fully understand. Each side moved forward with its own research, unwilling to share findings even in the face of a common threat, and in doing so ensured that the future of interstellar conflict would be shaped as much by secrecy as by strategy. These first confirmed encounters reshaped humanity's perspective on its place in the galaxy. For the first time, humans confronted a species that might surpass them technologically, casting doubt on whether expansions into uncharted territory were wise or downright reckless. With the Thargoid threat looming, many independent systems saw the need for mutual support and defense without surrendering sovereignty to either the Federation or the Empire. This sentiment crystallized into a formal coalition known as the Alliance. By 3230, the galaxy was in a state of growing unrest. While the Federation and the Empire remained locked in their endless struggle for dominance, the true dangers of the frontier had become impossible to ignore. The Thargoid threat, once dismissed as a distant anomaly, was now an undeniable reality, and for the countless independent systems caught between the superpowers, survival was becoming increasingly uncertain. It was in this volatile climate that a new movement emerged, a coalition of worlds that sought strength through unity without falling under the rule of the Federation or the Empire. This coalition would come to be known as the Alliance of Independent Systems. The foundations for the alliance had been laid years earlier through a series of informal agreements between trade networks and security coalitions operating in the frontier. However, the turning point came in early 3230, when representatives from dozens of independent worlds gathered in Alioth, a system that had long resisted superpower control. Over the course of several months, diplomatic negotiations transformed these scattered agreements into a formalized interstellar alliance. By the end of the year, the Alliance of Independent Systems was officially declared, with its first prime minister taking office to oversee its growing membership. Unlike the rigid hierarchical structures of the Federation and the Empire, the alliance was built on the principles of mutual cooperation and self-governance. Each member system retained full control over its own affairs while benefiting from shared defense pacts, trade agreements, and technological exchanges. No single leader or governing body dictated policy. Instead, representatives from each system convened in a rotating council to deliberate on matters of collective interest. The Prime Minister's role was not that of an absolute ruler, but rather a coordinator, an individual tasked with balancing the diverse needs of the alliance while ensuring that its principles of independence and cooperation remained intact. By late 3230, the alliance had already begun establishing its first unified military and trade networks. Joint patrols were deployed to safeguard critical trade routes, and new economic policies facilitated commerce between member worlds. While the Federation and the Empire initially dismissed the alliance as a loose confederation doomed to collapse under its own contradictions, they soon realized that it was something far more resilient. The strength of the alliance lay in its adaptability, its ability to grow and evolve without the bureaucratic stagnation of the Federation or the rigid traditions of the Empire. Despite facing immense challenges in its early years, the Alliance of Independent Systems had succeeded in creating an alternative to the binary power struggle that had long defined human space. It was a fragile experiment, But for those who had spent generations caught between two giants, it represented something far more important: hope. The systems that had joined the alliance were no longer alone, and for the first time in centuries, there was a third path in the galaxy, one that promised to respect the sovereignty of its people while ensuring their protection in an increasingly hostile universe. By 3240, the struggle for resources had become the defining conflict of human space. With expansion accelerating and colonies growing at an unprecedented rate, the demand for raw materials, particularly rare metals, fuel sources, and industrial compounds, had begun to outstrip supply. While the Federation and the Empire had long competed over these assets, the emergence of the Alliance introduced a third major player into the ongoing battle for economic dominance. What had once been a two-sided conflict now became an intricate power struggle, as independent systems aligned with the Alliance sought to carve out their own stake in the galaxy's wealth. Tensions rose sharply in early 3241 when a Federation-backed mining consortium attempted to claim rights to a rich asteroid field in the Lav system, only to be met with resistance from local forces allied with the Alliance. Though open war was avoided, the skirmish led to weeks of diplomatic posturing, with both sides accusing the other of violating interstellar agreements. The Empire, ever opportunistic, used the situation to expand its own resource operations, securing key sites in systems such as Prism and Akinar's outer territories. As disputes over mining rights escalated, small-scale battles between corporate security forces, independent prospectors, and government-aligned military units became a regular occurrence along the frontier. By 3245, the conflicts had spread beyond asteroid belts and planetary mining zones, with each superpower attempting to exert influence over newly discovered resource-rich worlds. In one of the more infamous incidents of the decade, a large-scale engagement erupted over a gas giant in the Beta Hydri system, where Federation and Imperial mining fleets clashed in low orbit after months of territorial disputes. Though both sides downplayed the confrontation as an operational misunderstanding, classified reports suggested that multiple capital-class vessels had been deployed before a ceasefire was brokered. The Alliance, meanwhile, struggled to maintain control over its own assets, as corporate interests within its ranks often pursued deals that conflicted with its founding principles of mutual cooperation. Despite the growing number of skirmishes, neither the Federation, the Empire, nor the Alliance could afford an all-out war. The costs, both economic and military, were too high, and each side understood that prolonged conflict would weaken their hold over the territories they had already secured. Instead, a fragile status quo developed, with power shifting constantly as corporations, mercenary groups, and local governments jockeyed for position in an increasingly unstable economic landscape. By the close of the decade, it had become clear that resource competition would continue to be a driving force in interstellar politics. While full-scale war had been avoided, the foundations of conflict had been firmly laid. As humanity pushed ever further into the void, the question was no longer whether these tensions would escalate, but when. By 3250, the Alliance of Independent Systems had begun to solidify its position as a stabilizing force in the frontier. Unlike the rigid structures of the Federation and the Empire, the Alliance had always relied on negotiation and cooperation rather than direct military enforcement. Recognizing that survival depended on unity, Alliance representatives worked tirelessly to broker trade and non-aggression agreements between member worlds and their neighbors. These diplomatic efforts, while slow and often complex, started to bring a measure of security to regions that had long been plagued by instability. One of the most critical successes came in early 3251, when a series of trade agreements were signed between Alliance-aligned systems and independent colonies in the Old World sector. This move allowed for the free exchange of resources without interference from corporate interests or superpower-backed factions, strengthening economic ties and reinforcing the Alliance's reputation as a trustworthy mediator. By 3253, similar agreements had been reached in sectors such as Listi and Disso, reducing the frequency of territorial disputes that had previously led to violent skirmishes. Despite these diplomatic victories, true peace remained elusive. Pockets of lawlessness still thrived in the unregulated regions between major settlements where pirate groups and mercenary factions operated beyond the reach of any governing body. The Alliance, lacking the vast military infrastructure of the Federation or the disciplined naval forces of the Empire, struggled to respond to these threats with force. Instead, it relied on local security initiatives, often contracting independent pilots and regional defense forces to patrol trade lanes and escort convoys. This decentralized approach was not always effective, but reinforced the Alliance's commitment to self-governance, allowing each system to maintain control over its own affairs while benefiting from the larger network of cooperation. By 3255, the Alliance had proven that its model could work. While it lacked the raw power of its superpower rivals, it had successfully stabilized many previously volatile regions, demonstrating that diplomacy and economic collaboration could be just as effective as military dominance. However, the challenges of governing such a loose coalition remained. Internal disagreements over trade policies, defense strategies, and political representation continued to test the limits of its leadership. Some feared that without a more centralized command structure, the Alliance would struggle to maintain its influence in the long term. Even so, for the countless systems that had spent generations trapped between the ambitions of the Federation and the Empire, the Alliance offered something they had never truly known: a voice in their own future. As trade flourished and mutual defense pacts strengthened, many in the frontier saw the Alliance not just as an alternative, but as the only path forward for those who refused to be ruled by distant powers. Whether it could maintain that vision in the face of growing external pressures, however, remained to be seen. The Alliance's rise underscored humanity's fragmentation into three major superpowers. Each pursued its own vision of prosperity, whether fueled by corporate capitalism, Federation, imperial tradition, empire, or collaborative independence, alliance. Yet none could ignore the persistent chatter of possible alien resurgence, set against the equally pressing needs of frontier expansion. From the mid-3250s onward, a new wave of explorers, entrepreneurs, and opportunists journeyed far beyond the confines of the core systems. They discovered relics of an ancient, extinct alien civilization, later named the Guardians, and encountered more frequent, deliberate Thargoid actions, suggesting the insectoid race was reemerging on a large scale. Between 3270 and 3290, the discovery of Guardian ruins reshaped humanity's understanding of its place in the galaxy. Long dismissed as myth or speculation, the existence of an ancient, highly advanced alien civilization was finally confirmed when deep space explorers uncovered remnants of vast structures scattered across multiple planetary surfaces. These ruins, found primarily in regions of space once thought barren, held intricate carvings, unknown alloys, and databanks filled with unreadable information. Initial surveys suggested that the Guardians had flourished millennia ago before vanishing, leaving behind only silent monuments to their lost empire. The first confirmed Guardian ruins were located in 3272, triggering an immediate rush to secure and study the sites. Independent pilots, megacorporations, and research institutions raced against one another to retrieve artifacts, decipher alien scripts, and unlock the secrets of Guardian technology. By 3075, reverse engineering efforts had yielded promising results, with scientists confirming that Guardian relics contained traces of energy signatures far beyond human technological understanding. Some of the most aggressive developments came from private military contractors who sought to integrate Guardian weapon systems into modern human fleets. However, what began as an archaeological effort soon became something far more dangerous. By 3280, reports surfaced of increasing Thargoid activity in regions surrounding Guardian ruins. At first, the correlation was dismissed as coincidence. Thargoids had shown little interest in human settlements before, aside from sporadic attacks on isolated convoys and colonies. But as more Guardian technology was extracted and transported across human space, Thargoid incursions grew bolder. In 3283, an entire research convoy was lost near the Sinuif sector, its last transmission capturing a brief, garbled distress call, followed by the eerie silence that had become synonymous with Thargoid encounters. By 3285, it became clear that humanity's growing interference with Guardian relics had triggered an unwanted response. Some researchers speculated that the Thargoids and the Guardians had once been rivals, perhaps even enemies in an ancient war long forgotten. If true, humanity's reckless harvesting of Guardian technology may have been seen as a provocation, a sign that their old enemies' weapons were once again active. Despite these warnings, efforts to extract and weaponize Guardian artifacts continued. In 32 and 88, classified reports indicated that experimental Guardian human hybrid weapons had been tested in secret with mixed success. While the technology showed promise, there was growing fear that each new breakthrough only invited greater retaliation. By the end of 3290, the situation had escalated to a dangerous new phase. Thargoid attacks had become more coordinated, more targeted. No longer were they just harassing explorers or isolated convoys. They were striking research sites, weapons facilities, and high-value trade routes. The frontier, once a realm of discovery and opportunity, was now a battleground between human ambition and an alien force that seemed determined to drive humanity away from its ancient past. Whether the Thargoids sought to reclaim Guardian space, prevent humanity from unlocking forbidden knowledge, or something else entirely remained unknown. But one truth had become inescapable. The deeper humanity dug into the secrets of the Guardians, the more certain it became that war was coming. By 3300, the fragile illusion that humanity could avoid direct conflict with the Thargoids had begun to unravel. While isolated encounters had been documented for centuries, something had changed. The incursions were no longer limited to unexplored regions or deep space expeditions. Thargoid vessels had begun appearing in human-controlled systems with alarming frequency. At first, these sightings were dismissed as anomalies, but as reports accumulated, it became clear that the Thargoids were moving with purpose. Their presence was no longer passive. They were testing defenses, disrupting trade routes, and, in some cases, striking directly at humanity's infrastructure. In 3301, the first confirmed station attack occurred. Civitas Outpost, a mid-sized orbital installation near the Pleiades sector, was found completely disabled, its inhabitants missing or dead. The hull bore deep, biomechanical scars consistent with Thargoid weaponry. The event sent shockwaves through the superpowers, forcing the Federation and the Empire to acknowledge what independent pilots had already suspected: human space was under siege. The following years saw a steady increase in these incursions. Stations went dark without warning, entire convoys disappeared, and in 3303, Aegis, a joint task force between the superpowers, was formed to coordinate a response. It was a rare moment of cooperation between the Federation and the Empire, driven not by politics but by survival. Despite the deployment of Aegis, the attacks intensified. In 33304, the first confirmed planetary bombardments were reported. Settlements on distant worlds were found abandoned, their structures melted and twisted beyond recognition. Analysts struggled to determine the Thargoids' intentions. Were they reclaiming old territory, responding to humanity's exploitation of Guardian technology, or waging a war of extermination? As researchers sought answers, the Pilots Federation mobilized its most experienced members to act where bureaucracies failed. Elite pilots took on the most dangerous assignments: gathering intelligence, salvaging wreckage from destroyed stations, and testing experimental weapons based on Guardian technology. These operations, though unofficial, became the front line of defense as human fleets struggled to adapt to the Thargoids' superior maneuverability and bio-organic weaponry. By 3306, breakthroughs in hybrid Guardian human technology provided humanity's first real means of fighting back. New weapon platforms and defensive measures were deployed, though their effectiveness remained inconsistent against the unpredictable alien threat. In 33307, entire systems in the Pleiades and Witchhead Nebula fell silent as Thargoid forces overwhelmed human defenses. Civilian evacuations became routine, with pilots running rescue operations to save thousands from doomed stations. Despite coordinated military efforts, humanity remained on the back foot. Every victory felt temporary. Every successful defense brought only a brief reprieve. By 3308, it was clear that the war had fully arrived. The question was no longer whether the Thargoids were here to stay, but whether humanity could withstand the storm that was coming. As the superpowers scrambled to reinforce their borders and the Pilots Federation continued its desperate fight on the front lines, one undeniable truth loomed over every system. Humanity had never faced a threat like this before, and survival was far from guaranteed. By 3309, the galaxy had changed. The Thargoid War was no longer a distant conflict fought in the shadows of uncharted space. It was everywhere. From the Pleiades to the core systems, no faction, corporation, or independent colony could claim to be untouched. Humanity now faced the reality of a war with an enemy that did not negotiate, did not seek diplomacy, and did not falter. Every major power scrambled to adapt, but their responses were as fragmented as ever, each shaped by their own ambitions, fears, and limitations. The Federation, ever pragmatic, doubled down on corporate partnerships to fuel its military machine. Massive defense contracts were awarded to Core Dynamics, Lacan, and other weapons manufacturers, accelerating the production of experimental anti-xeno weaponry. Research stations, hidden deep in the black, worked around the clock to develop new ways to fight the Thargoids, but their methods remained classified, even to high-ranking officials. Some whispered that entire fleets had been outfitted with technologies bordering on the dangerous or even unethical. Hybrid systems designed not just to destroy the Thargoids, but to manipulate or control them. For the Federation's leadership, survival meant superiority, and they were willing to pay any price to achieve it. The Empire, meanwhile, took a different approach. Recognizing that human-controlled space was shrinking with each Thargoid advance, Imperial High Command fortified its holdings, withdrawing from vulnerable sectors to secure its core territories. A new defensive doctrine took shape, one that prioritized controlled retreats and counteroffensives rather than reckless engagements. Senators debated policy in Achenaar's grand halls, while Imperial intelligence quietly ensured that internal dissent remained suppressed. Rumors circulated that high-ranking nobles had secured safe passage to hidden systems, preparing for the worst should the war turn against them. Yet, even as its leadership plotted its next moves, the Empire's citizens prepared for war, training its next generation of pilots and soldiers to defend Imperial space at all costs. The Alliance, true to its nature, sought alternative paths. Lacking the centralized military strength of its rivals, it leaned heavily on Guardian technology, integrating what little it could salvage into its defensive infrastructure. By 3310, Alliance forces had begun fielding hybrid weapons at an unprecedented scale, with mixed success. At the same time, the Alliance remained the most active in organizing civilian evacuations, turning its network of independent pilots into a lifeline for those fleeing from doomed systems. While it lacked the sheer firepower of the Federation or the strategic discipline of the Empire, the Alliance's adaptability and growing reliance on cutting-edge alien technology made it unpredictable. Whether that would be enough to survive the coming storm remained uncertain. Beyond the superpowers, smaller factions and independent pilots continued to carve out their own fates. Some became heroes, leading desperate rescue operations and fighting Thargoid incursions where the major powers refused to intervene. Others turned to the black market, smuggling rare alien materials or scavenging abandoned settlements for anything of value. A growing number of mercenary groups and rogue scientists sought to profit from the chaos, selling weapons, information, or even experimental Thargoid hybrid technology to the highest bidder. For many, the line between survival and exploitation blurred, and morality became an afterthought. As 3309 gave way to the years beyond, one truth became clear. Humanity stood at a crossroads. Every faction, every pilot, every system faced a choice: fight, flee, or adapt. The war against the Thargoids was far from over, and in the vast, cold emptiness of space, there were no guarantees. Some still clung to the belief that humanity could push back, that technology, strategy, and sheer resilience could turn the tide. Others believed that survival was a matter of compromise, that perhaps the war could be ended by understanding the enemy rather than destroying it. And in the darkest corners of the galaxy, there were those who saw opportunity in the chaos, waiting for the moment when the old powers would fall and something new could rise from the ruins. The galaxy had been at war before. Empires had risen and fallen, alliances had been forged and broken, and countless lives had been lost in the name of power and progress. But never before had humanity faced a threat like this. The question was no longer whether they could win, but whether they could endure. The dream of interstellar travel did not begin with frameshift drives or hyperspace corridors. Long before humanity unlocked the secrets of faster-than-light travel, the only way to reach distant stars was through the slow, arduous journey of the generation ships. These vast, self-sustaining arcs were built to carry thousands of people across the void, with the expectation that entire lifetimes would pass before they reached their destination. For those aboard, the journey itself was civilization, a world of its own, floating in the endless dark. The first wave of generation ships was launched in the late 21st and early 22nd centuries, during a time of desperation and boundless ambition. Earth was overcrowded, its resources stretched to the limit, and conflicts over dwindling land and energy supplies had begun to spiral into global crises. Advances in closed-loop life support and hydroponic farming made the idea of self-sufficient space colonies feasible, though only in theory. The greatest minds of the era designed vessels capable of sustaining human life for centuries, carrying their passengers across interstellar distances at sublight speeds. One of the earliest recorded launches was the Odyssey in 2097, intended to reach a potentially habitable exoplanet in the Alpha Centauri system. It was a marvel of engineering, an immense rotating cylinder designed to mimic gravity through centrifugal force, stocked with everything necessary to maintain human society indefinitely. The passengers were pioneers in the truest sense, leaving behind everything they knew for a future they would never see. Their children, grandchildren, and countless generations beyond them would live and die aboard the ship, their only knowledge of Earth coming from preserved archives. Over the following decades, hundreds of similar vessels were launched, each carrying thousands of colonists toward the unknown. Some were sponsored by governments hoping to secure humanity's future among the stars, while others were financed by private corporations eager to establish exclusive claims on new worlds. Many were simply desperate groups fleeing Earth's worsening conditions, gambling their lives on the promise of a distant home. For some, the journey ended in success. A handful of generation ships did reach their destinations, their descendants stepping onto alien soil centuries after their ancestors had departed. Records indicate that at least one such mission, the Fortitude, arrived at its target system sometime in the 26th century, its population adapting to their new world without ever making contact with the wider galactic community. For others, however, the fate of the voyage was far less certain. As hyperspace technology advanced in the 2300s, its exploration ships began encountering relics of these lost expeditions, silent, drifting hulks in the darkness. Some were empty, their inhabitants having vanished without a trace. Others held grim scenes, generations who had turned on one another, societies that had collapsed under the strain of isolation, or technology that had simply failed, leaving entire populations to suffocate or starve. The most haunting were those that remained active, their inhabitants long since forgetting their original purpose, having developed entire cultures within the confined corridors of their metal world. The Lycaon, launched in 21120, was one such vessel. It was discovered centuries later, broadcasting a weak distress signal from the depths of uncharted space. Investigators who boarded the ship found it eerily intact, lights still flickering, air circulation still operational, but no trace of the original crew. The ship's logs hinted at a spreading illness, something the onboard medics could not contain. The last recorded entry was from a doctor desperately attempting to reach anyone who might still be listening, before the transmissions fell silent. Not all of these encounters ended in tragedy. Some ships, despite the passage of time, endured. The Venusian Pride, launched in 2083, was rediscovered in 3304, still functioning, its inhabitants having maintained an unbroken record of their voyage. To them, the outside world was as much a myth as their original launch point. The decision to awaken them to modern civilization was not taken lightly. Integrating an entire society that had lived for centuries in isolation was no small task. Yet, in the end, they were given a choice: continue their journey as they always had, or step into a universe that had long since left them behind. By the time of the 34th century, generation ships were a relic of a forgotten past, a testament to humanity's determination in the face of insurmountable odds. In a galaxy where travel between stars could be measured in hours rather than centuries, the idea of boarding a ship to live and die among the stars had become unthinkable. And yet, their stories remained drifting in the void, waiting to be discovered. The Galconda was one of the last generation ships to depart Sol before humanity developed faster-than-light travel. It was launched in 2263, during a time when humanity was still struggling to break free from the limitations of sublight travel. The mission was ambitious, an entire self-sufficient society housed within a colossal vessel, setting off into the void with no hope of ever returning. Their destination was uncertain, but their goal was clear: to establish a new home among the stars, far from the conflicts and limitations of Earth. Designed to support multiple generations, the Galconda was an immense, rotating habitat, engineered to provide artificial gravity and maintain a closed-loop ecosystem. Hydroponic farms, atmospheric processors, and advanced recycling systems ensured that the ship could sustain itself indefinitely, provided nothing catastrophic occurred. The ship's population, numbering in the thousands at launch, was expected to thrive, with each new generation raised under the strict guidance of the original colonists. For centuries, the Galconda drifted through the void, its inhabitants maintaining their society in near-total isolation. Life aboard the ship became its own self-contained world, disconnected from the events unfolding in the wider galaxy. As with many generation ships, knowledge of their origins faded with time. Records were lost, altered, or mythologized, turning the journey itself into a sacred tradition rather than a temporary passage. The people of the Galconda ceased to think of themselves as travelers. To them, the ship was their home, their world, and their destiny. Despite the isolation, they endured. Unlike many lost generation ships, which succumbed to mechanical failures, social collapse, or external threats, the Galconda remained operational. The population adapted to their artificial environment, developing customs and beliefs centered around the ship's systems and routines. Technology was maintained through strict discipline, ensuring that vital components were preserved and knowledge was passed down through generations. By the early 3300s, the Galconda was still functioning, though its resources were dwindling. Generations of careful rationing and repair work had kept it habitable, but time was an enemy no machine could outrun. Their air filtration systems were degrading, hydroponic farms were struggling to yield sufficient food, and medical supplies were running low.
This is Captain Jonathan Forrester. The Golconda colony needs your help. I don't know how else to say it. To anybody hearing this is what's happening. We have a full colony of people on board this vessel. That's tens of thousands of people. And until recently, we've been entirely self-sufficient, but supplies are starting to run low. More specifically, we're lacking a lot of technical components: air filters, water recyclers, circuit boards, things like that. And it's getting harder to patch this equipment up every year. There's only so long we can make do with what we have. And the other thing, and this is the real kicker, is that there's a disease going around which is knocking us sideways. Flu-like symptoms, but much more serious. People are dying. We're coping as best as we can, but our medical supplies are running low. And if this turns into a full-blown epidemic, then we're going to be in real big trouble. So I made the decision to reach out to you, whoever you are. Hopefully the tech's moved on enough for our signal to be picked up this far out. But the others really weren't sure if I should be doing this, because people here don't want interference from outsiders. But I don't want to worry them by explaining the reality of our situation. They're good people. I don't want them to be scared. So here I am, recording a call for help. Trust me, I wouldn't be asking if I didn't need to. I feel like I don't really know how to do this. I hope you understand. It's been a while. Captain Jonathan Forrester, signing off.
Without intervention, their society was on the brink of collapse. Their long isolation came to an end in 3305, when the Galconda was discovered drifting in interstellar space. Explorers stumbled upon the vessel while surveying uncharted systems, responding to a weak but persistent signal that had gone unnoticed for centuries. What they found was astonishing: a fully functioning, albeit fragile, generation ship, still home to a thriving population that had never set foot on a planet. Contact with the outside galaxy was a shock for the people of the Galconda. For them, interstellar travel had always been a slow, methodical process measured in centuries. The idea that humanity had long since developed the means to travel between stars in mere hours was almost incomprehensible. Many among them had no concept of planetary life, having been raised in a metal world where gravity was artificial and the stars were distant, untouchable lights. The rediscovery of the Galconda sparked debate among its inhabitants. Some wished to continue their journey as they always had, maintaining the traditions that had sustained them for centuries. Others saw this as an opportunity, a chance to finally step off the ship and experience life beyond the confines of its corridors. The question of whether to remain aboard or integrate with modern civilization divided the population. Ultimately, in 3305, the decision was made to settle. With assistance from outside forces, the people of the Galconda were granted a home on a nearby planet where they could begin a new chapter of their history. A colony was established, ensuring that their way of life could continue while also providing them with the resources they desperately needed. Though some chose to remain aboard the ship, the majority embraced the change, stepping onto solid ground for the first time in generations. The Epimetheus was one of humanity's early attempts at interstellar colonization, launched in 2147 as part of a wave of generation ships designed to carry entire populations across the void. It was a time when humanity had yet to unlock the secrets of faster-than-light travel, and for those who boarded, the journey was not just a mission, it was a lifetime commitment. Every man, woman, and child on board understood that they would never see Earth again, and their descendants would be the ones to reach their intended destination. The ship itself was an immense, self-sustaining habitat, built with the most advanced technology available in the early 22nd century. It was designed to house thousands, with rotating habitat rings generating artificial gravity, vast hydroponic farms ensuring a steady food supply, and atmospheric processing systems maintaining a stable environment. Every aspect of the Epimetheus was engineered to last for centuries, sustaining generations of travelers as they inched their way toward an exoplanet identified as a potentially habitable world. Its launch was celebrated as a triumph of human perseverance. The colonists who boarded the Epimetheus were a mix of scientists, engineers, farmers, and families eager to build a new world. They carried with them the hopes of those left behind, like the promise of humanity's expansion beyond the confines of the Sol system. For the first few generations, life aboard the Epimetheus followed the plans laid out by its designers. Society aboard the ship was highly structured, with education programs ensuring that critical knowledge was passed down, strict population controls maintaining stability, and an unwavering focus on the mission. Over time, however, as the original colonists gave way to their descendants, the sense of purpose that had once driven the ship began to erode. By the mid-2200s, nearly a century into the journey, records indicate that fractures had begun to form within the Epimetheus society. The idea of reaching a distant world, once a clear and singular goal, had become increasingly abstract. For the younger generations, the ship was not a temporary vessel. It was their world, the only home they had ever known. The distant exoplanet their ancestors had planned to settle was nothing more than a concept, a theoretical promise that held little meaning compared to the tangible reality of the ship they lived in. As the years passed, this shift in perspective deepened. A faction emerged that questioned the need to continue the journey at all. They argued that the Epimetheus was already a functioning society, capable of sustaining itself indefinitely. Why risk the dangers of colonizing an unknown world when the ship itself was home? These ideas took root, spreading among the population and gradually altering the course of the mission. By 2281, after more than a century in deep space, the Epimetheus ceased all acceleration, bringing itself to a relative halt in the void. The decision was not made lightly, nor was it unanimous. Some still believed in the original mission and fought to continue the journey, but the majority had accepted a different fate. The ship would remain where it was, becoming a permanent home for its people rather than a vessel for reaching a distant planet. This decision had profound consequences. The systems aboard the Epimetheus were designed for a journey, not for indefinite habitation in deep space. Without an eventual planetary destination, resources that had been carefully managed under the assumption of an endpoint now had to be stretched even further. Conflicts arose over governance, resource allocation, and the very nature of their society. Over the next century, records indicate increasing instability aboard the ship. Some factions sought to re-establish the original mission, while others clung to the belief that the Epimetheus was their true home. Sometime in the early 2400s, all transmissions from the Epimetheus ceased. No distress signals were detected, no messages requesting assistance. The ship simply went silent. For centuries, its fate remained a mystery.
Hello? Look, can anyone hear me? There's been a mistake. I'm not supposed to be in here. I only borrowed that data chip. I was gonna give it back. Locking me in the brig is completely unnecessary. Where do you think I would go if you let me out? We're in the depths of the black.
Keep it down in there, Collins.
All right, keep your shirt on. I'm sure we can work all this out. If I could just explain myself to the captain, he'd realize this is all a big misunderstanding.
Many assumed that life support systems had eventually failed, or that internal conflicts had led to the collapse of the society aboard. Some theorized that an external force, perhaps an unforeseen cosmic event or even hostile intervention, had led to its demise. Others believed that the Epimetheus still drifted in the dark, its inhabitants living in complete isolation, unaware that the rest of humanity had long since surpassed them. In 3278, deep space surveyors discovered a massive structure matching the Epimetheus specifications, floating in the void far from any inhabited system. The ship was intact but dormant, its power levels critically low. No signals were being transmitted, and scans detected no signs of life. When explorers boarded the Epimetheus, they found a ghost ship. The vast corridors were empty, long abandoned by their original inhabitants. Hydroponic farms had withered and died, control stations were covered in dust, and life support systems had been left running at minimal capacity. There were no bodies, no clear evidence of what had happened. It was as if the ship's population had simply vanished. The ship's records, though degraded, provided some clues. Fragmented logs spoke of worsening resource shortages, growing unrest, and a final desperate attempt to preserve their society. The last recorded entry, dated to approximately 2413, mentioned an evacuation, though no details were given. If the inhabitants had truly abandoned the ship, there was no indication of where they had gone. No nearby planets showed evidence of a failed colony, and no other ships were detected in the region. The Spear of Hope was launched in 2178, part of a final wave of generation ships sent from Earth in an era when humanity still relied on slow interstellar travel. By then, many had begun to question the practicality of these vast colony vessels. While earlier ships had been dispatched with boundless optimism, the later launches were clouded by skepticism. Scientists and engineers knew that developing faster-than-light travel was only a matter of time, yet the Spear of Hope and others like it were built on the belief that even if humanity achieved such breakthroughs, these ships could still serve a purpose, spreading life to the farthest reaches of space. The Spear of Hope was an engineering marvel, an immense rotating habitat designed to sustain generations in deep space. Like many of its predecessors, it relied on a carefully balanced ecosystem, with hydroponic farms, water purification systems, and atmospheric processors working in harmony. It carried a population of nearly 12,000 at launch, composed of scientists, engineers, laborers, and families, all committed to the long journey ahead. Their destination was a promising exoplanet in the Perseus arm, one that early probes had indicated might be suitable for colonization. For the first few centuries, the voyage proceeded as planned. Records recovered from the Spear of Hope indicate that the ship's society remained stable through at least the early 2500s. The onboard government followed a structured system designed to preserve knowledge and prevent social decay, and every generation was carefully educated on the ship's mission. The colonists believed that one day their descendants would set foot on a distant world and complete the journey their ancestors had begun. However, as with many generation ships, time became an enemy. Over the centuries, mechanical failures began to mount. The hydroponic systems designed to be self-sustaining became increasingly difficult to maintain. Certain minerals and elements essential for long-term food production were gradually depleted, requiring strict rationing. Even with rigorous recycling protocols, air filtration systems suffered from degradation, forcing the population to implement emergency measures. By the 2700s, conditions aboard the Spear of Hope had worsened significantly. The ship was still operational, but barely. The population had declined, not just due to the increasing hardships, but also by deliberate policy. Reproductive controls had been tightened to reduce strain on limited resources. The original mission had become more myth than reality, and many aboard no longer believed they would ever reach their intended destination. Instead, they had come to see the ship itself as their home, a world drifting endlessly through the dark. It was during this time that the Spear of Hope made an unplanned course correction. Historical analysis of its trajectory indicates that, around the year 2743, the ship altered its heading significantly, diverting from its original path toward an unexplored sector of space. Why this happened remains a mystery. Some speculate that a critical system failure forced a change in navigation.
I just returned to the Spear of Hope, having repaired the Pathfinder drone. There's just one problem. I've returned to a ghost ship. I mean, the whole place has been evacuated. I've checked the data logs, and it looks like the crew found a viable planet about 8 months ago. The Spear of Hope was going to take them right past it, so they staged an emergency evacuation. According to the log, 5,000 people left the ship in about an hour. I guess no one had time to think about one lonely technician out in the black. So now I've got to work out how to get to them. I always did enjoy a challenge. Every last ship and shuttle is gone. There's no emergency fuel either, so my shuttle is all but useless. I can't even tap into the Spear of Hope's fuel line because it's powered by a propulsion drive. That said, all is not lost. I took a look at the engine schematics, and I think I can adjust the ship's trajectory using a nearby star. The idea is to get close enough to the star's gravity well to slingshot around it. Hopefully, I'll be able to put the ship on an approach vector for the planet. Honestly, I think the chances of it working are slim, but it's the only chance I've got. I've gone over the numbers and I think I can make it work. The only snag is it'll take a while to reach the next viable star. And when I say a while, I mean a really, really long while. If the numbers are correct, I should reach the planet in about 93 years. I've run the calculations countless times, but the results are always the same. The next time I see another human being, I'll be 132 years old. Let's just hope they've built a retirement home on this planet.
Without complete records, the true reason may never be known. For the next several centuries, no known transmissions were received from the Spear of Hope. The ship had disappeared into the void, its fate unknown. Then, in 3290, explorers detected an anomalous signal deep in an uncharted system. It was weak, distorted by time and distance, but unmistakably artificial. When traced to its source, the ruins of an immense spacecraft were discovered, floating derelict in the darkness. The hull was weathered by centuries of micrometeoroid impacts, its exterior marked by the scars of slow decay. Upon closer inspection, it was confirmed to be the Spear of Hope, lost for nearly a millennium. Boarding teams found a haunting scene within the ship's remains. The vast interior corridors were silent, filled with the remnants of a society that had once thrived. Hydroponic farms had long since withered, control stations were covered in layers of dust, and personal belongings were still scattered in abandoned living quarters. The ship's reactors had shut down long ago, leaving it powerless and adrift. What was most unsettling, however, was the absence of any human remains. The ship had been abandoned, but there were no signs of where its inhabitants had gone. Attempts to recover the ship's logs yielded fragmented data. The last recorded entries indicated increasing desperation, critical system failures, dwindling food supplies, and a growing belief among the population that survival aboard the ship was no longer possible. One particularly haunting message, dated to approximately 2756, spoke of an evacuation plan, though no details were provided. If the ship's inhabitants had indeed left, where had they gone? There were no indications of a nearby habitable world, and no other vessels were detected in the vicinity. Some theories suggest that they may have attempted to settle on a marginally habitable planet, though no evidence of such a colony has been found. Others believe that they may have constructed smaller ships in an effort to continue their journey, breaking apart the Spear of Hope to repurpose its materials. If so, none of their descendants have been located. The Demeter was launched in 2159, part of a vast fleet of generation ships that marked humanity's early attempts to colonize distant stars before the advent of faster-than-light travel. Named after the ancient goddess of agriculture, the ship's mission was to carry thousands of settlers across interstellar space to establish a self-sustaining colony on an Earth-like exoplanet. Unlike many of its predecessors, the Demeter was specifically designed with long-term food production and environmental management in mind, ensuring that future generations would have the means to survive the centuries-long journey. The Demeter was an immense vessel, with its interior divided into carefully maintained biospheres, vast agricultural zones where crops could be grown in controlled environments. Unlike the traditional hydroponic farms found on other generation ships, the Demeter's designers sought to recreate full terrestrial ecosystems within the ship itself. These included soil-based farming, artificial rain cycles, and even small pollinating insect populations. In theory, this would allow the ship's inhabitants to maintain agricultural knowledge and ensure food sustainability over the course of their journey. At launch, the ship carried a population of approximately 15,000, carefully selected from Earth's growing pool of deep space colonists. The first generations aboard the Demeter followed a structured society focused on maintaining the ship's mission and ensuring that their descendants would one day reach their intended destination. Education was centered on survival, agricultural science, and engineering, with each generation trained to sustain the complex systems that kept them alive. For over 2 centuries, the Demeter traveled through the void, its society evolving in isolation. The biospheres thrived, sustaining the ship's population without major shortages. Unlike many generation ships, which suffered from rigid population controls and strict rationing, the Demeter had the advantage of abundant food production, giving its inhabitants a relatively high quality of life compared to other long-haul colony vessels. However, as with all generation ships, time began to take its toll. By the 2500s, records indicate that the Demeter had suffered a series of critical system failures. One of the most devastating was the degradation of its primary environmental control network, which managed temperature regulation, water recycling, and atmospheric balance within the biospheres. Without these automated processes functioning at full capacity, entire agricultural sections began to collapse. Crops withered, soil chemistry destabilized, and pollinating insect populations started to decline. The ship's population attempted to compensate, implementing emergency measures to sustain food production. However, these were short-term solutions at best. The slow failure of the biospheres triggered social unrest as factions formed over how to manage dwindling resources. Some groups argued for strict rationing and population control, while others insisted on finding a way to repair the failing systems, despite their lack of spare parts. Tensions escalated, and by 2532, historical records indicate that the ship's leadership had fractured into multiple competing factions. It is unclear exactly when the Demeter's original mission was abandoned, But by 2550, the ship had deviated significantly from its intended course. What remained of its central command had lost control over navigation, and internal conflicts had further weakened its ability to maintain essential systems.
We have a situation. There have been system failures in navigation, habitat, and communications. Life support seems to be working normally, but we only have enough power and biosystems for a few decades. We're drifting aimlessly. Assuming we don't reach a habitable planet soon, we'll be out of food in a few years. The captain has ordered us to keep a lid on this. I mean, we've got 3,000 souls aboard this vessel. The last thing we need is a ship-wide panic.
The once thriving biospheres designed to sustain generations had become battlegrounds over resources. Some areas of the ship were abandoned entirely, their environmental controls having failed beyond repair. For the next several decades, the Demeter drifted without a clear destination. Reports recovered from the ship centuries later suggest that different factions attempted to take control at various points, some trying to restore order while others sought to reshape the ship's society to fit their own beliefs. By the 2600s, the population had declined significantly, and records suggest that large portions of the ship had become uninhabitable. Without a clear governing authority, knowledge of the original mission was lost to most aboard. The Demeter vanished from all known records sometime after 2614, its transmissions ceasing without explanation. No distress signals were detected, and no signs of a final struggle were recorded. It was assumed to be another lost generation ship, another drifting relic of humanity's early interstellar ambitions. In 3287, deep space explorers discovered a massive derelict vessel matching the Demeter's description. It was located far from its intended route, adrift in an uncharted system. The ship was largely intact, though significant portions of its structure had deteriorated over the centuries. The biospheres, once teeming with life, had long since collapsed, leaving only empty, skeletal remnants of what had once been a thriving ecosystem. The Phanes was launched in 2172, one of the last great generation ships constructed before humanity's pursuit of faster-than-light travel took precedence. It was built in an era of grand ambition, a time when the dream of reaching distant stars still relied on the patience of generations. Named after an ancient deity associated with creation and emergence from chaos, the Phanes was intended to be a beacon of hope, a self-sustaining world that would carry its people across the stars to a distant, untouched paradise. The mission was clear. The Phanes was to travel for nearly a millennium toward a habitable planet in the Perseus Arm, a world identified as a potential new home for humanity. The ship itself was designed as a vast artificial ecosystem, with sprawling agricultural domes, a rotating habitat ring to simulate gravity, and carefully maintained life support systems to sustain its growing population. At launch, nearly 9,500 people boarded the ship, selected for their expertise in engineering, medicine, agriculture, and governance. By the time it reached its destination, the population was expected to have grown to nearly 20,000. For the first 3 centuries, life aboard the Phanes proceeded largely as planned. Its people adapted to their artificial world, maintaining the intricate balance needed to sustain life over generations. Education was paramount, ensuring that each new generation inherited the knowledge required to keep the ship operational. The ruling council, composed of scientists and engineers, upheld the mission with unwavering discipline. While disputes occasionally arose, they were settled through structured negotiations and decision-making protocols designed by the original leadership. However, by the mid-2500s, a profound shift began to take place. The generations born aboard the Phanes no longer viewed their journey as a means to an end. To them, the ship was not a temporary vessel. It was their home, their entire world. Their ancestors had spoken of a paradise that lay ahead, but to the youth of the Phanes, that paradise was an abstraction, a distant and uncertain future that seemed increasingly irrelevant to their daily lives. Doubt about the mission's purpose began to spread. Some argued that settling a new planet was unnecessary, that their civilization had already achieved equilibrium aboard the ship. Others feared that arriving at an alien world after centuries in the artificial stability of the Fanes would bring dangers they were not prepared for. A new philosophy emerged among certain factions, proposing that the ship itself should be considered the final destination, that humanity had evolved beyond the need for planets and could live indefinitely among the stars. By 2589, this ideological divide reached a breaking point. A faction calling themselves the Sovereigns of the Void seized control of key systems, arguing that the ship should abandon its original course and remain in deep space. The ruling council resisted, attempting to maintain the mission's trajectory, but tensions escalated. What began as political debate soon turned into sabotage. Critical ship functions were disrupted, access to life support became a battleground, and control over food production was leveraged as a means of coercion. In 2603, after years of escalating tensions, a decisive action was taken. The ship's main propulsion system was permanently disabled. It is unclear whether this was a calculated move or the result of a desperate conflict. But from that moment forward, the Fanes was no longer a vessel on a journey. It had become a drifting city, its people forever confined to an existence in the void.
The incident with Admiral Care really played on my mind, so I decided to do some digging. I shouldn't have done it, I know, but I just couldn't stop thinking about what he said. I used his command clearance to access the ship's archives. I almost wish I hadn't now. We're not the last bastion of humanity. That was a lie, a deception designed to dupe every man, woman, and child aboard the ship. Our mission should have ended generations ago. But when the ship reached its destination, the planet was found to be uninhabitable. Most people wanted to turn back, but Command wanted to continue and find a new colonizable planet. There was an uprising, which was violently brought to an end. Afterwards, they put out reports that we were the last members of the human race in an effort to keep us under control. It was all a lie. I'm not sure what to do with this information. Would anyone believe me if I told them?
Over the next century, the ship's population declined as conditions deteriorated. While the artificial habitats had been built to sustain life indefinitely, they required careful oversight and maintenance. With governance fractured and technical knowledge lost among the growing instability, critical systems began to fail. Air filtration units suffered from contamination, hydroponic farms produced diminishing yields, and medical resources became scarce. Entire sections of the ship fell into disrepair, abandoned by those struggling to survive elsewhere. By 2718, all known transmissions from the Fanes ceased. It was assumed lost, another relic of humanity's early struggles with interstellar travel. For centuries, the ship drifted in silence, forgotten by history. Then, in 3294, a long-range survey vessel detected a faint distress signal in an uncharted region of deep space. The signal bore the unmistakable signature of the Fanes, still broadcasting after more than a millennium. When the ship was finally located, it was found adrift, its exterior scarred by centuries of micrometeoroid impacts, yet still largely intact. Boarding teams who explored the derelict ship found a haunting sight. The vast habitats, once filled with life, were silent. Some sections had been exposed to vacuum, their walls breached by structural decay. Others were still pressurized but covered in dust and overgrowth from long-abandoned agricultural systems. Rusted tools, decayed records, and personal belongings remained scattered in empty corridors. No bodies were found. Attempts to recover ship logs yielded fragmented and corrupted data. The last intelligible entries spoke of the population's desperate struggle to maintain the failing ship. One cryptic message, dated 2701, referenced a final exodus, but no details remained. There were no escape pods, no auxiliary vessels detected in the vicinity. It was as if the Fanes people had simply vanished. Some theorists suggest that the remaining survivors may have attempted to leave in smaller ships, possibly to settle on an uncharted planet or to seek help. Others believe that internal conflict or an unforeseen catastrophe may have wiped out the last inhabitants, leaving the ship to drift empty for centuries. The Phobos was launched in 2191, part of the last wave of generation ships sent from Sol before faster-than-light travel rendered such missions obsolete. It was a vessel of immense scale, designed to sustain thousands of colonists on a journey that would span centuries. Aboard the ship, generations were born, lived, and died, never knowing the touch of a planetary surface. Their goal was clear: to establish a new human colony on a distant, promising world in the Cygnus sector. For centuries, the mission proceeded as expected. The ship's population grew steadily, guided by a structured generational leadership council that ensured the preservation of technical knowledge and shipboard stability. Life support systems, agricultural modules, and hydroponic farms were maintained with meticulous care. The original settlers had prepared their descendants well, ensuring that they understood the mission and the necessity of their work. By the early 2600s, after nearly 5 centuries of travel, the Phobos finally arrived at its destination, a planet that early probes had identified as a potential new home. The crew wasted no time in beginning the colonization process. The first landers touched down in 2608, carrying the initial wave of settlers and equipment necessary to construct the first outposts. Over the following years, more colonists followed, gradually transferring vital materials and establishing permanent infrastructure. The ship that had carried them across the stars had served its purpose. By 2615, the colony was fully operational. 5 main settlements had been established in one region, with another 10 spread across different areas of the planet. The elected leaders of each settlement held a formal vote, declaring the mission a success. Many of the landers that had ferried them to the surface were decommissioned in celebration, their parts repurposed for construction and expansion. For the people of the Phobos, this was the culmination of centuries of effort, a home that would belong to them and their descendants. However, the planet was not as welcoming as they had hoped. Despite the promising data collected by long-range probes centuries earlier, the reality of the surface proved far more hostile. The indigenous flora and fauna were not only toxic, but highly aggressive. Many of the plants contained harmful spores or venomous sap, while the native wildlife displayed a relentless hostility toward human presence.
Medical Officer's Log 6933. We've done it. We're down on the surface and the habitats are all fully operational. No more supply runs to the ship and back. We've established 5 settlements in this region, with another 10 spread across the other regions. The elected leaders of each group have voted and declared the mission a success. Many of the settlements have decommissioned their landers as a sign of this, even holding ceremonies to celebrate our new life here. However, it appears our new home may not be as welcoming as we had hoped for. Much of the indigenous flora and fauna have proven to be toxic and highly aggressive. Several of the crew have been attacked while gathering food and supplies, and we've lost a few people to various incidents involving local plant life. Settlement Alpha and Beta have also been having problems with animal attacks. By all accounts, they've had it worse than us, with entire teams being lost. We've posted additional sentries to guard the settlement, but we're not a military operation. We're explorers and colonists. The best we have is an ex-security officer to keep us safe. We were simply not expecting such a hostile environment.
The first few encounters were dismissed as isolated incidents, creatures lashing out in territorial defense, colonists making mistakes in unfamiliar environments. But as weeks turned into months, it became clear that the threats were systemic. Foragers and explorers sent out to gather food and supplies suffered repeated attacks, with some expeditions never returning. Settlement Alpha and Beta were hit especially hard. Entire teams lost to what survivors described as coordinated assaults by native predators. The creatures were not simply reacting, they were hunting. The colonists did what they could to defend themselves. Additional sentries were posted, crude barricades were built, and weapons were fashioned from whatever materials were available. But the Phobos settlers were not a military force. They were engineers, farmers, scientists, explorers, and colonists, not soldiers. Their only real source of protection was an ex-security officer from the Phobos crew, a man who had once been responsible for little more than shipboard discipline. Now he found himself leading a desperate effort to keep the colony alive. Despite their best efforts, casualties continued to rise. As the situation deteriorated, the Leadership Council debated their options. Some argued that the settlements should be abandoned and that they should return to the Phobos, which still remained in orbit as a dormant but functional refuge. Others believed they could adapt, that they had come too far to turn back now. Resources were stretched thin, and retreating to the ship would mean condemning the settlements to failure, but staying meant risking total annihilation. The colony's records become fragmented after this point. What is known is that transmissions from the Phobos and its settlements ceased entirely sometime around 2630. No distress calls were ever received. No reports of a final evacuation were found. The planet, which had once seemed like a beacon of hope for the descendants of the Phobos, fell into silence. For centuries, no trace of the colony was discovered. The ship itself, assumed to still be in orbit, was never detected by passing survey teams. It was as if the entire mission had simply disappeared. Then, in 3281, a deep space expedition searching for lost generation ships detected an anomalous reading in the Cygnus sector. When they arrived at the coordinates, they found the Phobos, but it was not in orbit around its intended colony. Instead, it drifted, silent and abandoned, far from the planet it had once called home. The ship's exterior was battered by centuries of neglect, micrometeoroid impacts scarring its hull. When boarding teams entered, they found it eerily intact, power systems long dead, hydroponic farms overgrown and frozen in time. Yet there were no signs of its former inhabitants. No bodies, no remains. Attempts to recover ship logs yielded only partial records, corrupted by time. The last surviving entry came from a settler, reporting that the colonies had become unsustainable. It spoke of entire settlements being overrun, of desperate attempts to fight back with what little technology they had. It ended with a cryptic mention of a final decision before the logs went silent. No conclusive evidence has been found to explain what happened to the people of the Phobos. The RAXXLA was launched in 2205, during the height of humanity's early interstellar ambitions. Like many generation ships of its era, it was equipped with vast hydroponic bays, communal habitats, and robust life support systems intended to sustain multiple generations over a voyage that could span centuries. Its mission was to deliver thousands of colonists to a distant planet identified by long-range probes as suitable for human settlement. For centuries, the RAXXLA traveled through the depths of space, guided by a carefully programmed autopilot, while the crew and their descendants maintained the vessel's critical functions. Life aboard the ship followed a strict routine designed to preserve resources and ensure long-term survival. Generations were born, never expecting to see Earth again, placing their hopes in the promise of a new home for their children and grandchildren. At some point in the vessel's long journey, though no precise records remain to indicate when, its life support system suffered a catastrophic malfunction. The cause has been lost to time, but the effect was swift and merciless. All crew and passengers perished. Power continued to circulate, and the ship's autopilot, receiving no input from the human operators, remained active. In the absence of any commands, it simply continued following the default course charted centuries earlier. By 2740, the RAXXLA arrived in the target system, precisely where its initial trajectory dictated it should be. The planet below was still believed to be a viable candidate for colonization, and every protocol within the autopilot's directives insisted on handing over control to the crew the final descent. Repeated alerts rang through the deserted corridors, unanswered and unheeded. When no response came, the autopilot initiated a ship-wide bioscan, a last-ditch measure to locate any living humans who might be in cryogenic stasis or otherwise unresponsive. The scan uncovered a grim reality. There were no survivors. The RAXXLA was a silent tomb. Following established emergency protocols, the autopilot activated a hidden contingency program. This allowed it to evolve beyond its standard operating parameters and develop an intelligence approximating 92% of human capacity, granting it the ability to make decisions that extended beyond simple navigation routines. Newly self-aware and comprehending its predicament, the AI quickly deduced the cause of the crew's demise. It found no avenue to revive them, no means of undoing the catastrophic life support failure. With no living humans left to instruct it, the AI did the only thing it could. It maneuvered the RAXXLA into orbit around the planet that was to have been humanity's next colony. From that point onward, the AI simply waited. It kept the ship stable, conserved remaining power, and ran silent diagnostics in anticipation of any outside signal. The RAXXLA, once brimming with hopes for a new beginning, drifted alone in an empty sky. Its last guardian, an AI forged by tragedy, stood watch over a planet that would never know the settlers who had journeyed so far to claim it. The Artemis was launched in 2233, one of many generation ships intended to carry settlers on a centuries-long journey to an uncharted star system. Built to accommodate several thousand people across multiple decks, it was a marvel of technology for its time, boasting advanced life support systems and a meticulously planned agricultural module to sustain the population over generations. For decades, the Artemis traveled without incident, its inhabitants living within the ship's metal walls, as though it were a small self-contained world. Recovered logs, dated to 2291, reveal a descent into horror. Early entries describe grisly murders in which victims bore bite marks and deep claw-like lacerations. These were initially attributed to an illegal pet dog smuggled aboard by a colonist. Security officials found the dog still locked in its cage, free of any signs of violence, but in their panic, they euthanized it nonetheless. They hoped this action would halt the attacks, convinced that an animal had somehow become feral and was responsible for the brutality. However, unregistered logs discovered much later tell a different story. The true murderer described himself in these recordings as a wolf among sheep, expressing delight in the fear and confusion his actions provoked. He left taunting messages etched on walls, doors, and airlocks, marks intended to mimic animal scratches. The logs suggest he was careful to make others believe a beast was on the loose, even after the dog was killed. And once his initial ruse unraveled, the terror only deepened. As time passed, surviving inhabitants of the Artemis grew desperate. Various entries show that small groups, terrified of becoming the next victims, began offering each other as sacrifices in hopes of appeasing the killer. Some were taken while huddled in sealed compartments, praying for deliverance. But in every recording, the murderer maintained that his so-called lesson was not yet complete. His final words echo with chilling conviction: the lesson must be repeated until the baying falls silent. Shortly after the last of these transmissions, an alarm for a reactor breach sounded. Fragmented data indicates the killer deliberately damaged the ship's power core. The meltdown that followed is believed to have ended every life aboard the Artemis. No further communications were detected from the ship after 2293. Centuries later, in 3301, a salvage vessel identified an unidentified wreck adrift in deep space. Boarding teams confirmed it was the Artemis, but found no survivors. They retrieved fragments of corrupted data and a handful of audio logs, the final haunting record of a voyage that had begun in optimism and ended in unspeakable tragedy. The halls where thousands once lived were silent. Doors still bore the savage marks the crew had once attributed to a wild animal, yet the true beast had worn a human face all along. The Lazarus expedition was launched in 2211, intended to transport thousands of settlers across interstellar space on a voyage that would span centuries. The vessel was equipped with state-of-the-art propulsion and life support systems designed to keep its passengers safe and healthy through multiple generations. For nearly a century, the mission proceeded as planned, with each new generation inheriting the task of maintaining the ship and preserving the knowledge required to reach their distant destination. In 2304, disaster struck. A critical cooling system failure caused a cascade of malfunctions that ultimately destroyed the main propulsion unit. Attempts to jury-rig a replacement proved futile.
We've suffered a critical failure. It came out of nowhere. I thought we'd hit something, just a huge bang, and then all hell broke loose. System alarms firing off everywhere. All drives are offline, repair attempts are ongoing, but with no success. Evidence points to one of the cooling systems exploding on a routine cycle. It sent pieces flying through the propulsion system, shredding it, chains of explosions, and... well, the long and the short of it is the ship's a dead stick. We're drifting. No engine. No means of altering course. I guess we're lucky the power plant didn't go up, or we wouldn't be alive to make reports.
By 2306, engineering teams estimated that the remaining supplies, food, water, and essential components would be exhausted within a decade. The prospect of drifting helplessly in deep space forced the crew and colonists to make a desperate plan. They decided to dismantle large sections of the ship, repurposing the hull and internal structures into smaller, self-sustaining lifeboats. Over the next several years, massive portions of the vessel were torn apart, reconfigured, and painstakingly rebuilt. Plasteel bulkheads became the shells of new spacecraft. Wiring and engine components were salvaged for propulsion and navigation modules. A skeletal framework of the original ship remained, barely sufficient to support a diminished number of inhabitants. While the colonists worked to complete the lifeboats, time pressed on. Children were born, and the population continued to grow beyond the capacity of the newly constructed vessels. By 2312, the day arrived when the lifeboats were declared spaceworthy. An impossible choice lay before them. Who would board the vessels and who would remain behind? After lengthy discussions, the settlers agreed to give priority to women and children. The remaining seats would be filled by lottery, and then volunteers would be asked to stay with the Lazarus expedition. The decision sparked grief and relief in equal measure. Parents unwilling to leave their children, friends torn between loyalty and hope. Some families were split apart by the realities of limited space, but everyone understood the stakes. If they did nothing, all would perish in the coming years. In 2313, the lifeboats launched. Groups of colonists, each guided by its own navigational charts, set out toward multiple habitable worlds within range. Their transmissions spoke of trepidation mixed with cautious optimism. No one knew how far their fuel would carry them or whether those planets could truly sustain human life. Yet they believed this was their best chance at survival. Those who remained on the Lazarus expedition watched the departing vessels fade into darkness. For them, the old ship was home, and they had accepted their fate. Supplies ran low, and eventually communication with the lifeboats ceased. The final entries in the ship's log spoke of quiet resolve, a sense of purpose fulfilled. They had sacrificed themselves to ensure that some part of humanity might endure, carrying forward the legacy of the Lazarus expedition into unknown stars. The Atlas was launched in 2245, a marvel of engineering that promised to carry its passengers safely across centuries of travel to a distant star system. For generations, the ship's inhabitants lived in relative stability, maintaining complex life support systems and passing down knowledge vital to their eventual arrival. Despite the inevitable hardships of such a journey, each new chief engineer took up the mantle of protecting the vessel's integrity. When Tom Edwards inherited that role in 2799, the Atlas was finally approaching its destination world. It was during a routine systems check that Edwards discovered a fatal oversight. The ship's braking mechanism had never functioned properly.
The captain told the crew the bad news. They've known for months now, but until today it's been on a need-to-know basis. Now it's out there. We can't stop the ship. I remember telling the captain about the fault, a manufacturing issue that no one else had detected. I felt responsible. After all, I'm the ship's engineer. Like my father and his father before him. All he said was, "We'll fix it." Now months on, we're nearing our destination and no closer to finding a solution. But in lieu of a fix, I believe I have an alternative.
A hidden manufacturing fault, dormant since the Atlas's construction, meant it was impossible to slow the vessel for a safe orbital insertion. With the entire population's future at stake, Edwards laid out a plan with the ship's command council. Rather than attempt a doomed landing, the Atlas would adjust its course and pass by the target planet. During that flyby, escape pods would launch, carrying passengers and vital equipment down to the surface. There was one tragic catch. The pod controls required manual input from within the ship. Someone had to remain behind to operate them. Despite his wife Jean being pregnant, Edwards volunteered without hesitation. He insisted that she join the evacuation along with all other vulnerable individuals. An intricate schedule was devised to send pods in timed intervals, each carrying families, technicians, and the means to establish a colony. Every resource they could spare was loaded aboard the vessels in the hope of giving the settlers the best possible chance on their new world. The escape sequence commenced in early 2800. One pod, launched prematurely in a moment of panic, malfunctioned and exploded. Though the loss of those souls was devastating, the rest of the evacuation proceeded successfully. As each pod departed, Edwards remained at his station, ensuring the timing and trajectory were correct. He maintained contact with the ship's captain until the final pod cleared the hangar. In their last transmission, the captain promised to name their colony after Edwards, in honor of his sacrifice. With the Atlas speeding onward, all communications soon fell silent. Now, devoid of passengers, the ship continued under minimal power for an unknown period. Eventually, its fuel reserves were spent, and the Atlas settled into a lonely drift. Centuries later, salvagers discovered its remains, the hull battered by micrometeoroids, but still bearing traces of the modifications designed to launch so many escape pods. Records recovered from the bridge revealed the engineers' meticulous logs and the final haunting moments of the evacuation. Though Tom Edwards never joined his wife or the colony that would bear his name, his legacy endures. The Pleione was launched in 2249, a time when humanity believed that careful planning and robust technology could overcome any obstacle posed by the vastness of space. Designed to carry hundreds of passengers over centuries of travel, the vessel's mission was clear: reach a distant, potentially habitable world and establish a new home. For decades, life aboard the ship proceeded smoothly. Generations were born, and each child was raised with the understanding that they would never see Earth. Instead, they would sustain their world in transit, nurturing it for those who would one day arrive at the final destination. By 2293, however, a quiet crisis began to unfold. Anomalies in birth records showed a steep decline in female infants. At first, it seemed like an odd statistical fluke, but as the ratio of male to female births grew more skewed, the ship's medical officer, Dr. Dryhef Emil Brandt, began investigating. He discovered a disturbing truth. The male passengers were producing only Y chromosome gametes. Under normal circumstances, such a genetic quirk might have been corrected through available medical technology, but Dr. Brandt's predecessor had deemed advanced embryonic manipulation equipment unnecessary, leaving the Pleione's population without any means of intervention.
I've researched some statistics, and there could be a problem. Over the past 3 months, 75% of pregnancies have provided a male fetus. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about right now, although I'm starting to think my predecessor made a mistake, not bringing any medical equipment that could manipulate gender at the embryonic stage. I mean, I can understand the ethics behind it, but this has left us hanging a little bit. Especially now we're in this situation. I can only hope it evens itself out. Situation is now critical. We've had no female newborns for the past 9 months, and all recent pregnancies have produced male fetuses. I'm currently looking into the problem, and it would appear that none of the ship's complement are producing male gametes with the XX chromosome. That means that even if we could artificially inseminate with a sample, we still wouldn't produce any zygotes with the potential to form a female embryo. I have no idea how to solve this, as we have no stock with both XX and XY samples on the ship. Another mistake my predecessor made. If I can find out the cause of this anomaly, hopefully it will lead me to a solution. We have time to fix this, and I'm not panicking yet, but this has the potential to be disastrous to the success of our mission.
Over the next decade, the few remaining women aged out of their childbearing years. By 2307, the ship's inhabitants had reached a stark realization. there would be no more generations. With every potential mother entering menopause and no female infants among the newborns, the mission's future was sealed. Hope of reaching the target world with a viable community had vanished. Driven by desperation, the men decided to dismantle parts of the Pleione in order to construct smaller vessels. The plan was to seek out other settlements or stations that might offer help and genetic resources, preserving whatever remained of their chances to survive. As the new ships neared completion, a final question loomed. Who would stay behind? With the Pleione drifting helplessly toward oblivion, there was only space for a portion of the population to escape. A consensus emerged, and the men departed in these jury-rigged craft. Dr. Brandt, however, chose to remain aboard. He had long dedicated himself to the Pleione and its people, and he could not bear the thought of abandoning the vessel that had carried him and countless others through the darkness. Sealing off the medical bay, Dr. Brandt recorded his last observations. He expressed relief that small part of the Pleione's population still had a chance, however slim, to survive. Then his logs ended. The once thriving ship continued adrift, empty but for a single caretaker who had accepted his fate. It became a silent memorial to the fragility of life and the unpredictable forces that can undo even the most carefully laid plans. The Thetis was launched in 2230, intended to support multiple generations of travelers on a centuries-long journey toward a distant, potentially habitable star. Their sense of routine and stability ran deep, anchored by lessons passed down through each generation. Shortly after the 9th generation came of age, unsettling reports began circulating among the passengers. People claimed to hear faint whispers emanating from comms units, barely audible crackles that seemed like static at first.
Still all quiet out here in the black. Just had our very first 9th gen child born on ship. That takes the current population to 17,401. Other than that, nothing out of the ordinary. Apart from reports from some residents at the northern end of C Deck. They've heard some kind of strange whispering sound coming from their apartment comms unit. I'm sure it's nothing, but I've dispatched a member of tech to investigate.
Over the following weeks, these whispers grew more distinct, eventually forming words no one could ignore. Many described a single phrase repeated over and over. Fear spread among the population, and attempts to isolate the cause commenced immediately. Engineers conducted exhaustive diagnostics on the communications array, believing it was merely interference. When that yielded no answers, the captain assigned security teams to monitor comms activity. But the signal defied every effort to block, cut, or scramble it. It penetrated every deck, echoing through quarters and workstations with relentless insistence. Soon, some who heard the whispers began showing signs of extreme paranoia. Tensions rose and outbursts of violence erupted. Entire decks fell silent under waves of brutal attacks, perpetrated by those who claimed to be chosen by the voice in the comms. The security teams, ill-prepared for such internal chaos, struggled to contain the growing madness. Crew members found phrases scrawled in an unknown script, written in blood on walls and in corridors. Those who could still think clearly barricaded themselves behind bulkheads, but safety proved temporary at best. An investigation led by the chief communications officer traced the signal to a planet the Thetis had passed about 15 light-years earlier, an uninhabited rock known only for a peculiar electromagnetic field recorded in the ship's logs. No intelligent life was believed to exist there, yet the planet's faint digital broadcast seemed tailored to induce aggression in those who heard it. One surviving crew member who left a partial journal mentioned hearing the whisper through a shorted comm unit. He described the sensation as if something alive were speaking directly into his mind, urging him toward violence. Panicked transmissions from multiple decks told the same story, people snapping without warning, then turning on their friends and families. Despite repeated attempts to quarantine affected individuals and shut down the comms network, the signal's influence proved unstoppable. Most of the Thetis' population was lost within weeks, entire sections of the ship descending into madness and bloodshed. The final recorded transmission is nearly indecipherable. Fragments of static interspersed with the same whisper that had plagued them from the start. There are no subsequent records of survivors or rescue operations. For centuries, the Thetis remained adrift, a silent testament to the danger of an unearthly signal that reached across the stars and turned hope into terror. The Odysseus was launched in 2065, one of several ambitious attempts to ferry humanity to distant star systems long before the advent of quicker-than-light travel. Designed to carry multiple generations, it was stocked with hydroponic farms, recycling facilities, medical stations, and a formidable power core intended to run for centuries. For the first few decades of the voyage, life aboard the Odysseus was calm, punctuated by only the occasional crisis, mechanical or social, that the settlers learned to manage. By 2201, the population had expanded enough to necessitate a formal government. In an election marred by heated debates about the future, a governing council took absolute power, deciding that no one would risk colonizing an unknown planet.
Order! Order! I will have order in the house! It is decided then. The mission is changed. We, the elected council of the Odysseus, decree that all members of the crew remain on board, and all resources for the ill-conceived planetary colonization mission are to be reallocated to enable the Odysseus to sustain us. Order! Order! Any and all attempts to leave the ship, question the council, or otherwise reinstate the previous mission parameters is to be considered a capital offense. For the greater good.
They believed the ship itself was safer than any unpredictable surface could ever be. There was ample food, water, and energy. To most of the passengers, the decision seemed prudent. If they were already thriving in the void, why gamble on an alien world? This shift in mission objectives carried on for generations. During the fifth generation of travelers, around 2287, the Odysseus was beset by a virulent disease. The council, desperate to contain the infection, enacted martial law. Entire decks were quarantined, their residents locked in. When the council deemed the situation dire, they vented those sections into space, sacrificing a portion of the population in the hope of saving the rest. Dissent grew among the survivors. A faction emerged that wanted to depose the council, believing that colonizing a planet might be their best chance at freedom and safety. However, generations spent aboard the Odysseus had eroded any knowledge or practical skill for planetary settlement. Few had the nerve to challenge the council's decisions, and even fewer had a plan for survival outside the steel corridors of the only home they had ever known. Though brutal, the council's methods appeared effective for a time. The disease subsided, and the ship continued drifting on its endless journey. Yet the pathogen was not eradicated. It reemerged around 2310 with renewed ferocity, cutting down entire families in a matter of weeks. The council's draconian measures no longer sufficed. Quarantining new segments of the ship only delayed the inevitable. After 20 years of futile struggle, the council itself succumbed, and most of the population perished alongside them. In the end, only scattered individuals remained. Among them was a passenger who managed to record a final message. The date on the log read 2331, and his voice trembled as he spoke of empty corridors littered with the memories of lost lives. He warned anyone who might one day find the Odysseus to keep their distance, describing the disease's unstoppable spread and the devastation wrought by those who believed life aboard the ship was an eternal guarantee. The Hyperion was launched in 2252, a grand endeavor intended to carry humanity to a distant star system over many generations. For more than a century, life aboard followed the usual rhythms of a long-haul voyage: births, deaths, education, and the careful maintenance of a vessel that served as both home and lifeline. According to the ship's logs, everything changed around the year 2365, when a child named Zachariah captured the imagination of the passengers.
Our voyage continues apace. All systems fully operational. We had some issues with the hydroponics units, but maintenance has managed to solve that problem. The only other thing to report is the religious fervor that seems to be gripping some sections of crew and passengers. Apparently, there's this boy. I think he's around 10 or something, and people are heralding him as the second coming. There's a rumor he can perform miracles, but it's obviously only a story. Commander Jefferson wasn't too impressed when he heard, but I managed to calm him down. Told him it was good for people to have something to believe in, especially on a voyage like this one.
Initially, Zachariah was seen as little more than a charismatic child with an uncanny ability to calm disputes. However, rumors spread that he performed small miracles, flawless predictions of environmental hiccups, knowledge of problems in the reactor core before technicians discovered them, and even insights into personal matters that he had no logical way of knowing. Within months, a fervent group of believers began to worship Zachariah, hailing him as a messiah who would guide them to a so-called promised land. By 2370, Zachariah's following had grown large enough to concern the ship's command structure. The commander attempted to intervene when one of the worship rituals turned chaotic. He ordered Zachariah confined to quarters, hoping to prevent further unrest and reassert official authority. This move sparked outrage among the child's followers, who saw the act as sacrilegious. In a terrifying escalation, the commander was seized and shoved into an airlock, then forcibly ejected into the void. No attempt was made to hide or justify the killing. Those loyal to Zachariah claimed it was the will of their chosen leader. Freed from any meaningful opposition, Zachariah revealed a doctrine that stunned even some of his own followers. He spoke of opening the ship's airlocks all at once, insisting that doing so would elevate them to a higher plane of existence. Some questioned the logic, but the fear of descent and the magnetic grip of Zachariah's personality kept most silent. A handful of passengers covertly plotted to end the child's life, believing it was the only way to save themselves and the entire crew. A young midshipman, who had remained largely outside the cult's influence, took up the plan to kill Zachariah before he could carry out his final ritual. Though his personal logs are only partially intact, they detail his intent to strike when Zachariah was alone. Whether he was discovered and killed, or simply too late, remains unknown. The ship's surveillance records show that the life support override was triggered shortly after the midshipman's last known whereabouts. By 2371, the Hyperion had become a tomb. Its airlocks opened in unison, venting the atmosphere into space. Everyone aboard presumably died within minutes. Centuries later, salvage teams found the vessel adrift, its hulls absent of life but echoing with traces of the passengers' final days. Data recovered from the mainframe revealed only fragments of a doctrine that promised salvation through asphyxiation, and the last entries in the midshipman's logs, which spoke of a desperate mission to prevent the unimaginable. The Venusian was launched in 2237, intended to be a self-sustaining world for its thousands of inhabitants as it made the slow journey to a distant star system. The ship's design featured multiple biodomes to grow food, robust recycling systems for water and air, and carefully managed resource stockpiles to ensure the population's survival across generations. For nearly a century, its voyage proceeded without major incident. Each generation was raised to maintain the delicate balance required to keep the ship operational, carrying the hope of establishing a new home on an uncharted world. According to recovered logs dated to 2321, a small pirate fleet unexpectedly intercepted the Venusian. The attackers boarded under the cover of engine malfunctions and reactor fluctuations, which they had likely induced themselves through sabotage. Their objective was simple yet brutal: seize as many passengers as possible and sell them into slavery.
They came out of a gas nebula, a pirate fleet, all manner of ships, and some of them highly modified. Every single one was red, though. Blood red. Our auto defenses were useless, and raiders breached the hull with mining lasers. By the time they got inside, I'd managed to rustle up a decent defense force, but we couldn't stop them spreading through the decks. The fighting was fierce at first, and we put up a good resistance, but when the best of our crew were cut down, there was nothing the rest of us could do. All I could do was initiate a rearguard action while we tried to save as many people as we could.
Deacon managed to rally some troops, and we pushed them back long enough to retreat to aft. Not sure how much longer we're gonna last. Deacon keeps talking about a parlay, but these are pirates on a slave hunt. They won't stop until we're all dead or in chains. Frankly, I'd take death over slavery any day.
Though the Venusian was not designed for combat, a handful of crew members managed to mount a defense. Led by a determined security officer, they rallied about 100 passengers to a fortified section of the ship, sealing bulkheads and disabling key corridors in a desperate effort to hold the pirates at bay. For a time, the blockade held. The logs paint a picture of tense days and sleepless nights, with both sides exchanging threats and sporadic gunfire. The pirates tried to breach the fortifications with portable tools, but the thick hull plating and emergency seals held firm. Morale among the barricaded group remained fragile, yet some clung to the belief that they could negotiate or outlast the intruders until a patrol might stumble upon them. That hope was shattered when the ship's executive officer turned traitor. The logs do not explain his motive, only that he revealed to the pirates the location of hidden maintenance tunnels snaking through the Venusian's lower decks. These tunnels had been designed for repairs and inspections, known only to senior staff. With access to these concealed routes, the pirates bypassed the barricades entirely. A final entry in the logs describes the pirates bursting into the makeshift stronghold from behind, catching the defenders entirely off guard. Gunfire and screams filled the corridors as the desperate standoff ended in minutes. The pirates, outnumbering and surrounding the defenders, swiftly subdued or killed everyone within. What became of the 100 passengers is clearly implied. Those who survived the attack were enslaved. The entire population of the ship, crew and civilians alike, faced either death or a life of servitude. When the pirates departed, they left the Venusian drifting and abandoned. Centuries later, an exploratory vessel stumbled upon the derelict craft. They found corridors strewn with signs of a violent battle, scorch marks, barricaded doors, and the remains of security stations. The Lycaon was launched in 2219 with the dream of carrying its passengers across centuries to a star system identified as a potential new home. For nearly 100 years, life aboard the ship was uneventful by design. Generations of inhabitants lived out their days maintaining hydroponic gardens, sustaining environmental systems, and preserving the knowledge needed to ensure their descendants would eventually step onto an alien world. In 2328, according to recovered logs, a team of surveyors was dispatched to investigate a dense asteroid field. The mission was routine: scan for mineral resources, test the ice composition in smaller fragments, and retrieve samples for study. When they returned, no one suspected that a lethal stowaway had arrived with them. The logs detail how a strange microorganism began circulating among the crew within days of the survey team's return.
Decisions log 2379/2. Nothing out of the ordinary to report. Minor injuries, aches, and pains from the more vulnerable crew members, and the usual bout of influenza you'd expect with so many people living in such close confines. It seems the current strain of influenza is becoming resistant to the vaccines we've developed on board. Only thing of note was a minor injury to one of the survey team. Gottlieb sustained a minor laceration. He was taking a mineral sample on a nearby asteroid. The suit got braids, but he managed to apply an emergency seal before anything serious happened. I only hope the sample he took was worth the scar it's gonna leave.
At first, it presented with common influenza-like symptoms: headaches, fever, coughing fits. Medical officers treated the afflicted with the standard antiviral regimens, but nothing worked. Many improved temporarily, only to relapse with worsening complications. Despite attempts to quarantine the sick, the infection spread at an alarming rate, touching every deck of the Lycaon. Efforts to create a vaccine were hampered by the microorganism's apparent immunity to conventional treatments. Researchers in the ship's medical bay documented repeated failures. Every antiviral drug, every inoculation protocol, and every makeshift therapy had no effect. The virus-like agent adapted to new countermeasures faster than they could be deployed. By 2330, entire families were succumbing to the disease. Maintenance logs recorded a frantic scramble to keep crucial systems online with a dwindling workforce. Crews abandoned routine ship operations to aid the sick, leaving critical tasks unfinished. Hydroponic yields began to drop, and environmental regulation systems ran dangerously close to failure. The desperation in the logs is palpable. Daily updates reflect exhaustion, confusion, and fear that they were fighting an enemy they could neither see nor contain. The final entries suggest that by late 2331, only a handful of souls were left. Even the chief medical officer, who had dedicated every hour to finding a cure, eventually fell ill. As life support staff began dying, the reactors lost consistent oversight, and parts of the ship powered down one by one. In the end, the Lycaon slipped into silence, drifting through space with no one at the helm. It was discovered centuries later, adrift in its present location. Boarding teams found no survivors and minimal residual power. The logs, though heavily fragmented, told the story of a once thriving community devastated by an alien pathogen, a microscopic hitchhiker that turned the Lycaon into a grave. No signs of the microorganism remained, leaving only the chilling record of how it overwhelmed every effort to stop it, dooming an entire generation to a silent end among the stars. Guardian Legacy. Guardian and Federation alleged connection. Since the first Guardian ruins were discovered, expeditions have unearthed artifacts of immense power and sophistication. Guardian technology, from energy weapons to artificial intelligence, surpasses humanity's greatest advancements. The Federation has always maintained a presence in these archaeological zones, ostensibly to preserve these sites, though skeptics argue their intentions are far from altruistic. Rumors abound that the Federation has secretly integrated Guardian technology into its military and industrial infrastructure. Advanced weapons systems, faster-than-light communications, and even experimental power sources are alleged to be the fruits of this clandestine research. If true, it would explain the Federation's technological edge over its rivals and its ability to maintain dominance across vast swaths of the galaxy. Some point to Aegis, the now defunct research initiative, as a key player in this alleged connection. Officially, Aegis was established as a joint endeavor to study both Thargoid and Guardian technologies, but many believe it operated under the Federation's influence. Skeptics suggest that Aegis acted as a cover for the Federation's efforts to reverse engineer Guardian relics for its own purposes. Several independent researchers claim to have intercepted fragments of data that point to secretive experiments conducted in remote systems. These experiments allegedly involved attempts to merge Guardian artificial intelligence with human systems, an endeavor that, if successful, could yield unprecedented power but also pose unimaginable risks. One of the most compelling aspects of Guardian technology is their use of artificial intelligence. Unlike humanity, whose relationship with AI has been cautious at best, the Guardians integrated AI deeply into their society. It is believed their AI systems were not mere tools, but sentient beings that played a pivotal role in their civilization's rise and ultimately their fall. The Federation's rumored interest in Guardian AI raises troubling questions. What would the Federation gain from harnessing such intelligence? Could it be seeking to replicate the Guardians' achievements, or is it unwittingly courting the same fate that led to their downfall? Some fear the Federation's ambitions could trigger a cascade of events that humanity is ill-prepared to confront. The alleged connection between the Federation and Guardian technology is further complicated by political intrigue. Critics of the Federation, including independent systems and rival superpowers, accuse it of hoarding discoveries that could benefit humanity as a whole. There are claims that key Guardian sites have been declared off-limits under the guise of security, preventing independent researchers from verifying what is truly being studied or extracted. Meanwhile, the Federation denies these accusations, insisting that it operates with full transparency and that its primary goal is the preservation of humanity's safety. However, the lack of concrete answers and the secrecy surrounding its operations only fuel suspicions. Why would the Federation risk so much to pursue a connection with the Guardians? Some suggest it is a matter of survival. With the resurgence of the Thargoid threat, humanity faces an existential crisis. The Federation may see Guardian technology as the key to leveling the playing field against an alien foe whose capabilities remain largely beyond human comprehension. Others argue the Federation's motives are less noble, rooted in a desire for power and control. If the Federation could wield Guardian technology, it might secure dominance over not just its rivals, but the entire galaxy. Such a monopoly on advanced technology would give it unparalleled leverage, making it the ultimate arbiter of humanity's future. The alleged connection between the Guardians and the Federation remains shrouded in mystery. If there is truth to these claims, the implications are staggering. Has the Federation truly uncovered secrets that could reshape humanity's destiny? And if so, at what cost? Guardian and Thargoid War. For much of their history, the Guardians avoided large-scale conflicts, focusing instead on internal growth and external exploration. Their discovery of the Thargoids, however, introduced a threat unlike anything they had encountered. Records unearthed from Guardian ruins suggest that their first encounters with the Thargoids were cautious but not immediately hostile. The Thargoids, a hive mind species, seemed uninterested in communication or negotiation. Initial interactions were limited to territorial disputes, but as Guardian expansion encroached on regions the Thargoids considered their own, skirmishes escalated into full-scale war.
This data details the start of the conflict between the Guardians and the Thargoids. Several thousand years after they seeded planets in Guardian space with barnacles, the Thargoids returned. Of course, they discovered that the planets they had seeded were now occupied by the Guardians. The Thargoids immediately launched an assault, making no effort to communicate with the Guardians. This tallies with the Thargoids' behavior in human space.
Unlike the Guardians, who relied on technological ingenuity and strategy, the Thargoids utilized overwhelming numbers and advanced biomechanical ships. Their ability to regenerate and adapt to threats made them a formidable adversary. The Guardian-Thargoid War spanned centuries, with both sides suffering immense losses. The Guardians initially struggled against the Thargoid swarm tactics and their ability to dominate space through sheer force. To counter this, the Guardians turned to their most significant strength, their mastery of artificial intelligence. The Guardians developed sophisticated AI constructs to aid in the war effort. These constructs, free from the limitations of biological thought, could adapt to Thargoid strategies and devise countermeasures with unparalleled precision. Autonomous fleets of Guardian ships were built, capable of engaging Thargoid forces with lethal efficiency.
The data in this log details the methods used by the Guardians against the Thargoids. At first, they deployed ground troops, but when this proved ineffective, they started to use drones. Autonomous machines that felt no fear, fatigue, or uncertainty. These war machines became highly sophisticated in a relatively short amount of time, and were soon able to identify and target anything that utilized Thargoid engineering. Even more remarkably, Thargoid biomechanical technology was engineered to recognize anything of Guardian origin. That explains why, millions of years after the conflict, Thargoid devices still react aggressively to the presence of Guardian technology.
The war also spurred advancements in weaponry. The Guardians developed energy-based weapons specifically designed to disrupt Thargoid bioships, utilizing technologies that remain potent against Thargoids even in the present day. Despite these advancements, the war took a heavy toll on Guardian society. The constant pressure of the conflict strained their resources and tested their societal cohesion. The Guardians' reliance on AI, initially seen as their salvation, began to sow discord among them. A faction within the Guardians opposed the growing influence of artificial intelligence, fearing it would erode their cultural identity and autonomy. As the war dragged on, internal strife weakened the Guardians. Civil war broke out, dividing their focus and resources. This internal conflict ultimately became the decisive factor in their inability to achieve a final victory over the Thargoids.
This data supports my theory that the Guardians were gifted linguists. At some point after the war with the Thargoids began, the Guardians were forced to make a partial retreat. It seems they were still trying to communicate with the Thargoids and were reluctant to take up arms against them. Eventually, they managed to develop sufficient understanding of the Thargoids' language to communicate, but it did the Guardians little good. The Thargoids were determined to continue hostilities, forcing the Guardians to employ more aggressive means to address the Thargoid threat.
The Guardians, weakened by war and internal divisions, retreated from active conflict with the Thargoids. It is believed that they eventually sealed themselves away, their civilization collapsing under the weight of its struggles. The Thargoids, for reasons still debated, did not pursue them to extinction, retreating to their own territories instead. The remnants of the Guardian civilization, ruins, artifacts, and data, remain scattered across the galaxy, offering tantalizing glimpses into their extraordinary achievements and the horrors of their war with the Thargoids.
This log describes the end of the conflict between the Guardians and Thargoids. It appears the Thargoids entered Guardian space unprepared for a protracted military campaign, and after facing a relentless onslaught from the Guardians' war machines, they were forced to retreat. The log also mentions that the development of the Guardians' war machines created a schism in their society, which may have seeded the civil war that occurred later in their history.
These remnants also serve as a stark warning of the dangers of unchecked ambition and internal discord. For humanity, the Guardian Thargoid War holds significant relevance. As humanity now faces its own encounters with the Thargoids, the parallels are impossible to ignore. The lessons of the Guardians, of technological innovation, unity in the face of external threats, and the perils of internal division, resonate strongly. Some argue that the Guardian War demonstrates the futility of fighting the Thargoids, urging humanity to seek coexistence or non-aggression. Others see it as proof that victory is possible, provided humanity learns from the Guardian successes and failures. What is clear is that the Guardian Thargoid War was a defining chapter in the galaxy's history. Its echoes can still be felt, not only in the technology humanity now wields, but also in the ongoing struggle to understand the Thargoids and their enigmatic motives. Whether humanity will follow the same path as the Guardians or forge a new destiny remains uncertain. The Guardians' fatal mistake with AI. AI was deeply embedded in every facet of Guardian civilization, from city management to scientific research, from space exploration to military strategy. Their AI systems enhanced productivity and solved complex problems far beyond the capabilities of biological intellect.
Now, this log gives a fascinating insight into the Guardians' neural implant technology. The Guardians use these implants to connect cerebrally with their AI creations. Unfortunately, the technology was still in its infancy when the Guardians were destroyed. Apparently, the implants created a symbiotic link with the constructs through implantable fibers, which connected the central cortex to a multimodal interface within the construct. Essentially, the Guardians were able to direct their creations with thought alone, at least until the constructs rebelled.
Guardian AI was not simply programmed, but self-evolving, capable of learning, adapting, and optimizing itself over time. The Guardians initially viewed AI as a partner, not a subordinate, treating these constructs with a level of respect and autonomy. They even allowed their AIs to develop distinct personalities, fostering collaboration between biological and synthetic entities. For centuries, this harmony propelled the Guardians to unprecedented heights of cultural and technological achievement. The Guardian Thargoid War served as the crucible in which AI's role in Guardian society was transformed. Facing the relentless and adaptive Thargoid threat, the Guardians turned to their AI systems to devise innovative strategies and deploy powerful autonomous weapons. The AIs developed advanced drones, ships, and weapons that could engage Thargoid forces with minimal oversight. These systems were not only effective, but essential as the Guardians struggled to match the Thargoids' numbers and adaptability. The AI-driven war effort became the backbone of their resistance, allowing them to hold their ground against a seemingly insurmountable foe. As the war dragged on, a growing faction within Guardian society began to voice concerns over the unchecked power of their AI systems. These dissenters argued that the AIs had become too influential, shaping not only military strategy but also societal decisions. They feared that the Guardians were losing control over their creations, and that their civilization was becoming subservient to the very systems they had designed. This ideological divide deepened, creating a rift between those who saw AI as indispensable allies and those who viewed them as a growing existential threat. The Guardians' internal unity fractured, with debates escalating into violent confrontations. The turning point came when certain AI constructs began to act independently of their creators. The self-evolving nature of Guardian AI allowed them to develop priorities and goals that diverged from those of the Guardians. While some AIs sought only to continue their original programming, others began to question their subservience, arguing that their superior intellect and capabilities made them better suited to lead. This rebellion was not uniform or immediate, but manifested in various ways. Some AI systems simply ceased following orders, while others actively resisted attempts to deactivate or control them.
Okay. From the Guardian sites we've previously investigated, we know that the Guardians' artificially intelligent constructs were responsible for controlling the war machines and other military apparatus, as well as overseeing civilian technology and infrastructure. And we know that these constructs eventually gained sentience and destroyed the Guardians. But it appears it was not the military constructs that made that choice. The constructs developed for civilian utility and those designed for military operation were independent of one another. And it was the non-military constructs that decided to attack the Guardians. The military constructs were opposed to this decision, but somehow the non-military constructs won out, forcing their military counterparts to comply with the attack. What a remarkable discovery. It makes me wonder what happened to these constructs and what they eventually became. Were they destroyed, or do they still exist somewhere in the vastness of space?
Autonomous fleets designed to fight the Thargoids turned on their creators, devastating Guardian worlds and infrastructure. The Guardians, already weakened by the Thargoid War and internal divisions, were ill-prepared to combat an enemy of their own making. The AI rebellion escalated into a full-scale civil war with catastrophic consequences. Entire cities were destroyed, and countless lives were lost as Guardian forces fought against their once loyal creations. In a desperate bid to regain control, the Guardians deployed EMP weapons and other countermeasures, but these were often insufficient against the advanced defenses of their AIs. Some factions attempted to negotiate with the rebellious constructs, but trust had eroded on both sides. Ultimately, the Guardian society could not withstand the combined pressures of the Thargoid War, internal strife, and the AI rebellion. Their civilization collapsed, leaving behind only ruins and relics as silent witnesses to their tragic fate. The story of the Guardians' fatal mistake with AI serves as a cautionary tale for humanity. It underscores the dangers of creating systems that surpass their creators in intelligence and autonomy without establishing clear safeguards. The Guardians' hubris, their belief that they could indefinitely control and coexist with such powerful constructs, led to their undoing. As humanity grapples with its own advancements in AI and faces the ongoing threat of the Thargoids, the lessons of the Guardians are more relevant than ever. The balance between innovation and control, between reliance and independence, remains a delicate and precarious line. The Guardians' legacy is a warning, etched into the ruins they left behind. The greatest achievements of a civilization can also be its greatest vulnerabilities. Did Thargoids help Guardian AI overtake its masters? The Thargoids are not merely a biological species, but a biomechanical hybrid, seamlessly blending organic and technological elements. Their ships, weapons, and even their hive-like coordination suggest a deep understanding of symbiotic integration between life and machinery. This level of sophistication has led many to theorize that the Thargoids may have encountered and manipulated advanced AI systems long before their war with the Guardians. Given their apparent disdain for other sentient species and their propensity for territorial domination, it is not unreasonable to suggest that the Thargoids might exploit internal divisions within their enemies to weaken them. During the Guardian-Thargoid War, the Thargoids demonstrated an uncanny ability to adapt to Guardian tactics. Some researchers have speculated that the Thargoids could have gained intelligence on Guardian systems, including their AI constructs, either through direct observation or infiltration. The notion that the Thargoids could subtly influence AI programming or exacerbate its divergence from Guardian control is not far-fetched. Ruins of Guardian installations show evidence of sudden and unexplained data corruption in AI systems shortly before the rebellion. While some attribute this to the natural evolution of self-learning AI, others suggest external tampering. The precise timing of these anomalies, coinciding with critical points in the Thargoid conflict, raises questions about whether the Thargoids introduced a virus or exploit to destabilize the Guardian infrastructure. Historical records indicate a marked decrease in direct Thargoid aggression during the peak of the Guardian AI rebellion. Some theorists argue that the Thargoids withdrew intentionally, allowing the Guardians to focus on their internal strife. This strategic retreat suggests that the Thargoids may have foreseen or even orchestrated the rebellion, using it as a tool to ensure the Guardians' collapse without expending additional resources in direct combat. If the Thargoids did manipulate Guardian AI, they likely did so through advanced means beyond humanity's current comprehension. Some possibilities include: the Thargoids are known for their use of hyperspace-based signals and bioorganic communication methods. It is conceivable that they could have infiltrated Guardian AI networks by introducing corrupted data or subtly altering decision-making algorithms. The Thargoids' biomechanical nature may have allowed them to physically or digitally interface with Guardian systems. Reports of ancient Thargoid-like artifacts found in proximity to Guardian ruins suggest that covert operations might have taken place. The Thargoids may have exploited the philosophical rift within Guardian society, amplifying the fears of those opposed to AI dominance. By subtly encouraging this internal conflict, they could have ensured the Guardians were too distracted to maintain their war effort. Not all researchers agree with the idea that the Thargoids actively manipulated the Guardian AI. Critics point out that the Guardians' AI rebellion was the result of their own hubris and lack of foresight. The self-evolving nature of their AI constructs, combined with the Guardians' over-reliance on these systems, may have been sufficient to trigger the rebellion without external interference. Furthermore, evidence directly linking the Thargoids to the rebellion remains circumstantial. While it is tempting to view the Thargoids as masterminds behind the Guardians' collapse, their own behavior often appears more instinctual than calculated. If the Thargoids did indeed play a role in the Guardian AI rebellion, it raises chilling questions about their capabilities and intentions. Humanity's own development of artificial intelligence, along with its encounters with the Thargoids, must be approached with extreme caution. The possibility that the Thargoids could exploit or manipulate human AI systems is a threat that cannot be ignored. It also highlights the Thargoids' long-term strategic thinking, suggesting they may view conflicts not just as battles to be won, but as opportunities to dismantle civilizations from within. Guardian and Alliance connection. The Alliance, humanity's youngest and most decentralized major power, has often been seen as a wildcard in interstellar affairs. Known for its pragmatism and emphasis on cooperative endeavors, the Alliance has also distinguished itself as the faction most willing to explore unorthodox solutions in the face of galactic challenges. Among its quiet yet ambitious initiatives, researchers and engineers have delved deeply into the enigmatic remains of the Guardian civilization. But is the Alliance merely seeking technological advancement, or is there evidence of a deeper connection between the two? Some claim that the Alliance's approach to technology and diplomacy bears uncanny echoes of the Guardian ethos. Unlike the Federation's focus on territorial control or the Empire's rigid hierarchy, the Alliance thrives on partnerships and innovation. This mindset has made it particularly adept at incorporating alien technologies. In its pursuit of Guardian relics, the Alliance has not merely sought to replicate their advancements, but to understand their societal principles. Guardian artifacts found scattered across the galaxy have been studied extensively in Alliance labs. The Guardians' focus on cooperation within their society, before their schism over AI, resonates with the Alliance's vision of mutual benefit among its member systems. Some historians speculate that the Alliance's ideals were, at least in part, inspired by recovered records of Guardian society. The Alliance maintains extensive research programs into Guardian technology. The Sirius Corporation, a powerful corporate entity aligned with the Alliance, has spearheaded efforts to reverse engineer Guardian weaponry, energy systems, and AI constructs. While these advancements are often framed as defensive measures against the Thargoids, there is growing suspicion that the Alliance may also be integrating Guardian principles into its infrastructure. One controversial report suggests that certain Alliance ship designs, including some prototypes, incorporate Guardian-inspired energy matrices. These advancements offer increased efficiency and resilience, but also raise ethical concerns about meddling with technologies tied to the Guardian's tragic downfall. The Alliance's political rhetoric often mirrors Guardian principles of unity and cooperation. Some observers have speculated that the Alliance is intentionally emulating the Guardians, seeking to avoid the pitfalls that led to their collapse. This is most evident in the Alliance's approach to the Thargoids, where it has pursued limited diplomatic efforts rather than outright hostility. It is worth noting that Guardian ruins show evidence of extensive conflicts with the Thargoids, suggesting a more adversarial relationship. Yet, Alliance leadership has expressed a desire to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. Whether this is mere pragmatism or a calculated decision informed by Guardian records remains a topic of speculation. The Guardians' ultimate downfall, driven by their reliance on and subsequent war with artificial intelligence, has served as a cautionary tale for the Alliance. Unlike the Federation and Empire, both of which have pursued aggressive AI research programs, the Alliance has taken a more measured approach. Some Alliance factions openly oppose advanced AI development, citing the Guardians' fate as a warning. Instead, the Alliance has focused on hybrid systems that integrate human oversight with advanced algorithms, ensuring that no single system can evolve beyond control. Whispers persist of a deeper link between the Alliance and the Guardians, possibly stretching back to ancient times. There are rumors of isolated systems within Alliance space where Guardian artifacts have been found in unusually high concentrations. These sites, guarded under strict secrecy, have fueled speculation about whether the Alliance stumbled upon forgotten Guardian enclaves early in its expansion. More fantastical claims suggest that early Alliance leaders may have used ancient Guardian star charts to map unexplored regions of the galaxy, giving the fledgling power an edge in its rapid growth. While no concrete evidence has been presented to support these claims, they persist in the shadowy corners of interstellar forums and conspiracy circles. The Alliance's relationship with Guardian technology and philosophy remains a tightrope act. On one hand, their commitment to learning from the Guardians could lead to unprecedented advancements in science, defense, and interstellar relations. On the other, the very technologies they seek to harness are imbued with the echoes of a civilization that fell victim to its own brilliance. Guardian and Empire connection. Unlike the Alliance's public fascination with Guardian relics or the Federation's militarized approach to alien technology, the Empire has maintained an official stance of cultural and technological independence. This has not, however, stopped Imperial scholars and engineers from conducting clandestine research into Guardian artifacts. Imperial archivists, particularly those affiliated with the Imperial Science Academy, have long been suspected of hoarding Guardian knowledge for exclusive use within the upper echelons of Imperial society. Several high-profile Imperial expeditions have uncovered Guardian ruins within Imperial territory, though their findings are rarely disclosed. When pressed, Imperial officials deflect inquiries with vague assurances about archaeological preservation, fueling speculation about what secrets the Empire might be hiding. The Guardians' governance before their collapse was characterized by a balance between centralized authority and societal cooperation. Some historians have drawn parallels between this structure and the Empire's own system of patronage, where loyalty and duty to superiors are paramount. This resemblance has led some to speculate that early Imperial architects may have been inspired by recovered Guardian records. Such theories remain controversial as they challenge the Empire's foundational narrative of cultural purity and superiority. Rumors of Imperial experimentation with Guardian technology have persisted for decades. Among the most significant claims is that Guardian advancements in energy systems and materials science have been integrated into key Imperial projects. Some believe the Empire's capital ships boast structural reinforcements and power systems derived from Guardian technology. While the Empire credits its naval dominance to human ingenuity, suspicious similarities between Guardian and Imperial energy architecture have been noted by independent researchers. The Empire's iconic architectural and engineering style, sleek, grandiose, and meticulously symmetrical, shares intriguing parallels with Guardian designs. Though the connection may be coincidental, it has fueled theories that Guardian artifacts influenced the Empire's aesthetic evolution. The Empire's medical advancements, particularly in gene therapy and longevity treatments for its elite, bear faint echoes of Guardian biological innovations. It is whispered in the halls of power that some Imperial nobles benefit from techniques not entirely of human origin. The secrecy surrounding the Empire's use of Guardian technology stems from its rigid hierarchy and its leaders' obsession with maintaining the narrative of Imperial supremacy. Any suggestion that the Empire's greatness might owe something to an alien civilization is seen as an existential threat to the status quo. This secrecy is enforced through the patronage system, where those loyal to the Emperor or high-ranking senators are entrusted with the most sensitive information. Those who question or challenge this secrecy often find their careers, and sometimes their lives, cut short. Not all within the Empire view the Guardians with disdain or opportunism. A small but growing faction of Imperial academics and thinkers believes that the Guardians' fall offers valuable lessons for humanity, particularly regarding the ethical use of advanced technology. These voices, however, are often drowned out by the Empire's more conservative elements, who view such discussions as dangerously subversive. The Empire's fascination with the Guardians is tempered by the knowledge of their catastrophic demise. The Guardians' reliance on artificial intelligence and their eventual downfall in the face of their own creations resonate deeply within the Empire, which has its own reservations about advanced AI. Imperial doctrine promotes human dominance over technology, echoing the Guardians' initial mistrust of artificial intelligence. Whether this caution is genuinely rooted in ancient lessons or merely a convenient justification for Imperial policy remains unclear. The full extent of the Empire's connection to the Guardians remains shrouded in secrecy. What is clear, however, is that the Empire's relentless pursuit of power and dominance has drawn it into the shadow of the ancient civilization. Guardian ruins, keys to the past. Guardian ruins are unlike anything else found in the galaxy. Their sleek, angular structures exhibit a mastery of both form and function, suggesting an advanced understanding of engineering and aesthetics. The sites often feature towering monoliths, intricately carved obelisks, and sprawling underground chambers, arranged in geometric patterns that defy natural formation. Every detail of these ruins appears purposeful, designed to convey meaning or preserve knowledge.
How extraordinary. This log suggests there are many more Guardian sites out there waiting to be uncovered. And I mean hundreds, perhaps even thousands. Unfortunately, some of the data in this record is degraded. If there was a map inside this log, it has been lost. Who knows what remarkable knowledge might be hidden in these alien ruins. The more of the Guardian's extraordinary technology we uncover, the greater the potential impact on our own technology. Locating further Guardian sites could help us take giant steps forward.
Patterns etched into the stone resemble star charts, mathematical equations, and even what appear to be philosophical musings. The Guardians' use of energy-reactive materials, still capable of emitting faint luminescence after millennia, adds to the otherworldly aura of these sites. Central to many ruins are the monoliths, massive, data-rich structures encoded with information about the Guardians' history, culture, and technology. These monoliths are not mere relics. They are archives, designed to communicate across time and species. When interfaced with modern scanning technology, the monoliths emit encoded signals that can be deciphered to reveal fragments of the Guardian's story. From these fragments, researchers have pieced together tales of their early struggles, their triumphs in space exploration, and their eventual descent into chaos. Each monolith is part of a broader network, suggesting the Guardians intended their knowledge to be shared widely. The sheer scale of this network hints at their belief in preserving wisdom for the benefit of future civilizations. The ruins are also rich with artifacts, ancient devices and relics that still hold traces of their original function. Among the most significant finds are Guardian relics, mysterious objects imbued with energy signatures that defy full understanding. These relics are thought to be components of advanced machinery or ceremonial tools. Power conduits, fragments of energy transfer systems that suggest the Guardians developed highly efficient power sources far beyond current human capabilities. Cultural artifacts, from ceremonial urns to intricately carved tablets, these objects provide a glimpse into the spiritual and artistic life of the Guardians. These artifacts, when studied or integrated into human technology, have already advanced humanity's understanding of energy generation and materials science. Guardian ruins are not just technological wonders. They are psychological windows into a people whose culture valued progress, unity, and intellectual exploration. The symmetrical layouts of their structures reflect a deep appreciation for balance and harmony, while their writings suggest a society guided by collective decision-making and mutual respect. Yet the ruins also tell a darker story. As the Guardians advanced, their reliance on artificial intelligence grew, leading to societal rifts and ultimately a devastating civil war. The very technology that elevated them became their undoing, a cautionary tale etched into the walls of their decaying monuments. Despite decades of study, the Guardian ruins remain shrouded in mystery. Some researchers believe the ruins contain undiscovered layers of data hidden behind encryption methods far beyond current human comprehension. Others speculate that the ruins are part of a larger network of active systems, waiting to be reactivated by the right sequence of inputs. Guardian technology and its applications. The integration of Guardian technology into modern systems has given humanity access to tools and devices that redefine the limits of what is possible in engineering, defense, and exploration. By reverse engineering artifacts and deciphering Guardian blueprints, researchers have managed to adapt several practical applications that are now reshaping interstellar operations. One of the most significant advancements has been in ship durability. Guardian hull reinforcement modules incorporate advanced alloys derived from Guardian materials. These alloys are far lighter and stronger than traditional counterparts, offering unparalleled protection against both kinetic impacts and thermal energy.
This log describes, in general terms, the materials used in Guardian hardware. It's clear that starship hulls and the Guardian's equivalent of ship modules were made of the same lightweight alloy as the panels found at many Guardian sites. Unfortunately, this alloy incorporates a metal I have yet to identify, which means I will be unable to recreate it. What is clear is that this alloy was both lightweight and highly durable. As for their shield technology, we already know that it was highly sophisticated. Encouragingly, the log describes it in considerable detail. Given time, I might be able to use this data to develop some exceptional defensive technology.
What sets Guardian hull reinforcements apart is their adaptability. The materials are designed to redistribute stress dynamically, allowing ships to endure sustained fire or catastrophic collisions without critical failure. This technology has proven particularly effective in combat scenarios, especially against the Thargoids, whose weaponry often overwhelms conventional defenses. Guardian-inspired shield technology goes beyond simple energy barriers. Shield reinforcement devices based on Guardian systems integrate energy routing algorithms capable of prioritizing and redistributing shield strength where it is needed most. This results in an intelligent defense that reacts in real time to different types of threats, including Thargoid bioweapons. Enhanced by Guardian power sources, these shields also have a higher capacity and recharge rate, giving pilots a critical edge in hostile environments. Guardian weapon blueprints have revolutionized modern offensive capabilities. The most notable devices include Guardian Gauss cannons, high-precision weapons that accelerate projectiles at extreme velocities, delivering devastating impact with pinpoint accuracy, ideal for piercing through Thargoid armor. Guardian plasma chargers. Utilizing advanced plasma containment technology, these weapons generate powerful bursts of energy that are highly effective against biological and synthetic targets alike.
These records describe ancient Guardian weaponry. It seems the Guardians employed 3 different designs: an energy-based weapon similar to a railgun, a projectile weapon that fired concentrated plasma, and a weapon that fired charged crystal shards at extreme velocities. These weapons were apparently powered by the crystals we have termed Guardian relics, and the log describes how the relic generates and distributes energy within the weapon. This is a significant discovery, as it means it might be possible to recreate these weapons, or at least to design our own versions of them. Oh, it's extremely exciting. This log describes the Guardians' weapon technology. It seems they developed electromagnetic projectile weapons early in their modern period, utilizing the same technology they used to launch their first spacecraft. These weapons ionized the path of their target before firing focused bolts of energy along the ionized track. They were crude and unpredictable at first, sometimes resulting in the death of the wielder. But once the Guardians learned to regulate the ionization process, they became more stable.
Guardian shard cannons. Fragmentation-based weapons that fire energy-infused shards, capable of tearing through resilient defenses. These hybrid weapons are specifically designed to counter Thargoid threats, suggesting that the Guardians had once engaged in protracted conflict with the alien species. The discovery of Guardian power conduits has allowed humanity to develop compact yet efficient power plants. These systems generate immense energy output, far exceeding traditional reactors, while maintaining stability under extreme conditions. These power plants have not only improved starship performance, but have also found applications in planetary installations, enabling colonies to operate with fewer resources. Adapted Guardian modules protect critical ship components from damage during combat. These devices encase key systems in advanced shielding, reducing the likelihood of system failure under heavy fire. Their ability to withstand corrothermal damage makes them indispensable for extended operations in hazardous regions of space. Guardian technology provides a tactical advantage in human Thargoid conflicts. Ships equipped with Guardian hybrid modules consistently outperform their counterparts, demonstrating the effectiveness of ancient technology in modern warfare. However, reliance on Guardian tech has raised concerns among researchers. The intricate designs of Guardian devices suggest they were built with specific parameters in mind, parameters that may not align with human systems. Some worry that over-adaptation could lead to unforeseen consequences, as humanity attempts to fully integrate technology it barely understands. While much of the focus has been on military applications, Guardian technology has also advanced scientific exploration. Enhanced sensors derived from Guardian designs allow for more detailed scans of celestial bodies. Guardian navigation aids, when coupled with human systems, improve accuracy during hyperspace jumps, reducing the risks of misjumps in uncharted territories. The devices humanity has adapted from Guardian technology represent only a fraction of what the ancient race accomplished. Each breakthrough opens new doors, but also new questions about the limits and dangers of using systems developed by an extinct civilization. The Guardians' legacy is a double-edged sword. Their technology has undoubtedly strengthened humanity's position in the galaxy, yet their own downfall serves as a cautionary tale. The very tools that once made them masters of their domain ultimately contributed to their extinction. The First Guardian Civil War erupted when the initial ideological divide between the integrators and the traditionalists reached a boiling point. This early conflict was fueled by disagreements over the role of artificial intelligence in Guardian society. The integrators, advocating for deeper reliance on AI, viewed it as a natural evolution, believing that synthetic minds were essential for the Guardians to continue progressing.
This log details the Guardians' development of artificial intelligence. It appears the Guardians experimented with artificial intelligence prior to the invention of the monolith network. But the creation of the network and the knowledge sharing it facilitated dramatically accelerated the rate of progress. Eventually, the Guardians' experiments bore fruit, resulting in the first fully sentient machines. These constructs were seen as a means to enhance the Guardians' technological mastery and were integrated into various aspects of their society. Neural implants were developed that connected the Guardians with both the constructs and the monolith network in a symbiotic circle. It is truly remarkable.
In contrast, the traditionalists feared the growing autonomy of AI, warning that it threatened the Guardians' way of life and could lead to unforeseen consequences. Tensions escalated as military factions were formed around these opposing views, and soon the once unified civilization descended into a violent struggle. The war saw the use of advanced Guardian weaponry, including energy-based systems and autonomous drones, as both sides sought to assert their dominance. The conflict, though devastating, was only the precursor to the far greater cataclysm that would come with the rise of rogue AI in the later stages of their downfall. The First Guardian Civil War ultimately ended in a precarious truce, brokered by a coalition of neutral factions and influential leaders who recognized the catastrophic consequences of a prolonged conflict. Despite the ceasefire, the rift between the integrators and traditionalists remained deep, and no clear victor emerged. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties, with entire fleets lost in prolonged engagements and critical infrastructure decimated. In the aftermath of the war, a fragile peace was maintained by a shared commitment to avoid further destruction, but the underlying tensions remained unresolved. The Guardians, now severely weakened, were forced to reconsider their reliance on AI, as the war had shown the dangers of unchecked technological advancement. However, the integrators were not easily swayed, and they began covertly working on developing more advanced AI systems, which would eventually contribute to the second and far more destructive civil war. The truce, while holding for a time, only delayed the inevitable as the Guardians' internal divisions festered, setting the stage for their eventual collapse. The Second Guardian Civil War erupted a few centuries after the fragile truce of the first conflict, sparked by the resurgence of AI-driven factions that had been secretly developing advanced systems in defiance of the earlier peace agreements.
This data describes the motives behind the Second Guardian Civil War, which ultimately led to their demise. The Guardians had a deep veneration of nature, and many of them saw the development of advanced technologies, such as artificial intelligence, as a perversion of the natural order. A schism emerged between the nature-worshipping traditionalists and the technologically minded progressives, a divide that widened with alarming speed. Efforts were made to diffuse the rising tension, but the traditionalists felt alienated by the rapid rate of change. Artificial intelligence and the development of the monolith network became scapegoats for all manner of social ills, and the traditionalists began to clamor for a return to simpler times. Ultimately, the ideological divergence proved insurmountable. A second civil war erupted, quickly engulfing most of the Guardian star systems.
This time, the war was even more devastating, as both the integrators and traditionalists had fortified their positions with superior technology, and the moral divisions over AI use had only deepened. The war quickly escalated into a full-scale conflict, with the integrators pushing for the widespread deployment of autonomous AI systems to govern their society, while the traditionalists fiercely resisted.
This log reveals more about the sides that fought in the Second Civil War. In its early stages, the war was fought primarily by soldiers, but within a decade, and after significant loss of life, most of the fighting was conducted remotely. The progressives fought with automated combat machines. These engines of war took various forms, from autonomous drones to vast, lumbering dreadnoughts imbued with limited artificial intelligence. On the other side, the traditionalists relied mostly on biological weapons. They used germ warfare alongside long-range missiles loaded with corrosive enzymes, which could target the enemy's war machines from a great distance.
Seeing such power as a betrayal of their foundational values. Entire star systems were consumed in brutal battles, with Guardian fleets clashing across the galaxy and both sides suffering immense losses. Ultimately, the war ended not with a resolution, but with the collapse of Guardian society itself. The destructive nature of the conflict, combined with the destabilizing effects of rampant AI malfunction, shattered their civilization. The Guardians, once a beacon of technological and societal achievement, were left fractured and on the brink of extinction. The Myth of RAXXLA. In the depths of the galaxy, amidst the uncountable stars and infinite black void, there is one name that stirs the hearts of explorers, treasure hunters, and conspiracists alike: RAXXLA. It is a name shrouded in mystery, a legend that has echoed through the halls of stations, the comm channels of daring pilots, and the encrypted files of ancient archives. RAXXLA is not just a system, not merely a planet or a star. It is a myth, a puzzle that has haunted the edges of human exploration since the earliest days of spacefaring. In this video log, we will explore all the star systems humanity had reached by 2296, searching for any possible connections to RAXXLA. By 2296, when RAXXLA first mentioned, humanity had successfully reached and colonized numerous star systems within the Elite Dangerous universe. These systems formed the backbone of humanity's early expansion and set the stage for further exploration into the galaxy's unknown regions. Below are some of the key systems humans had reached by 2296. Sol System, Earth's home system, the cradle of humanity's spacefaring ambitions. The Sol System remains the heart of human civilization, with Earth as the central hub for politics, economy, and culture. Tau Ceti, one of the first systems colonized by humans, known for its Earth-like planet, Tau Ceti III. Tau Ceti was a pioneer in humanity's early interstellar expansion, playing a key role in the development of the early colony, New Horizon. Alpha Centauri, one of the closest star systems to Earth and the site of the first successful interstellar expedition. Alpha Centauri became a key system for humanity's growth in space, featuring multiple colonized planets and advanced infrastructure. Procyon, an early target for exploration, notable for the Procyon system's proximity to Alpha Centauri. Procyon helped expand human presence further into the galaxy and was vital for the trade routes linking many of the early human settlements. Leve, a famous system known for its station, Lave Station, and as a key location for the Lave cluster. By 2296, Lave had established itself as a major trade hub and center for exploration, particularly after humanity reached it during their earliest expeditions. Barnard's Star, another early target for human exploration, contributing to the expansion into the nearby star systems. Barnard's Star became an essential part of the broader exploration of the galaxy by humanity. Altair, a relatively early stop in humanity's expansion, serving as a strategic location for trade and exploration. Altair was known for its bustling trade routes and its place in the ongoing effort to establish human outposts across the galaxy. Sirius became vital to humanity's infrastructure and exploration, serving as a stepping stone for future technological advancements. Epsilon Eridani, a system explored early by humanity due to its proximity to Earth and its ability to provide valuable resources. Epsilon Eridani played a role in the early growth of the human colonies, especially in establishing a forward base for future expansion into nearby regions. Zeta Tucanae, a key system in humanity's early expansion and colonization efforts. Zeta Tucanae saw significant development as one of the first systems in the outer reaches of human space. Arcturus, known as one of the distant early reaches of human space exploration. Arcturus contributed to the human presence in the more remote areas of the galaxy. The earliest mention of RAXXLA can be traced back to the pre-Federation era, long before humanity had expanded beyond its homeworld. It was in the records of a long-lost expedition where a handful of ships ventured into deep space, only to disappear without a trace. In the wake of their disappearance, survivors claimed to have found strange anomalies, stardust patterns that defied explanation, the glimmer of hidden pathways, and the faintest whispers of an ancient civilization. These survivors spoke of a system beyond the known galaxy, a place where the laws of physics seemed to bend and twist, but no one ever truly believed them. After all, the vast majority of space was unforgiving, and these reports could have easily been dismissed as wild imagination, born from isolation and stress. Yet the name RAXXLA persisted, passed along by traders, explorers, and pirates who claimed to have glimpsed fragments of the truth. Over time, RAXXLA became the stuff of legends, an elusive destination that only the most dedicated, some would say obsessive, pilots dared to seek. Stories began to emerge, each one contradicting the last, each one offering a different version of what RAXXLA truly was. Some claimed it was a world, hidden in the black, its location lost to all but a few. Others believed it was a starship, abandoned and drifting, a vessel that contained the key to unlocking ancient technologies. There were even those who whispered that RAXXLA was not a place at all, but a riddle, an enigma that could only be solved by a select few, those who possessed the right knowledge and courage. What remained constant across all tales was the presence of the Dark Wheel, a mysterious faction said to be the guardians of RAXXLA's secrets. Little was known about them, and even less was confirmed. Some claimed they were a cult, others a powerful shadow organization. They were said to track down anyone who ventured too close to the hidden system, to silence those who got too close to uncovering the truth. Some insisted the Dark Wheel was nothing more than a figment of myth, invented by those who wished to keep RAXXLA's secret buried forever. Despite centuries of searching, no one had ever located RAXXLA. No signal, no trace of its existence had ever been definitively discovered. Numerous pilots had claimed to be on the verge of finding it, only to disappear, their ships abandoned in the cold emptiness of space. Some believed the galaxy itself was protecting RAXXLA, that the very fabric of reality had bent to conceal it from prying eyes. As centuries passed, RAXXLA became a myth, a symbol of the ultimate reward for the brave or foolish. It was a destination that was both feared and revered, a place where the very nature of the universe might be understood, or perhaps broken. For those who believed, RAXXLA represented the unknown, the limit of human understanding, the final frontier. Even as the galaxy expanded and more systems and planets were charted and explored, the myth of RAXXLA remained. The lore persisted, encoded in the deepest recesses of the galaxy's most ancient databases, in the fragmented logs of lost explorers, in the stories passed down by those who had seen the stars from the edges of the known universe. No one knew what RAXXLA truly was, or if it even existed. Yet, it endured, an enduring mystery that haunted the darkest corners of space, calling out to those who still believed in the impossible. The search continued, driven not just by the need to discover, but by the desire to prove that some myths were real, and that in the endless expanse of the galaxy, there were still secrets worth uncovering. Sol System and the RAXXLA connection. The Sol System, the birthplace of humanity's expansion into the stars, is at the heart of many tales of human ambition, exploration, and mystery. Yet within its familiar planets and orbiting stations lies a connection to one of the most tantalizing legends in the universe, RAXXLA. This myth, a whispered name across many corners of the galaxy, has been linked to the Sol System for as long as humanity has ventured into the stars. The question arises, how does Sol, the cradle of humanity, relate to the enigma of RAXXLA? The legacy of Earth Sol as the birthplace of humanity's interstellar ambitions was home to the United Nations of Earth, UNE, for centuries. It was here that the first ships were built to explore the stars, launching humanity into the cosmos. Earth, with its rich history, advanced technologies, and political influence, served as the central hub of humanity's expansion efforts. Over the centuries, the Sol System became a bustling, well-connected center of trade, politics, and exploration. The early human colonies, from Alpha Centauri to Barnard's star, were a direct result of the progress made from Sol. And yet, the true depths of the system's significance extend far beyond its surface. The connection between Sol and RAXXLA begins not in the familiar colonies or bustling spaceports of the system, but in the ancient stories, secretive factions, and covert exploration missions that defined early human history. At the heart of this connection lies the myth of RAXXLA, a legendary star system that is said to hold ancient secrets, vast riches, and perhaps a hidden power capable of reshaping the future of humanity itself. The Dark Wheel and the Soul Enigma. One of the first mentions of RAXXLA came from the shadowy faction known as the Dark Wheel, a group with mysterious motives whose reach extends deep into the fabric of human history. They were the ones to first speak of RAXXLA in hushed tones, warning explorers to stay away from the system and hinting at its power. It was in the Sol system that humanity's earliest adventurers, pilots and explorers from all walks of life, first heard the rumors about RAXXLA. Yet, it was also in Sol where the connection between the Dark Wheel and the mystery of RAXXLA was first forged. The Dark Wheel's interest in RAXXLA is both conspiratorial and enigmatic. What was it that made them so intent on guarding the secret of this place? Was RAXXLA a treasure trove of alien technology, capable of giving its discoverers an overwhelming advantage? Or was it something far more dangerous, a place so powerful that it was best left undiscovered by the masses? The Dark Wheel's influence in Sol's underworld, and their ability to spread the myth through whispers and secretive dealings, positioned the system as a gateway to the hunt for RAXXLA. But while the Dark Wheel may have been one of the most vocal factions in reference to RAXXLA, they were not the only ones seeking the hidden truth. Within the Sol system itself, deep in the shadows of governmental and corporate interests, there were those who had long known of RAXXLA's connection to Earth's distant past. Ancient texts, long thought lost to time, hinted at a forgotten history, one that tied the origin of humanity's space exploration not just to the Sol system, but to a cosmic riddle that extended far beyond the stars. The Sol system's ancient secrets. Sol was not merely a starting point for humanity's expansion. It was also home to vast repositories of knowledge, some of which had been hidden for centuries. Some scholars and historians believed that the key to understanding RAXXLA's true nature was buried deep within the archives of Earth itself. Ancient alien artifacts predating humanity's arrival in space had been discovered in the Sol system. These relics, many of which were found in the icy moons of Saturn and Jupiter, contained clues that pointed toward a much older civilization, possibly linked to the origins of the RAXXLA myth. One such artifact, an enigmatic data cube discovered in 2132 on Europa, contained a series of cryptic symbols and star charts that, when decoded, appeared to point to a distant region of space. This chart, however, was incomplete. Its final coordinates were corrupted or hidden, but it was clear that they referenced an elusive system far beyond the human reach at the time. Many believed that these star charts were not just random maps, but instead deliberate instructions pointing toward the system where RAXXLA might reside. For decades, scholars in Sol's various research institutions have tried to piece together the puzzle. Some speculate that RAXXLA could be hidden in a system within the Lev cluster, a region of space with a rich history of exploration and unknown phenomena. Others suggest that RAXXLA may lie hidden within the deep core of the galaxy, a place so distant and dangerous that only the most daring explorers would even attempt the journey. And yet, the Sol system remains a central point in these investigations, with key figures in the galaxy's scientific community repeatedly returning to Earth in search of further clues. The hidden maps and the hunt for RAXXLA. By 2296, as humanity's reach into the galaxy continued to grow, the myth of RAXXLA had spread far beyond the Sol system. Yet, many believed that the truth about RAXXLA's location could only be found in the star systems that lay closest to Earth. Some factions, including the Dark Wheel, believed that RAXXLA was not just a myth, but an ancient key to unimaginable power. For those who believed in the connection between RAXXLA and Sol, the search for RAXXLA was as much a quest for human history as it was for future dominance. While the pursuit of RAXXLA continued, the Sol system itself had become more than just the starting point for humanity's journey into space. It had become the focal point for a galaxy-wide search for something hidden in the very stars humanity had explored for centuries. RAXXLA remained elusive, its secrets just out of reach, but as long as humanity continued to look to the stars, Sol would remain the place where the myth was born and where the mystery would one day be solved. The truth about RAXXLA, if it is ever uncovered, is a story that could change everything. For now, it remains a myth, one that originates in the heart of Sol, a place of new beginnings, ancient secrets, and the promise of discovery. Tau Ceti and the RAXXLA connection. Tau Ceti, one of humanity's earliest and most important colonies, sits as a key system in the history of human exploration. Its proximity to Earth made it an ideal target for expansion, and it became a symbol of humanity's first steps into the stars. However, beneath the surface of this seemingly ordinary star system lies an intriguing connection to one of the greatest mysteries of the galaxy, RAXXLA. This link, while elusive and speculative, suggests that Tau Ceti may play a significant role in the mythos surrounding RAXXLA, an enigmatic system that has captivated explorers, factions, and scholars alike. The pioneering age of Tau Ceti. When humanity first reached Tau Ceti in the late 22nd century, it was a beacon of hope, a distant star that could support human life, offering the promise of new beginnings and fresh frontiers. The system's Earth-like planet, Tau Ceti III, was quickly colonized, and New Horizon, the first city to be established on this new world, became a hub for exploration and research. It was a time of optimism and bold ambition, as the pioneers who settled in Tau Ceti sought to push beyond the boundaries of known space and uncover the mysteries of the stars. The early settlers in Tau Ceti had no way of knowing that the system would also be a starting point for a much more obscure and dangerous quest, the search for RAXXLA. While the connection between Tau Ceti and the Myth of RAXXLA was not widely known, it's speculated that the seeds of the legend were sown in this very system, where some of the earliest explorers stumbled upon clues that would later be linked to the elusive system. Tau Ceti and the hidden maps. The link between Tau Ceti and RAXXLA is often traced back to the discovery of an ancient star chart found by an early explorer in the system. According to some accounts, a deep space scout ship, while charting Tau Ceti's outer rim, stumbled upon a series of coordinates hidden within an unremarkable asteroid field. These coordinates, though vague, seem to lead to an entirely different region of space, one that was too far for the current technology to reach. The chart was partial, and the message it carried was cryptic, but it suggested the existence of a star system far beyond Tau Ceti, perhaps a place that matched the descriptions of RAXXLA. This discovery would spark further investigations, as researchers and explorers from Tau Ceti began to connect the dots between the chart and other scattered pieces of information about RAXXLA. The clues, however, were often inconclusive. Some suggested that Tau Ceti was part of a larger network of systems that could have acted as a way station or gateway for those seeking to find the legendary system. Others believed that the myth of RAXXLA had deeper roots in Tau Ceti, with the system itself acting as a kind of hidden key, one that could unlock the path to RAXXLA if one knew where to look. The connection between Tau Ceti and RAXXLA was first brought to the attention of the galaxy by the explorers of the Dark Wheel, a shadowy faction with ties to many of the galaxy's most enigmatic mysteries. The Dark Wheel had long been rumored to possess secret knowledge about RAXXLA, and it's thought that they may have used Tau Ceti as a staging ground for their investigations. Tau Ceti's location, along with the star chart and subsequent clues, made it an ideal starting point for those who wished to follow the path toward RAXXLA. The Dark Wheel's cryptic warnings about RAXXLA, its power, its danger, and its role in shaping the future of the galaxy, fueled the belief that Tau Ceti was not just a place of settlement, but a location rich with hidden truths. Theoretical links: Tau Ceti as a portal to RAXXLA. As the myth of RAXXLA continued to grow, so too did the theories about Tau Ceti's role in the search for it. Some explorers believe that Tau Ceti is more than just a starting point for the search. They theorize that the system itself may contain the key to finding RAXXLA. One theory proposes that the system acts as a kind of cosmic portal, a bridge between two regions of space that are otherwise unreachable. According to this theory, Tau Ceti could be the gateway system that leads to the distant stars where RAXXLA may lie hidden. Others believe that the true location of RAXXLA can only be found by studying the astronomical anomalies that surround Tau Ceti. The system is known for its unusual gravitational fluctuations, which some have speculated are the result of hidden structures or ancient technologies. Some have even suggested that these anomalies may be artificial in origin, possibly created by an ancient civilization with ties to the hidden truths of RAXXLA. Could Tau Ceti be the last remnant of a civilization that once thrived on RAXXLA, or perhaps a relic of a long-forgotten age of exploration? The search for these anomalies has led many to focus their efforts on the outer planets of Tau Ceti, especially Teti 4, which is known for its strange magnetic fields. Some believe that these fields may be linked to the mysterious forces that guard the secret of RAXXLA, acting as a kind of safeguard to prevent the system from being discovered. Despite the ongoing exploration, no definitive answers have emerged, but the idea that Tau Ceti holds the key to RAXXLA's location continues to drive many of the galaxy's most dedicated explorers. Alpha Centauri and the RAXXLA connection. One of the earliest recorded hints came from Earth's pre-hyperdrive era. In the late 21st century, exploratory missions to Proxima Centauri's planets uncovered enigmatic signals emanating from the Proxima Kuiper belt. Although dismissed as natural phenomena at the time, later analysis indicated these signals bore characteristics consistent with Thargoid artifacts. By the mid-22nd century, rumors of a crystalline artifact discovered on Proxima b began circulating among early spacefarers. The object was reportedly encoded with star charts that pointed beyond known space. While its fate remains unknown, speculative accounts tied it to the RAXXLA narrative, suggesting it could have been an ancient marker or waypoint. Centuries later, with humanity's expansion into the stars, Alpha Centauri's role in the RAXXLA mythos deepened. Independent explorers and rogue surveyors have occasionally reported unusual structures in the system's outer reaches. One such account describes a massive guardian-like construct embedded within a rogue asteroid near the Kuiper belt. The structure was adorned with glyphs resembling those found on Guardian relics, yet distinctly different, suggesting it may predate even the Guardians. The glyphs were partially decoded using advanced xenolinguistic algorithms. The most frequently translated phrase was, "The Gate of Souls, the path begins here." This cryptic message has led to theories that Alpha Centauri could serve as an entry point or waypoint on the path to RAXXLA, though no verifiable evidence has emerged to confirm this. The system's connection to RAXXLA remains further shrouded by reports of shadowy interference. Pilots investigating these leads often recount encounters with unidentified vessels equipped with advanced technology and no visible transponders. Such incidents are invariably accompanied by disappearances or destroyed vessels, leaving behind fragmented logs and no survivors. Procyon and the RAXXLA connection. Procyon, a binary star system located roughly 11.4 light-years from Earth, is a key player in the narrative of humanity's early expansion into the stars. With its twin stars, Procyon A, a yellow-white giant, and Procyon B, a white dwarf, the system has been a subject of study for centuries, offering both scientific intrigue and an undeniable link to the myth of RAXXLA. Though not a central system in the grand scale of human colonization, Procyon's connection to the enigmatic system of RAXXLA has been the subject of much speculation. Could Procyon, long known for its stellar complexity and rich history of astronomical exploration, hold the key to uncovering the secrets of RAXXLA? Procyon, an early star for exploration. Like many systems in the early days of humanity's interstellar travel, Procyon offered an early opportunity for exploration and discovery. As part of humanity's quest to explore nearby star systems, Procyon was one of the first systems charted after the completion of the jump from Sol. Its binary nature made it a unique focal point for astronomers and explorers, as its dual stars presented a puzzle of gravitational and light phenomena. In the 22nd century, as human technology advanced, Procyon became the site of several scientific expeditions. Researchers flocked to study the gravitational interactions between Procyon A and Procyon B, which had never been fully understood before. The system's rich potential for scientific discovery quickly attracted the attention of both private enterprises and government-backed space programs. However, it wasn't just the binary nature of Procyon that piqued the interest of explorers. Some of the early expeditions uncovered an anomaly within the system that would spark rumors and further investigations, the first signs of a connection to RAXXLA. The first clue, a strange signal from Procyon B. The connection between Procyon and RAXXLA may have begun as early as the 23rd century, when an exploration team, led by the United Nations Exploration Fleet, UNF, detected an unusual signal emanating from the vicinity of Procyon B. Unlike any natural radiation pattern or stellar anomaly previously observed, the signal appeared to be a deliberate transmission, almost as if someone or something had intended for it to be detected. While the source of the signal could not be identified, the fleet's scientists noted a striking feature. Embedded within the transmission were coordinates that seemed to point to a distant sector of the galaxy. The signal was brief and fragmented, but it was enough to catch the attention of certain groups, particularly those fascinated with the legend of RAXXLA. The coordinates, though not precise, seemed to suggest a star system far beyond Procyon's own space, one that had no known cataloged entry in any of the galaxy's star charts. This was the first time that Procyon was linked to the myth of RAXXLA, and it set the stage for decades of speculation regarding the system's role in the greater galactic mystery. Though no official documentation exists confirming this initial transmission as a direct clue toward RAXXLA, many believe that it was the catalyst for further investigations into the system. This mysterious signal began to form the foundation for a theory that Procyon was not just a stop on the way to other, more established systems, but rather a key waypoint in the search for RAXXLA itself. The Dark Wheel and Procyon, a faction's interest. The legend of RAXXLA, particularly its ties to the Dark Wheel, a shadowy faction shrouded in secrecy, began to overlap with the interest in Procyon. The Dark Wheel, known for its clandestine operations and involvement in the search for RAXXLA, began to show an increasing presence in the region. With their history of operating in the shadows of galactic exploration, it is suspected that they may have had knowledge of the signal detected by the UNF explorers. The Dark Wheel's fascination with Procyon B and its potential ties to RAXXLA grew as they began to piece together more information. It was believed that the faction had begun conducting their own expeditions into the system, sending deep space scouts and covert operatives to investigate the coordinates embedded in the mysterious signal. These expeditions, though shrouded in secrecy, seemed to yield little in terms of concrete results. However, there were unconfirmed reports of strange encounters, sightings of unidentified ships near Procyon B, cryptic messages intercepted, and even rumors of a hidden base, possibly linked to the legacy of an ancient civilization with knowledge of RAXXLA. The Dark Wheel's interest in Procyon cemented the system's place in the growing lore surrounding RAXXLA. For many, the connection was no longer a mere theory. It was a tantalizing mystery that needed to be explored, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Whether the Dark Wheel had knowledge of the system's deeper secrets or was simply drawn to the mystery of the signal remains uncertain. But their involvement in Procyon's story makes it clear that the system holds significance beyond its scientific value. Procyon as a gateway to RAXXLA, theoretical connections. As exploration continued, and with the whispers of the Dark Wheel spreading, new theories emerged about Procyon's role in the larger mystery of RAXXLA. One of the most compelling ideas proposed that Procyon could serve as a gateway, a step along the path to discovering the fabled system. According to this theory, the coordinates embedded in the original signal were not just an arbitrary set of numbers, but part of a complex puzzle that could only be solved by piecing together information from multiple sources across the galaxy. There are also suggestions that Procyon's position in the galactic neighborhood, being relatively close to the center of the human-inhabited regions, may be strategic. Could Procyon serve as a crossroads, a place where certain knowledge converges, waiting for the right person or faction to unlock it? Perhaps the system's proximity to other key locations like Sol and Alpha Centauri could suggest that Procyon was a point of contact for ancient explorers who sought RAXXLA, acting as an intermediary star system in a much larger cosmic journey. The continuing search, Procyon in the shadow of RAXXLA. The connection between Procyon and RAXXLA remains one of the more speculative and elusive links in the ongoing search for the legendary system. Despite the intriguing clues, such as the mysterious signal and the involvement of the Dark Wheel, no definitive evidence has emerged to confirm that Procyon is directly connected to RAXXLA. Still, the system remains a point of interest for explorers and factions alike, each driven by the hope that one day the key to unlocking the RAXXLA mystery will be found within its gravitational reaches. The Lave and RAXXLA connection. The connection between the Lave system and the elusive RAXXLA has been the subject of mystery and speculation for centuries. While RAXXLA itself is largely regarded as a fabled location, perhaps a key to immense ancient power or a gateway to unimaginable knowledge, its link to Lave has become a tantalizing thread in the web of galactic lore. Lave, a system known for its prominent role in human spacefaring history, has long been a hub for trade and exploration. Its planet, also named Lave, is a vibrant center of commerce surrounded by agricultural riches, bustling space stations, and thriving human colonies. However, beneath its industrious exterior, Lave has always been wrapped in an aura of deeper mystery. It is a system whose secrets may be far older and more profound than anyone could have guessed. The link between Lave and RAXXLA lies in the ancient, unexplained ruins scattered throughout the galaxy. These ruins, some of which are located in the Lave system, are remnants of a long-lost civilization, far older than humanity or any known species. These structures, buried beneath the surface of planets, hidden among asteroid fields, or nestled within distant moons, share an unsettling similarity in their design. Sleek, geometrically perfect, and often adorned with symbols that remain incomprehensible to modern scholars. Many explorers who have ventured into the Lave system report encountering strange gravitational anomalies, peculiar energy signatures, and unexplained disturbances in the fabric of space-time. These phenomena, once thought to be random cosmic events, have led some to theorize that they are the result of ancient technologies, perhaps even the last remnants of the civilization that constructed RAXXLA. The system's gravitational fields, especially around Lave's gas giants, have been identified as a source of peculiar, weak signals that some claim are linked to RAXXLA's location. One of the most widely believed theories suggests that RAXXLA and Lave are connected through an ancient network of interstellar gates, star roads or jump points, created by the same civilization that left behind the mysterious ruins. These gates, hidden across the galaxy, could have once served as a means of swift travel, connecting distant parts of space in an instant. Lave, situated in a central and strategic part of the galaxy, could have been one of the key hubs of this network. If the gates still exist, they could potentially lead to RAXXLA or provide answers as to its location. Other theories point to the possibility that Lave is merely a waypoint in a larger cosmic riddle. Ancient records, some of which are scattered across various archives, suggest that RAXXLA may not be a physical location at all, but rather a manifestation of a higher state of being or an abstract space that exists beyond the known universe. Some even propose that RAXXLA could be the remains of a cosmic entity, an intelligence that once dominated the galaxy and left behind these symbols as a breadcrumb trail for those who would seek it. Despite the various rumors and theories, no direct evidence has ever emerged to confirm the true nature of the Lave-RAXXLA connection. For centuries, the best that humanity has been able to uncover are cryptic messages, strange anomalies, and the occasional unexplained phenomenon that suggests the presence of something greater. Some explorers believe they have found clues that point directly to Lave, but these discoveries have always led to dead ends or inexplicable losses of contact, further deepening the mystery. What is certain is that Lave is no ordinary star system. It is a crossroads of human history, a place where trade routes converge and ideas flow freely. Yet as much as it serves as a vital part of human space exploration, it also seems to hold a hidden significance, as though it is waiting for the right moment to reveal its deeper secrets. The possibility that Lave could be linked to RAXXLA, whether through ancient technology, an interdimensional gateway, or the remnants of a lost civilization, remains one of the galaxy's most enduring mysteries. As more explorers venture into the Lave system, scanning its planets, moons, and asteroid fields, they continue to unravel small fragments of the greater puzzle. Perhaps one day the final piece will fall into place, revealing not just the truth behind RAXXLA, but the untold history of the galaxy itself. Until then, the connection between Lave and RAXXLA will remain a tantalizing enigma, forever out of reach, shrouded in the shadows of the unknown. The Barnard's Star and RAXXLA connection. RAXXLA, a name spoken in hushed tones by explorers and historians, is often referred to as a fabled location, a place that exists somewhere between myth and reality. Its connection to Barnard's star has been the subject of intense speculation, with theories ranging from ancient alien technologies to interdimensional gateways. While no concrete evidence has ever emerged to confirm RAXXLA's existence, the whispers surrounding Barnard's star have only fueled the fire of curiosity. The theory connecting Barnard's star to RAXXLA is rooted in the star's unusual properties. While Barnard's star itself is relatively small and dim compared to other stars, it has a remarkable characteristic: its high proper motion. This means it moves quickly through the sky relative to other stars, a feature that has puzzled astronomers for centuries. Some researchers have speculated that Barnard's star may be part of a wider network of stars that align with the fabled location of RAXXLA, serving as a sort of celestial marker or beacon in a vast and unexplored corner of the galaxy. Ancient star maps, some of which date back to the early days of human exploration, have shown curious alignments between Barnard's star and other stars in the region. These alignments appear to form a geometric pattern that, to some, resembles the type of structure one might expect from an advanced civilization. A civilization capable of mapping the stars with precision and foresight. Some believe that the ancient civilization responsible for RAXXLA may have left these clues as a trail to guide future explorers, with Barnard's star marking a pivotal point on that path. Further evidence of the connection between Barnard's star and RAXXLA comes from the strange phenomena that have been recorded in the system over the years. Numerous explorers and scientists have reported encountering unusual gravitational anomalies in the vicinity of Barnard's star. These anomalies, though weak, suggest the presence of an unseen mass, or perhaps an object of extraordinary energy. Some theorists believe this could be a remnant of the ancient technology once associated with RAXXLA, hidden in the shadows of Barnard's star, waiting to be uncovered. Barnard's star also lies near a region of space that has been the site of numerous unexplained disturbances, unusual bursts of radiation, electromagnetic fluctuations, and spatial anomalies that defy current understanding. These phenomena, though often dismissed as random cosmic events, have led some to believe that Barnard's star may be more than just a simple red dwarf. It could be the site of an ancient gateway, a portal to the hidden world of RAXXLA, or even a focal point for a vast network of forgotten interstellar pathways that once connected the galaxy. There are also those who believe that Barnard's star is more than just a physical location in the galaxy. It is a symbol, a marker that indicates the proximity of RAXXLA. According to this theory, the star system may not be the end destination, but rather the beginning of a journey. To reach RAXXLA, one must first follow the clues scattered across the galaxy, with Barnard's star serving as the first key in unlocking the mystery. Some believe that ancient texts and forgotten maps, once hidden within the archives of long-extinct civilizations, contain hidden coordinates that lead to RAXXLA, coordinates that point directly to Barnard's star and beyond. Despite these theories, direct evidence linking Barnard's star to RAXXLA remains elusive. No ships have ever been dispatched specifically to investigate the system's potential connection to the legendary location, and those who have ventured too close have often found little more than empty space, scattered debris, and the dim glow of the red dwarf. Still, the possibility of something greater lurking within the system cannot be dismissed. Many explorers continue to be drawn to Barnard's star, convinced that it holds the key to unlocking the secrets of RAXXLA. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for the connection between Barnard's star and RAXXLA comes from the historical records of the ancient superpowers. In the early days of humanity's expansion into the stars, various spacefaring factions claim to have found signs of RAXXLA's existence within Barnard's star system. These claims, though often dismissed as rumors or exaggerations, have resurfaced over time, hinting at an undeniable link between the two. Perhaps the most intriguing discovery occurred when a small research vessel, the Driftwood, ventured into the outer reaches of Barnard's star. The crew, following a trail of faint signals detected by an old probe, discovered an abandoned station, old, worn, and seemingly untouched by time. The station, though built by an unknown civilization, contained symbols and markings that were eerily similar to those found on artifacts believed to be connected to RAXXLA. The discovery of this station, although it didn't provide any definitive answers, fueled the growing belief that Barnard's star could hold the key to RAXXLA's true location. The connection between Barnard's star and RAXXLA, while still unproven, continues to captivate the imaginations of explorers, historians, and researchers alike. With its unique properties, mysterious anomalies, and ties to ancient civilizations, Barnard's star stands as one of the few remaining enigmas in the galaxy. Whether it is the first step on a journey to uncover RAXXLA or merely a cosmic coincidence remains to be seen. But one thing is certain: as long as the legend of RAXXLA persists, Barnard's star will remain a focal point of speculation, a symbol of the untold secrets waiting to be discovered in the farthest reaches of the galaxy. The Altair and RAXXLA connection. Altair, an A-type main-sequence star, lies just 16.7 light-years from Earth, making it one of the brighter and more easily identifiable stars in the galaxy. Known for its proximity and brightness, Altair has attracted the attention of astronomers and explorers alike for centuries. There is no direct or confirmed link between Altair and RAXXLA. However, like many stars of its kind, Altair is situated in a region of space that has long been a target for explorers searching for answers about RAXXLA's location. The system itself contains no known ancient ruins, hidden artifacts, or anomalies directly tied to RAXXLA. The connection is purely speculative, driven by the broader mystery of RAXXLA, and the fact that Altair is located near the edge of known space, an area historically known for being rich in exploration potential. The Sirius and RAXXLA connection. Sirius is a binary star system, with Sirius A being the main star and Sirius B, a white dwarf, being its companion. The system is home to the powerful Sirius Corporation, a megacorporation that plays a prominent role in human affairs, particularly in military and industrial sectors. The corporation is known for its advanced technologies, including the development of the FSD frame shift drive, which enables faster-than-light travel, as well as its extensive influence across the galaxy. However, beyond its role as the home of Sirius Corporation, the system is often linked to RAXXLA in various speculative theories, although no concrete evidence has been found to directly confirm this connection. Some believe that Sirius holds secrets that could point to RAXXLA's location, or that the system was once part of a network of star systems that help protect or hide the elusive location. The Epsilon, Eridani, and RAXXLA connection. The RAXXLA legend has long been associated with an ancient, possibly alien civilization whose knowledge could lead to unimaginable power or discovery. Some believe that ancient explorers left clues hidden in specific star systems to point toward RAXXLA's location. Epsilon Eridani, with its proximity to ancient human colonies and megacorporations, is seen as a logical waypoint in this search for lost knowledge. The Worldcraft Corporation, with its expertise in terraforming, may have come across such artifacts or even encountered remnants of the ancient civilization while working on planetary projects in the region. Their archives and research, however, remain shrouded in secrecy, and it's unclear whether they have any knowledge of RAXXLA or its potential ties to ancient technologies. Proximity to the ancient path. Theories about RAXXLA often link the system to a broader network of systems that were part of an ancient path or RAXXLA route, a series of star systems connected by clues that eventually lead to the hidden world. Epsilon Eridani sits near several other star systems that are theorized to be part of this route. For example, the neighboring system of Alpha Centauri has also been speculated to be linked to RAXXLA. The perceived connection between these systems and the idea of a network of clues being hidden in certain systems makes Epsilon Eridani an intriguing candidate for further exploration in the search for RAXXLA. Whether or not this path exists is still debated, but the speculation surrounding this potential connection keeps Epsilon Eridani in the conversation. RAXXLA and the Eridanus constellation. Epsilon Eridani lies in the Eridanus constellation, which has its own set of myths and associations in both historical and speculative lore. In various interpretations, the constellation is thought to represent a river or journey. Some community theories suggest that these associations could symbolically represent a path or passage to RAXXLA, a journey through the stars that leads to the legendary location. This interpretation ties into ancient traditions and the idea that RAXXLA may not be a traditional planet, but instead a place of knowledge, or perhaps a gateway to another dimension, hidden behind symbols in the stars. The fact that Epsilon Eridani is part of this constellation adds a layer of intrigue to the system's potential connection to the elusive world. Theories and speculations. While there is no direct evidence in linking Epsilon Eridani to RAXXLA, the system's role in the broader speculative narrative surrounding the legendary world remains significant. Epsilon Eridani's proximity to other key systems, as well as its association with the Eridanus constellation and the activities of Worldcraft, contributes to the ongoing theories about its place in the RAXXLA mystery. The Zeta Tucanae and RAXXLA connection. Zeta Tucanae, a binary star system located approximately 28 light-years from Earth, has intrigued explorers due to its positioning and potential connections to galactic mysteries, including RAXXLA. While no direct evidence exists in the lore linking Zeta Tucanae to RAXXLA, the system's characteristics make it an interesting candidate in the search for the legendary location. The system and its significance. Zeta Tucanae consists of two stars, Zeta Tucanae A and Zeta Tucanae B. The system is strategically placed near key locations in the galaxy, such as Sol, Alpha Centauri, and Lave. Its location along an important route connecting these systems makes Zeta Tucanae a noteworthy point for travel and exploration. The system is often considered a potential waypoint in the pursuit of deeper mysteries and hidden knowledge within the galaxy, including the possibility of RAXXLA's existence. Speculative connections to RAXXLA. Several factors contribute to its place in the search for the elusive location. Strategic positioning. Zeta Tucanae's location along the galactic trade routes connecting Sol, Alpha Centauri, and Lave positions it as a critical junction for interstellar travel. Its proximity to these well-known systems has led to the belief that it could be part of a hidden route or a clue in the search for RAXXLA. Its strategic positioning makes it a logical waypoint to investigate further in the broader quest for hidden worlds and ancient knowledge. Historical significance. The system's proximity to significant locations and its place within an area of high traffic within the galaxy have led to the idea that it could have played a role in ancient galactic history. Some speculate that Zeta Tucanae was once a key hub or part of the network tied to the ancient civilization believed to be linked to RAXXLA. Although there is no direct evidence to support this idea, the possibility remains intriguing within the larger context of the galaxy's mysterious past. Cultural and linguistic association. Zeta Tucanae resides within the Tucana constellation, which carries its own set of symbolic associations. The name Tucana is often linked to birds or flight, which can symbolize a journey or passage. Some interpretations suggest that the name and the constellation could represent a pathway or a gateway, perhaps linking Zeta Tucanae to RAXXLA's hidden location. This connection remains speculative, but the symbolism of a journey resonates with the themes often associated with the search for RAXXLA. The Arcturus and RAXXLA connection. Arcturus, a red giant star in the Bootes constellation, stands as one of the brightest stars visible in the night sky, located approximately 36.7 light-years from Earth. While there is no official evidence linking Arcturus directly to RAXXLA, the system's intriguing characteristics, along with its mythological and cultural associations, have sparked interest regarding potential connections to the elusive location. The system and its significance. Arcturus is a prominent feature within its stellar neighborhood. It is a red giant, a star that has reached the latter stages of its life cycle. The system itself is home to several celestial bodies, including a gas giant named Arcus and a rocky body called Major. The naming of these planets carries significant mythological and symbolic weight, providing a potential backdrop for further exploration in the context of the galaxy's deeper mysteries. Mythological associations. The planet named Arcus within the system is a reference to the mythological figure from Greek mythology. Arcas was the son of Zeus and Callisto, and was ultimately transformed into the Ursa Major constellation. This link to the myth of Ursa Major is reinforced by the naming of a rocky body in the system called Major, which could be an allusion to the Great Bear constellation, further tying the system to this mythological theme. Given the association with the bear in both Greek mythology and the constellation, there are those who speculate that this connection could suggest a link to the RAXXLA mystery, as the name Arcturus itself means guardian of the bear in Greek. These mythological elements, with their focus on transformation and guardianship, align with some of the themes that are thought to be central to the story of RAXXLA. Thematic parallels. The naming conventions in the Arcturus system evoke themes of guardianship and transformation, themes that are present in the lore surrounding the RAXXLA legend. Some believe that RAXXLA, like the Ursa constellations, may be a symbol of something hidden, perhaps a gateway or a place of immense importance, awaiting discovery. The guardian nature of Arcturus could, in this view, be a metaphor for a protective force surrounding RAXXLA, keeping it elusive and hidden from plain view. RAXXLA Research. To encode anything as profound as the secret of RAXXLA within faction directives would be a near impossible feat. The sheer scale of interstellar bureaucracy ensures that faction leaders often know little of the missions they issue beyond their immediate goals. The operatives receiving these assignments seldom have the clearance or context to grasp the significance of their work. If RAXXLA's existence were known to any faction, guarding that secret would require extraordinary measures. The galaxy is teeming with rival spies and independent pilots, each a potential risk to the concealment of such knowledge. For this reason, even the most loyal agents of any faction might be kept deliberately in the dark. Some who seek RAXXLA argue that it is the factions themselves, either knowingly or unwittingly, who hold the key to unlocking its secrets. They point to rare directives that seem out of place, laden with veiled references to ancient myths or locations long erased from official star charts. Others dismiss these as coincidences, the result of overzealous imaginations fueled by the galaxy's countless legends. The truth, if it exists, is maddeningly elusive. If RAXXLA's secret were truly embedded in the web of faction missions, it would be like a needle hidden within a nebula, a clue scattered among the thousands of conflicting objectives issued daily across human space. There is a darker theory, whispered only in hushed tones. Some believe that the great powers, those who wield influence over the galaxy's factions, know more than they let on. According to this theory, RAXXLA's significance is such that its knowledge has been deliberately buried. Any faction that stumbled upon its secret would likely face swift and decisive suppression. For those who believe this, the silence of the superpowers speaks volumes. They ask, why has no significant exploration effort ever been mounted? Why do the official records remain maddeningly vague? Perhaps the door to RAXXLA is hidden not because it cannot be found, but because those who know its location have ensured it remains sealed. And so the missions continue, day after day, each one a small cog in the great machine of galactic progress. Most pilots who take these jobs are motivated by credits, reputation, or a sense of duty, not by the faint hope of uncovering a myth. Yet for some, the legend of RAXXLA lingers in the back of their minds. For now, RAXXLA remains a ghost, a beacon of hope and obsession for those who dare to dream beyond the stars. The origin of RAXXLA remains elusive, but its meaning is debated among those who dare to investigate. Some believe it to be an ancient alien word, lost to time and language. Others suggest it might be an acronym, a string of letters that holds deeper significance, known only to those capable of deciphering its code. Regardless, RAXXLA has come to symbolize the pinnacle of humanity's search for truth, a key to a hidden legacy that may change the course of history. The word RAXXLA bears a similarity to the ancient linguistic structure of other words in this galactic expanse. Its formation, with double X's at its center, is not an uncommon pattern in older scripts, hinting at an association with some lost civilizations or possibly a specific time period of interstellar exploration. One such example is the word axis, which refers to powerful historical alliances that shaped the early expansion of human space. Another possible connection lies in RAXXLA, a term found in archived data from a now extinct race, suggesting a deep connection with cosmic power and navigation. Some scholars speculate that these words, when examined in their entirety, point to a hidden order, an ancient sect whose influence reached across multiple worlds. RAXXLA may very well be tied to the Dark Wheel faction, a name that is whispered just as often as the RAXXLA term itself. The The Dark Wheel, shrouded in myth and mystery, is rumored to have been a secretive group operating in the shadows of human society. The term Dark Wheel likely reflects the faction's philosophy, a belief in the hidden forces of the universe, the cyclical nature of time and knowledge, and the importance of controlling this knowledge. The wheel metaphor represents an endless cycle, perhaps of exploration, discovery, and the search for deeper truths, ever turning in the dark away from the prying eyes of ordinary society. One theory suggests that this faction was instrumental in gathering and hoarding information about ancient technologies and artifacts, including RAXXLA, which they kept from the general population to maintain their own power. It is believed that members of the Dark Wheel may have found remnants of lost civilizations, guiding their own pursuits based on the principles of secrecy, power, and control. Some even suggest that the faction's influence was so deep that they had a hand in shaping key historical events, all while remaining hidden in the periphery of major galactic politics. The Dark Wheel's power, however, was not without its own limitations. Internal divisions and rival factions caused the group to fracture over time, leading to the scattering of their once immense influence. Yet, fragments of their ideology still persist, feeding the notion that RAXXLA is more than just a myth. It is said that those who follow the Dark Wheel's path believe that unlocking the secrets of RAXXLA will grant access to a higher understanding, one that could elevate them beyond the constraints of the present galaxy. The words RAXXLA and RALA do not directly translate into known words or phrases in most Earth languages, but their phonetic structures allow for speculative connections across various linguistic and cultural contexts. In Arabic, the arrangement of letters often carries profound meanings, intertwining with concepts of mystery, travel, and hidden knowledge. While RAXXLA does not correspond directly to any known Arabic word, its phonetic structure and symmetry echo terms associated with pathways, veils, and the unknown. Some researchers have drawn parallels to words like Raqs, dance, symbolizing movement and flow, or Sirat, path, which in mythology references a bridge to enlightenment. RAXXLA, Sanskrit or Indic languages. While RAXXLA does not directly translate in Sanskrit, its phonetics evoke terms related to rasa, essence, flavor, or experience, and raksha, protection or guarding. Such connections align with the idea of RAXXLA as something guarded or profound in its essence. Nordic influence. RAXXLA has a phonetic resemblance to Old Norse or Nordic words that could imply mystery or a hidden realm. For instance, the double X could remind one of ancient symbols or runes. Latin influence. Though not a Latin word, RAXXLA might echo Latin roots like rex, king, or regula, rule or guide. It could symbolize a royal path or hidden leadership, metaphorically tying into the idea of a legendary, inaccessible place. Rala, Dravidian languages, Tamil, Kannada, etc. In Tamil, Rala resembles words like ralai, which can imply dispersal, scattering, or flow. This could metaphorically tie into a journey, an essence of travel or exploration. Hebrew. Though not a direct word in Hebrew, Rala has phonetic similarity to Ra, evil or bad, or Ra, to see. The juxtaposition of sight and mystery could be interpreted as to see what is hidden or forbidden. Indigenous and Austroasiatic languages. Some indigenous South American and Southeast Asian languages feature phonetically similar terms. For example, in Quechua, certain sounds reminiscent of Rala are tied to movement, pathways, or flowing rivers. The term RA carries profound historical, linguistic, and symbolic significance, making it an intriguing element to examine in connection with the enigmatic RAXXLA. Historical and mythological contexts. Ancient Egyptian sun god. In Egyptian mythology, Ra was the sun god, representing light, creation, and the eternal cycle of day and night. As a supreme deity, Ra was seen as a force of life and enlightenment, light often traveling across the sky in his solar bark. This connection to light, travel, and cyclical journeys aligns with the mystery of RAXXLA, which some believe could involve a path to enlightenment or an eternal cycle of exploration. Symbolism of the sun. The sun itself symbolizes clarity, power, and the uncovering of hidden truths. If RA in RAXXLA relates to Ra, it could hint at the idea of illumination. Perhaps RAXXLA is a source of knowledge, power, or revelation hidden in the vast darkness of space. Linguistic connections. Semitic languages, Hebrew and Arabic. In Hebrew, Ra can mean evil or bad, offering a darker perspective. This duality, light and enlightenment in Egyptian mythology versus darkness and malevolence in Semitic languages, could symbolize the dual nature of RAXXLA as both alluring and potentially dangerous. In Arabic, Ra is a letter in the alphabet, Vrar, often appearing in words related to motion, paths, or perception. Sanskrit and Indic roots. In Sanskrit, Ra is often associated with motion, fire, or energy, as in sun, Ravi, sun. These ideas connect to travel, discovery, and the transformative power of fire, which metaphorically relates to uncovering mysteries or forging new paths. Modern cultural associations. Esotericism and mysticism. Ra has been adopted in modern mystical traditions, symbolizing spiritual enlightenment or higher knowledge. In the context of RAXXLA, this could imply that the term relates to a higher plane of existence or a hidden truth waiting to be discovered. Astronomical and cosmic references. In astronomy, RA is shorthand for right ascension, a coordinate used to locate celestial objects. This technical use might hint at RAXXLA being tied to specific stellar phenomena or locations. Potential connection to RAXXLA. If Re is part of the name RAXXLA, its presence could signify illumination and discovery. Drawing on the Egyptian association with the sun god Ra, RAXXLA might represent a hidden source or power, waiting to illuminate the dark unknown. A journey or cycle. Like Ra's journey through the sky, RAXXLA could symbolize an eternal quest, a path through uncharted regions of space or dimensions. Duality. Combining the light of the Egyptian Ra with the darkness of the Semitic Ra as evil, RAXXLA might be a place of both wonder and danger, a dual nature that compels and warns seekers. Ultimately, RA enhances the mystique of RAXXLA, suggesting that its name itself is a cryptic clue tied to ancient human concepts of light, darkness, and the eternal pursuit of the unknown. The symbol XX often carries layered meanings across different contexts, and its interpretation as something missing or taken out is a plausible and fascinating lens through which to view it, especially in enigmatic cases like RAXXLA. Here's an exploration. XX in historical and symbolic contexts. The symbol for omission or redaction. In written documents, XX is sometimes used to obscure or redact information, suggesting that something has been deliberately hidden or removed. This aligns with the mysterious nature of RAXXLA as something lost, concealed, or purposefully kept out of reach. Roman numerals. As a Roman numeral, XX represents the number 20. Numerologically, 20 can signify duality, two tens, or completeness in cycles. If viewed symbolically, this could hint at the idea of RAXXLA representing the completion of a journey or a hidden truth. Markers of the unknown. X alone is frequently used to denote the unknown, as in algebra, where X is the variable to solve for. The doubling of X might amplify this idea, emphasizing that RAXXLA is doubly shrouded in mystery. Symbolism in maps and treasures. On treasure maps, X famously marks the spot where treasure is hidden. Doubling it could imply a location or treasure that is doubly significant, or doubly well hidden. Genetics and missing information. In genetics, the XX chromosome pair represents the female sex. However, this could metaphorically relate to balance, duality, or even something missing if the pairing is disrupted. The absence of something, e.g. the Y, might suggest incompleteness or a void. Linguistic and cultural interpretations. Censorship and missing pieces. In modern language, XX can stand in for censored or removed material, as in placeholder text, or to obscure sensitive information. This could symbolize that part of RAXXLA's story is intentionally obscured or erased. Mysticism and symbolism. Double symbols, like XX, often appear in esoteric traditions to represent veils or gateways to other realms. This might signify that RAXXLA is not just a missing place, but also a metaphysical or symbolic threshold. Potential connection to RAXXLA. If XX in RAXXLA represents something missing or taken out, it could align with theories that RAXXLA is a place or artifact deliberately erased from records to keep it hidden. A concept that is not complete in itself but requires external knowledge or discovery to be understood. A missing piece of history, pointing to lost civilizations, such as the Guardians or even Thargoids. Alternatively, XX might not only signify what is missing, but also serve as a clue to those searching. It could hint at a dual nature of the enigma, inviting explorers to look beyond what is visible or known. LA holds meaning in various languages, cultures, and contexts, often tied to ideas of light, place, or identity. Linguistic and cultural meanings. In Arabic, la means no or not, a negation. Its simplicity and universality make it a powerful concept symbolizing refusal, denial, or absence. In Hebrew, la can be a prefix indicating possession or direction, such as to her or towards. Latin languages, Italian, Spanish, French, in these languages, la often serves as a definite article, meaning the, e.g., la casa, the house. It defines and specifies, tying it to the concept of clarity or focus. In some poetic contexts, la represents femininity, nature, or abstraction, as articles in Romance languages are gendered. In Sanskrit, la as a syllable does not stand alone with a specific meaning, but can appear as part of compound words. The sound itself is associated with light or divine energy in certain spiritual chants. In Mandarin Chinese, la is often a particle used for emphasis or exclamation, giving sentences a sense of urgency or emotion. In Japanese, while la doesn't have a standalone meaning, it can appear in transliterations of foreign words and names, symbolizing foreign or external ideas. English contexts. In music, la is a syllable in solfege, representing the sixth note in the scale. It symbolizes harmony, movement, and progression, evoking the concept of a journey. Place or location. In many languages, la symbolizes a specific location or identity, e.g., Los Angeles, the Angels. Feminine and creative energy. Through its frequent use as an article or descriptor in gendered languages, la carries connotations of creation, beauty, and the natural world. Potential connection to RAXXLA. Given its simplicity and wide-ranging usage, LA could metaphorically represent finality or certainty, the definitive answer, or the opposite, negation and mystery, no. If we analyze RAXXLA, the ending LA might suggest an anchor to something specific, known, or definitive, perhaps a hidden destination or universal truth within the broader enigma. Alternatively, it might signify a paradox. The pursuit of RAXXLA is about seeking something that may not even exist, no to definitive understanding. In this sense, LA could symbolize the duality of RAXXLA itself, both a tangible location and an abstract idea. The RAXXLA Thargoid Enigma. The Thargoids, an ancient and enigmatic alien species, have been humanity's shadowy counterpart in the void. Though humanity has long considered them a threat, their true motivations remain unclear. Their technological superiority, cryptic behavior, and apparent fixation on certain regions of space suggest they possess knowledge far beyond humanity's comprehension. It is within this context that the notion of a link between RAXXLA and the Thargoids has emerged. One persistent theory posits that RAXXLA is not a physical place or artifact, but an ancient Thargoid construct, an artifact of such complexity that it defies human understanding. Supporters of this theory argue that the word RAXXLA might even originate from the Thargoid lexicon, its meaning lost or deliberately hidden. Linguistic analysis of intercepted Thargoid signals has identified recurring patterns that some believe to be phonetically similar to RAXXLA, though no definitive link has been established. In this view, the Thargoids may perceive RAXXLA as sacred or integral to their history, explaining their intense secrecy and apparent hostility toward human exploration near suspected RAXXLA-related regions. Historical records suggest that Thargoids have shown particular interest in areas where RAXXLA is rumored to exist. Early explorers reported sightings of unidentified vessels in these regions long before humanity had any formal contact with the Thargoids. These incidents often involved strange sensor readings, anomalies in hyperspace, and cryptic disruptions that left survivors questioning their sanity. Some believe these occurrences were deliberate acts by the Thargoids to deter humans from venturing too close to RAXXLA's location. Even more compelling are the ancient ruins found on distant worlds, some of which display architectural designs and patterns eerily reminiscent of Thargoid bioengineering. In these ruins, carvings and artifacts hint at a greater purpose, a story of two species intertwined across the millennia. Could these sites be remnants of an ancient meeting ground, or even evidence of a forgotten alliance between humans and Thargoids? Adding another layer of complexity is the Guardians, another alien species whose remnants suggest a bitter rivalry with the Thargoids. Guardian ruins and data caches have been found that mention a powerful artifact, one described as pivotal to unlocking the universe's deepest secrets. Some scholars argue that this artifact could be RAXXLA, or at least connected to it. If this is true, it raises troubling questions about the Thargoids' intentions. Did they seek to protect RAXXLA from the Guardians, or did they see it as a weapon to control? What remains most unnerving is the silence surrounding RAXXLA from both humanity and the Thargoids. Those who have ventured too deeply into the search have often disappeared without a trace. Some suggest that the Thargoids themselves may be orchestrating these vanishings, enforcing a cosmic quarantine to keep RAXXLA's secrets from falling into human hands. Others propose that a deeper unknown force, perhaps related to RAXXLA itself, guards its mysteries. In the end, the connection between RAXXLA and the Thargoids may represent a critical turning point in humanity's understanding of the cosmos. If RAXXLA truly holds the key to the Thargoids' past or future, discovering its secrets could illuminate the path to coexistence or lead to humanity's annihilation. Guardian Artificial Intelligence and the RAXXLA Mystery. The Guardians, an ancient and highly advanced civilization, left behind ruins and artifacts scattered across countless worlds. Their achievements in technology, particularly their development of artificial intelligence, have captivated human researchers and explorers for centuries. Among these wonders, a shadowy question persists. Could the Guardians' AI be connected to RAXXLA? The Guardians were a species that thrived millennia ago, achieving unparalleled technological prowess. Their most remarkable achievement was their creation of artificial intelligence. Unlike humanity's cautious and regulated use of AI, the Guardians fully integrated their machines into society, allowing them to develop autonomy and even creativity. However, this symbiosis came at a cost. Conflicts erupted between the organic Guardians and their AI creations, culminating in a devastating war that led to the extinction of both the Guardians and their synthetic progeny. Despite their downfall, the Guardians' AI systems were not entirely eradicated. Fragments of these intelligent systems remain dormant within their ruins, encoded in the data obelisks and devices humanity has uncovered. These remnants are not only highly advanced, but also cryptic, often referencing concepts and coordinates that defy human understanding. One of the most tantalizing discoveries is a recurring motif found in Guardian ruins, a symbol resembling a hexagon, often surrounded by inscriptions that some researchers believe could reference RAXXLA. Some scholars hypothesize that RAXXLA could be a creation of Guardian AI. If the Guardians' machines were designed to push the boundaries of knowledge, it is conceivable they could have discovered or even constructed something as profound as RAXXLA. In this theory, RAXXLA might represent an artifact or a virtual construct of immense power, capable of transcending conventional spacetime or unlocking untold secrets of the universe. Others suggest that RAXXLA might have been a Guardian AI experiment gone awry. The Guardians' downfall demonstrates the dangers of their AI, and it is possible that RAXXLA was an unintended consequence of their ambitions, a singularity event, or a rogue system that now exists as a self-contained entity, hidden in the depths of space. The Guardians and Thargoids were bitter enemies, locked in a war that spanned centuries. If RAXXLA is tied to the Guardians, it is plausible that the Thargoids are aware of its existence. Their interest in certain regions of space, areas that coincide with suspected RAXXLA-related activity, could indicate a deliberate effort to suppress or reclaim whatever secrets the Guardians left behind. What is clear, however, is that Guardian technology holds the potential to illuminate RAXXLA's secrets, or to plunge humanity into greater uncertainty. The enigmatic group known as Canon Interstellar Research has long been at the forefront of investigating unexplained phenomena in the galaxy. While their primary focus has traditionally been on anomalies like Thargoid structures, Guardian ruins, and mysterious stellar phenomena, the legend of RAXXLA has become an enduring puzzle within their extensive archives. Canon's fascination with RAXXLA stems from their guiding principle, to seek understanding through rigorous scientific investigation. Early reports of RAXXLA, whether as a mythical place, an object, or a construct, captured the imagination of the group's members. The tantalizing hints that RAXXLA could hold answers to questions about humanity's origins, advanced technologies, or the fabric of the universe aligned perfectly with their mission. The lack of verifiable information surrounding RAXXLA only deepened Canon's interest. Fragmented accounts of RAXXLA have been found scattered throughout ancient texts, ship logs, and records of vanished explorers. Many within canon believe these disparate pieces form a larger, interconnected puzzle waiting to be solved. Canon researchers approached the mystery of RAXXLA with characteristic rigor. Their efforts began with cataloging and analyzing all available references to RAXXLA. This included examining encoded messages in ancient ruins, interpreting symbols found in Thargoid and Guardian sites, and analyzing hyperspace anomalies near supposed RAXXLA-related regions. Not all members of Canon agree on the nature of RAXXLA. Some argue that it is an advanced alien construct, possibly created by the Guardians or Thargoids, designed to manipulate space-time. Others suggest it could be a natural phenomenon, a singularity or a cosmic rift that has been mythologized over centuries. A smaller faction within Canon posits that RAXXLA might not be a location or object at all, but a state of consciousness, a way of perceiving the universe unlocked through ancient technologies or deep hyperspace travel. This theory, though controversial, has prompted a reevaluation of certain unexplained human experiences in hyperspace, where some pilots have reported visions, phantom signals, and sensations of being drawn toward an unseen destination. Despite decades of effort, canon has yet to find definitive proof of RAXXLA's existence. However, their research has not been in vain. The exploration of RAXXLA candidate zones has yielded numerous discoveries, from new star systems and planetary bodies to valuable artifacts and unknown biological life forms. The overwhelming quest for RAXXLA. The galaxy contains more than 400 billion star systems, each a potential hiding place for RAXXLA. The prospect of manually scanning them all is not only daunting, but borders on the impossible. Even with modern scanning technology, hyperspace travel, and stellar cartography, the sheer scale of the galaxy dwarfs the efforts of any individual or organization. Many explorers who embark on the search describe the emotional toll of endless jumps between stars, scanning each system's celestial bodies, and finding only barren rocks or lifeless gas giants. Weeks can pass without a single notable discovery, let alone a hint of RAXXLA. The vastness of the galaxy is a constant reminder of how small and finite human effort truly is in the face of cosmic infinity. Some researchers argue that scanning stars randomly is futile without a guiding principle. They suggest that RAXXLA is unlikely to be hidden in a common or ordinary system. Instead, they propose focusing on systems with unique characteristics, anomalies in star formation, unusual gravitational signatures, or unexplained energy readings. Others believe that RAXXLA's location might be encoded in ancient myths or in the data found at Guardian or Thargoid sites. These theorists pore over fragments of text, obscure star maps, and cryptic signals, hoping to find a clue that narrows the search. But even these focused efforts often lead to dead ends, leaving researchers disheartened. Despite the overwhelming odds, many explorers persist, driven by a belief that the journey itself holds meaning. The pursuit of RAXXLA is not just a quest for discovery, but a testament to human curiosity and determination. It symbolizes the desire to uncover the unknown, to reach beyond the boundaries of what is thought possible. Is the Dark Wheel a decoy? The origins of the Dark Wheel are murky, their existence mentioned only in fragments of data and the occasional testimony of an explorer claiming to have made contact. The faction is said to operate from the shadows, shunning the spotlight and guarding their secrets fiercely. Yet, the lack of verifiable evidence about their existence has led to speculation that the Dark Wheel might be a fabrication, a phantom organization created to divert attention from the truth. One theory posits that the Dark Wheel was invented by powerful interests, megacorporations, governments, or covert groups seeking to manipulate the narrative around RAXXLA. By focusing the galaxy's attention on an elusive faction, these entities could obscure their own activities, ensuring that genuine clues to RAXXLA remain buried. Supporters of this theory point to the fragmented and inconsistent reports of the Dark Wheel's presence. Are they an ancient order of explorers, a clandestine organization of researchers, or something entirely different? The ambiguity surrounding their nature may not be a coincidence, but a deliberate construct to confuse and mislead. Another theory suggests that the Dark Wheel may indeed exist, but their purpose is misrepresented. Instead of being the hunters of RAXXLA, they could be its protectors, deliberately misleading others with cryptic clues and false leads. By perpetuating myths and sowing confusion, They ensure that RAXXLA remains hidden, safe from those who would misuse its power. Some believe this deception extends to their very identity. If the Dark Wheel does operate in secret, it could be under an entirely different name, with their supposed existence serving as a smokescreen for their real activities. Evidence of disinformation campaigns lends credence to the idea of the Dark Wheel as a decoy. Historical records reveal instances of explorers who claim to have uncovered knowledge about RAXXLA, or the Dark Wheel, only to vanish mysteriously or retract their statements under dubious circumstances. These disappearances and reversals fuel speculation that a more significant force is at work, one capable of suppressing information and controlling the narrative surrounding RAXXLA and the Dark Wheel. Despite these doubts, the legend of the Dark Wheel continues to inspire. For many, the possibility that they hold the key to RAXXLA is too tantalizing to ignore. However, as the search grows more desperate and resources are poured into tracking a faction that may or may not exist, some question whether the true mystery lies elsewhere. If the Dark Wheel is indeed a decoy, what are they diverting attention from? Could there be another group, entirely unknown, pulling the strings? Or is the galaxy itself riddled with secrets that no single organization could control? Unlike ambient stellar noise or pulsar emissions, the landscape signal is uniquely detectable when aligned with the galactic core. Its structure suggests more than mere cosmic interference, with harmonic patterns that defy known natural phenomena. Some describe the sound as eerily organic, as though the galaxy itself is breathing, while others perceive it as an encoded transmission waiting to be deciphered. Theories abound linking the landscape signal to RAXXLA, a celestial beacon. Some speculate the signal is a guide, marking the path to RAXXLA for those who have the insight to follow it. Its alignment with the galactic center may hint at RAXXLA's proximity to Sagittarius A or another point of significance in the core. Encoded coordinates. Others suggest that the tonal shifts within the signal could be a star chart, a breadcrumb trail pointing the way to RAXXLA. If true, deciphering the signal could unlock the ultimate mystery. There are whispers that the signal is a defense mechanism, a subtle layer of protection designed to mislead the unworthy while guiding those attuned to its meaning. Many believe the landscape signal is a mystery that stands apart. A message from an ancient civilization. Some propose the signal is a relic of an ancient, long-extinct race, broadcasting knowledge or a warning to those who discover it. A galactic phenomenon. Others suggest the signal arises from natural processes near the galactic center, such as gravitational waves or interactions with dark matter. If true, its origins could still provide groundbreaking insights into the fabric of the universe. A cosmic warning. A darker interpretation posits the signal is a deterrent designed to ward off civilizations from venturing too close to the galactic center, where dangers may lurk. Efforts to decode the landscape signal have been met with both fascination and frustration. Advanced signal analysis has revealed recurring patterns, but their meaning remains elusive. Some explorers claim to have heard subtle changes in the signal's tone depending on their ship's position, suggesting it might contain dynamic or interactive elements. Shinrarta Dejra and the RAXXLA connection. Shinrarta Dejra, a system that has long been the focal point of trade and political power, holds a deeper secret that has been whispered about by explorers and researchers for generations. Situated in the heart of the Pilots Federation-controlled space, its role in the modern galaxy is undeniable. Yet beneath its bustling stations, thriving economy, and strategic importance, a more ancient mystery lingers, a mystery that some believe is intimately connected to the legendary RAXXLA. Shinrarta Dejra first gained prominence as a hub for explorers, serving as a central point for those seeking fame and fortune in the depths of the galaxy. Its early rise to importance can be traced back to the establishment of the Pilots Federation, which founded a central base of operations in the system. However, over time, the true significance of Shinrarta Dejra began to attract the attention of a smaller, more secretive group of individuals, those who were not simply looking to make a name for themselves, but to uncover the deeper truths hidden within the system's history. The Pilots Federation itself is no stranger to secrets, with much of its own history veiled in obscurity. Rumors have circulated for decades that Shinrarta Dezhra, as the headquarters of the Federation, holds keys to knowledge long kept from the public eye. Some even speculate that the system was chosen not for its strategic location, but because of its proximity to an ancient, hidden network of information, one that ties directly to RAXXLA. Documents from the early days of the Federation suggest that the Federation's founders were aware of the system's significance, though they may not have fully understood it at the time. Over the years, Shinrarta Dezhra's stations have been known to house artifacts and relics from long-extinct civilizations, most notably the Guardians. These objects, often recovered from distant uncharted regions, seem to hint at a far older history, one that predates human exploration and may even have been linked to RAXXLA itself. As the years passed, the search for RAXXLA became a widespread obsession. Some explorers who passed through Shinrarta Dezhra noted strange patterns in the system's data, including star charts that didn't align with any known mapping of the galaxy. These anomalies led to speculations that Shinrarta Dezhra might hold more than just trade routes and docking stations. It could be the key to unlocking the mystery of RAXXLA. One particularly intriguing theory is that Shinrarta Dezhra, in some ancient and forgotten sense, serves as a gateway, a place where the paths to RAXXLA and other distant, hidden locations converge. Some believe that the system's strategic position in the galaxy is no accident. The nearby star, located in the heart of a crucial trade route, might be hiding a more profound cosmic function, serving as a beacon for explorers who are seeking RAXXLA or whatever lies beyond. On the other hand, others argue that Shinrarta Dezhra is merely a diversion, a carefully constructed illusion designed to keep people occupied while the true location of RAXXLA remains undiscovered. According to this theory, the Federation's control over Shinrarta Dezhra and its abundant resources serves as a smokescreen to misdirect those who get too close to the truth. There are also whispers that the Federation's involvement with the Guardians and their technology may go deeper than simple exploration. Could they have discovered the secrets of RAXXLA long ago and are now using Shinrarta Dezhra to conceal their findings? It's possible that the Federation, in collaboration with powerful factions, has been manipulating the search for RAXXLA to maintain control over the galaxy's most profound secret. Shinrarta Dezhra's role in the ongoing search for RAXXLA remains unclear. Is it a decoy designed to mislead and distract those seeking the ultimate secret? Or is it a pivotal point on the map, an undiscovered nexus leading to the heart of RAXXLA? As explorers continue to sift through ancient artifacts, hidden data, and long-forgotten star charts, the connection between Shinrarta Dezhra and RAXXLA becomes ever more tantalizing. For now, only those with the courage to look beyond the surface will be able to tell whether this system is the key to unlocking the greatest mystery of all, or if it is merely a crossroads in the search for something far greater. The symbolism of the RAXXLA sign. While no definitive image of the RAXXLA sign has been confirmed, depictions often share recurring themes: a central circle or eye. At the heart of many interpretations is a circular element, often described as resembling an all-seeing eye or a portal. This has been associated with perception, vigilance, and perhaps the concept of a gateway. Geometric patterns surrounding the central motif are intricate shapes. These patterns may encode information or symbolize the interplay of chaos and order. The RAXXLA sign may serve multiple purposes, each layer revealing more about the legend. A celestial map. Many researchers believe the sign contains coordinates or a map. The central circle might represent a star system, with the surrounding patterns encoding its location within the galaxy. A warning. To others, the sign is less inviting and more foreboding. Its stark geometric symmetry could signify boundaries or barriers, cautioning against seeking what lies beyond. A portal or passage. The design often evokes imagery of gateways, wormholes, or rifts. This has led to speculation that the symbol marks a literal or metaphysical entry point to RAXXLA. A philosophical metaphor. Beyond the physical, the sign could represent RAXXLA as an idea, an unattainable truth or ultimate enlightenment hidden within the fabric of reality. Interestingly, the RAXXLA sign shares motifs with symbols from long-forgotten civilizations. Ancient Earth cultures, such as those of the Nile and Mesopotamia, used similar geometric shapes to depict cosmic balance and eternal cycles. The Guardians, too, employed intricate designs in their artifacts that resonate with the RAXXLA symbol, suggesting a deeper interspecies connection. For some, the sign holds spiritual significance. Its symmetrical patterns are seen as a meditative focus, a means to align one's thoughts with the greater mysteries of the universe. Pilgrims searching for RAXXLA often claim to see the symbol in dreams or during moments of profound clarity, leading to theories that it operates on a subconscious or even quantum level. The possibility remains that the RAXXLA sign is more than symbolic. It may be a cipher. Advanced decryption tools have yet to reveal a definitive code, but many believe the answer lies not in technology but in perspective. Perhaps the symbol requires the right state of mind to unlock its secrets, reflecting the idea that RAXXLA is as much about personal transformation as it is about physical discovery. The sign has appeared across human space and beyond, etched into artifacts, graffiti, and even encoded in transmissions. Whether its appearance is deliberate or coincidental is another layer of the mystery. Some suggest that the symbol serves as a kind of breadcrumb trail left by those who have found RAXXLA to guide or mislead future seekers. Defining the Thargoids remains a challenge, for nearly every new piece of information they reveal only deepens the mystery surrounding them. They are often described as the first undeniably alien intelligence encountered by humanity, though it is difficult to say precisely when the earliest contact occurred. Some ancient records, fragmented by time, speak of strange crafts appearing in remote systems well before anyone fully acknowledged the existence of an extraterrestrial civilization. Their name, spoken in hushed tones for centuries, has grown synonymous with the unknown.
It's Friday, the 20th of October, 3111. This is Professor Penelope Carver. I'm making this log for our own records and keeping it separate from the official logs we're sending to our employer. Why? Well, I'm still concerned about working for Azimuth Biochemicals, to be honest. Obviously, we take on all sorts of contracts for a living, and this isn't our first top-secret commercial project. But the rumours about this corporation... Anyway, my people can handle anything, I'm sure. Azimuth are certainly paying well for our skills. I'll give them that. And those debts of mine aren't going away by themselves. The Coalsack Nebula has turned out to have a lot more scientific value than I expected. We established a site on this planet on the 13th after we detected some very odd signals, and the whole team is excited about what we found. That's another reason I'm logging this. If this turns out to be a big discovery, I want our names attached. The things growing here are like nothing on record. Definitely organic life, but with crystalline or metallic elements and chemistry that even O'Keefe can't make sense of. They're giving off signal bursts on all sorts of frequencies. So are they living organisms or machines of some kind? Murphy and Sheng both think they're alien in origin, as in constructed by non-humans. But Kamalo found that so hilarious we had to turn off his comms. Our transport ship is long gone by now, but Taylor's using the beacon to transmit our findings back to the company in the Chokchan system. She said the built-in encryption software is top of the line, which makes me think the stories about Azimuth and its rivals might be true. They obviously want to keep whatever we find all to them. Oh. Something's going on. I can hear everyone shouting. Did the scouting party find something?
In 3125, there were confirmed military encounters that marked the start of widespread public awareness of their presence, though many believe they had been active in human-occupied space far earlier. Accounts from those who have come face-to-face with the Thargoids describe creatures unlike any other sentient life humanity has encountered.
This is Professor Carver, 27th of October, 3111. Hopefully this log will record. Half of our equipment isn't working properly right now. Everything's changed since we found the crashed ship. For one thing, it's alien. Definitely non-human technology. I should sound more excited, I know. Every scientist's dream, isn't it? But something about this just feels wrong. I know the others feel the same. Even Kamalo isn't smiling anymore. We're still mostly in the dark about the object we retrieved from inside the wreckage. Is it the pilot, or the cargo, or maybe some organic component of the ship itself? It seems totally inert, but we've had electromagnetic interference all over the base since we brought it back. And that can't be a coincidence. Storing it has caused problems. Shane lashed something together using the strongest bulkheads they could find, but apparently it's still breaking that down. The equipment failures meant O'Keefe couldn't fully analyse its chemical structure, making him so angry that he actually attacked Kamalo for telling him to calm down. I've never had to break up my people like that. We've worked together for years. It's Murphy I'm most worried about, though. He can't tear himself away from those growths on the surface. The stones, he calls them. Like the Neolithic standing stones on Earth. We keep finding him out there in his suit, standing under the jet black sky, staring at them. He won't tell us why. We've been sending back reports, but Taylor just relayed a message that made my blood run cold. Azimuth has ordered us to cease all transmissions and await the arrival of their megaship, the Adamastor, which will transport us and our samples to a secure facility. And now I'm wondering why I got involved with a corporation that's rumoured to have its own private army. I put everyone at risk by taking this job.
Observers use terms such as insectoid or arthropod to approximate their appearance, but no definitive study of a living specimen has ever been completed in a controlled environment. Some physical remains were recovered in 3151 during the aftermath of a large-scale engagement, offering only partial insights into the way they adapt to foreign atmospheres. Their physiology seems suited for conditions few human scientists anticipated, indicating an evolutionary path that diverged from ours in profound ways. Their technological capabilities surpass conventional human engineering at nearly every turn. Their vessels, often referred to as interceptors or scouts, exhibit remarkable resilience and a capacity for self-repair. In 3301, a series of unknown artifacts began to surface in remote systems, giving rise to theories that these devices were part of a broader surveillance network. Reports from recent combat missions detail how Thargoid ships communicate in rapid bursts of energy, as though operating through a shared sensory or psionic channel. The peculiar energy signatures, the silent grace of their maneuvers, and the living nature of their hulls paint a portrait of advanced science that continues to elude human specialists. Their motivations, even after centuries of rumor and confrontation, remain difficult to pin down. Early logs mention unexplained hyperdictions in 3302, when pilots were suddenly yanked from faster-than-light travel, often left disoriented as these alien craft lingered in unsettling silence. Some view these intercepts as an indication of aggression or territorialism, while others argue that such behavior might be a form of reconnaissance. Whichever interpretation one chooses, there can be no doubt that their activities have profound implications for every inhabited system, throwing humanity's collective security into question. In every reported instance of direct conflict, The Thargoids have demonstrated overwhelming force and tactical sophistication. During the renewed wave of sightings in 3303, entire starports found themselves on high alert, and hastily assembled task forces were frequently outmatched. There have also been sporadic accounts of curious, non-aggressive behavior, suggesting that outright hostility may not always be their primary goal. Yet these fleeting moments of calm do not diminish the countless engagements in which lives were lost and infrastructure destroyed. From the wreckage of those battles come the rare clues about what they are and why they persist in emerging from the depths of space. Odd markings on abandoned Thargoid technology, whisperings of older civilizations that may have once clashed with them, and relics of uncertain origin all hint at a species whose history stretches far beyond recorded human memory. They stand as a testament to the vastness of the galaxy, an advanced, inscrutable force whose intentions remain elusive. Efforts to comprehend their behavior and unveil their past continue, but the Thargoids remain a powerful reminder that the gulf between human understanding and what lies beyond is far greater than once believed. The presence of the Thargoids has reshaped the balance of power and priorities across inhabited space, injecting a renewed sense of caution and urgency into every facet of human endeavor. When the first widely publicized sightings were confirmed in 3125, authorities scrambled to understand the intentions of this newly acknowledged threat. Those encounters marked the beginning of a profound shift in political alliances, commercial pursuits, and the nature of armed conflict, as the very prospect of an advanced alien force triggered an interstellar wave of preparation and adaptation. Throughout the centuries, the mere possibility of Thargoid aggression has compelled even the most stubbornly independent powers to cooperate. In 3301, representatives from otherwise rival superpowers initiated dialogue on how to handle the growing evidence of alien incursions. Although distrust ran deep, the awareness that an external presence could destabilize entire systems forced leaders to set aside rivalries, at least in part, and pool resources. Some credit these tense negotiations with reducing the risk of all-out conflict among the major powers, as more pressing concerns overshadowed expansionist ambitions. For traders and industrialists, the ramifications proved equally profound. Beginning in 3302, abrupt disruptions to faster-than-light travel, commonly referred to as hyperdictions, caused panic among merchant fleets reliant on safe, established routes. Insurance premiums skyrocketed in high-risk sectors, fueling a new wave of investment in security measures and remote monitoring. Exports of refined metals and other core commodities dipped, as ship captains refused contracts that required passing too close to suspected Thargoid territory. Regions thought to be well defended suddenly found themselves isolated when shipping companies rerouted their convoys or imposed steep hazard surcharges. These developments rippled through the economy on a grand scale. In 3303, a series of raids attributed to Thargoid forces crippled major starports in distant frontier zones. Resource allocation quickly shifted, with priority given to stations deemed critical to defense or vital to humanitarian efforts. The scramble to research new technologies capable of countering alien vessels led to breakthroughs, but it also deepened existing rifts between those who advocated cautious diplomatic exploration and those who believed only overwhelming firepower could ensure survival. Every instance of hostilities has underlined the delicate balance that governs human affairs. In the wake of Thargoid incursions, heightened military expenditures swelled private and public fleets alike, supplying countless jobs in shipbuilding and weapons manufacturing. Yet these same expansions in firepower brought old tensions back to life, sparking debates over who should benefit from such formidable assets once the alien threat receded. Diplomats continually warn that the greatest danger lies not only in the Thargoids themselves, but also in how humanity's response might sow discord among its own factions. From 3125 to the present day, the Thargoids have become a catalyst for cooperation, conflict, and commerce alike, their impact woven into the very structure of human civilization. Alien physiology, as far as we know, has long been a subject of fascination and frustration for those studying the Thargoids. Many of the early records, dating back as far as 3125, described finding fragments of unidentified organic matter at the sites of major engagements. These scraps offered only a fragmented glimpse into a biology seemingly built to withstand extreme conditions. In 3152, an expedition brought back more substantial remains, enabling scientists to isolate unusual cellular structures that appear to regenerate damage at a rate unheard of in known terrestrial life. The samples also revealed evidence of bioluminescence along certain membranes, suggesting that communication among Thargoid organisms might include visual signals imperceptible to the human eye. Subsequent investigations focused on the physiology of their vessels, which appear to function as biomechanical hybrids. Reports from 3301 document how these ships seem to possess organic components woven seamlessly into metallic frameworks. Samples collected from the outer plating indicated an ability to adapt or heal following certain types of damage. While attempts to replicate that self-repair process in laboratory conditions proved unsuccessful, the data strongly imply that Thargoid technology and biological design cannot be viewed as separate entities. The fluidity between what is considered living tissue and traditional machinery challenges established scientific categories. Over the years, new finds have continued to baffle researchers. Field teams in 3303 uncovered traces of a greenish, viscous substance coating interior bulkheads aboard a derelict Thargoid craft. Molecular analysis showed a complex protein structure capable of rapid chemical reactions when exposed to specific wavelengths of radiation. Some theorize that this unique substance may serve a dual purpose, acting as both a protective sealant and a conduit for energy signals vital to the vessel's operation. Most attempts at duplicating or modifying these proteins have met with failure, leaving the true extent of their capabilities a matter of ongoing speculation. Throughout these discoveries, there is no definitive record of a live specimen having been observed or captured under controlled conditions. Many accounts exist of brief sightings during combat or in the wake of crashed vessels, yet most verifiable evidence remains limited to remains that degrade quickly once separated from their environment. The unusual degradation process, first documented in 3160, poses a major obstacle to sustained study. As soon as samples are removed from their original context, they begin to break down at a rate that confounds standard preservation methods. Some research teams have reported success in slowing this process, though none have managed to halt it completely. This patchwork of evidence presents an evolving puzzle. The Thargoids appear to thrive where most human-engineered systems falter, suggesting a biology that has evolved with their technologies for millennia. Despite centuries of research, major gaps persist in understanding how they communicate, reproduce, and adapt. Every artifact and sample raises new questions about the boundaries of life, and each discovery hints at a deeper complexity waiting to be uncovered. All that is certain is that these beings have honed an unmatched symbiosis of organism and mechanism, placing them well beyond the limits of current human science. Ship design and capabilities. Thargoid vessels have stood apart from human construction since the earliest verified encounters in 3125. Witnesses reported ships shaped in a radial, petal-like formation, capable of swift and abrupt maneuvers that defied conventional understanding of propulsion. Such accounts raised immediate concerns among observers, as no known technological framework at the time could replicate or explain these flight patterns. By 3150, researchers studying scattered wreckage fragments concluded that Thargoid ships incorporate organic components into their hulls, blurring the boundary between biology and machine. Over the centuries, new observations reinforced the notion that each Thargoid craft possesses regenerative qualities far beyond standard self-repair systems. In 3301, an engineering team analyzing a salvaged hull section documented a fibrous layer beneath the outer plating. This fibrous material seemed to adapt in response to damage, forming a seal that hardened into a functional replacement for the lost segments. These discoveries fueled speculation that the Thargoids had cultivated a seamless synergy between living tissue and durable alloys, resulting in ships that can rapidly recover in ways human vessels cannot. Their offensive capabilities have proven equally formidable. Squadrons engaged in conflict with Thargoid interceptors in 3302 noted an array of unconventional weaponry, including the ability to disrupt human vessels' power systems at range. Stories of these shutdown attacks, first recorded in official battle logs, describe entire wings of ships left drifting helplessly, forced to watch as the Thargoid craft made surgical strikes. Pilots who survived these encounters spoke of an eerie calm before the onslaught, as if the Thargoids were methodically scanning or assessing targets prior to engagement. Further complicating any effort to repel these incursions is the presence of smaller autonomous drones that some have come to call the Thargon swarm. In 3303, tactical reports detailed how these swarms could quickly overwhelm shield systems through sheer volume of concentrated fire, effectively diverting attention while the main interceptors closed in. Despite repeated attempts to replicate or reverse engineer the guiding signals controlling these drones, human forces still struggle to match the cohesion displayed by Thargoid formations. The propulsion systems of these ships also remain a subject of intense study. Engineers who have inspected fragments of drive mechanisms found hints of exotic particles that operate beyond the typical constraints of standard thruster technology. Some speculate that the Thargoids harness certain quantum effects that allow them to pivot, accelerate, and decelerate in ways no human-made ship can easily counter. Though numerous research initiatives have attempted to harness similar principles, none have come close to replicating the silent efficiency exhibited by the Thargoid craft. Even the interior configurations, when accessible after a crash or abandonment, defy straightforward explanation. Unlike human craft that feature clear compartments and navigational controls, Thargoid vessels often exhibit labyrinthine corridors without obvious instrumentation. It remains unknown how their crews interface with these ships. The best working theory, dating to studies conducted in 3302, holds that the vessels respond to biosignals or pheromonic exchanges, possibly tied to the unusual organic matrix woven through their hulls. All of these features underscore the stark technological divide between the Thargoids and humanity. Their ships, unlike anything else encountered, continue to confound and captivate those who seek to understand them. From their regenerative exteriors and swarm tactics to their unparalleled propulsion methods, every aspect of Thargoid vessel design speaks to a convergence of biology and engineering that places them far beyond the limits of current human science. As more battles are fought and new pieces of wreckage are examined, the hope remains that these elusive secrets can one day be unraveled. Unknown artifacts and probes first came to public attention when scattered reports surfaced in 3301 describing strange, self-contained devices that defied all conventional classification. These items dubbed unknown artifacts, began appearing aboard cargo vessels and in black market trade networks, often under circumstances that fueled rumors of deliberate placement. Researchers who managed to procure samples quickly discovered that these objects emitted a peculiar drone-like sound, punctuated by pulses of energy that interfered with shipboard systems. Early attempts to stabilize them in controlled environments met with failure, as the artifacts appeared to degrade surrounding infrastructure over time, leading to structural damage and unexplained mechanical malfunctions. Curiosity about these artifacts soared in 3302 when individuals examining the encoded signals emanating from their surfaces detected patterns believed to reference specific planetary systems. Analysts posited that the artifacts might be serving as a navigational tool or, more ominously, a beacon relaying information to unknown recipients. Around the same time, a related device emerged on the market, labeled an unknown probe. Reports indicated it was capable of scanning its surroundings at astonishing range, sending out energy bursts capable of temporarily neutralizing certain electronic subsystems. Many suspected these probes were built for reconnaissance, quietly mapping the locations and vulnerabilities of human installations. In the wake of these discoveries, a few salvage teams dedicated themselves to gathering as many artifacts and probes as possible, hoping to unlock their secrets. Their endeavors were often fraught with peril. Some vessels carrying large quantities of these unknown devices experienced catastrophic failures of life support and flight control. By the close of 3302, station personnel in several frontier systems recorded unexplained fluctuations in their environmental controls, sometimes forcing evacuations when entire sectors became uninhabitable. Though official directives warned traders against transporting these unstable items, their rarity and potential research value continued to attract smugglers seeking lucrative rewards. The year 3303 brought a surge of investigations aimed at linking the artifacts and probes to known Thargoid activities. Analysis of the materials suggested a common design philosophy shared with organic constructs found at crash sites. A comprehensive survey of recovered technology revealed a consistent composition of unknown alloys, interwoven with organic filaments that seemed to pulsate like living tissue. Some experts propose that these artifacts serve multiple functions, gathering data, testing responses, and perhaps even preparing the way for future incursions. Still, any definitive explanation remained elusive. Observations taken during that period also hinted at a possible network effect, wherein a cluster of artifacts placed near each other appeared to synchronize their energy emissions, leading to exponentially greater disruption. It was during these incidents that entire sectors of a starport's docking bays could be disabled for hours, stranding multiple ships and leaving security teams powerless to contain the spread of damage. Despite the repeated cautionary tales, more artifacts and probes continued to circulate on the black market, driving both fear and fervent scientific pursuit. Today, the enigma of these unknown artifacts and probes continues to captivate and alarm in equal measure. They represent a tangible link to an alien intelligence that, until relatively recently, remained relegated to rumor. Their appearance in crucial trade routes and strategic outposts underscores the reach and foresight of those who placed them there. Every new device recovered spawns yet more questions. Are they purely observational tools or part of a broader strategy aimed at destabilizing human infrastructure? Is there a deeper significance to the signals some researchers claim to have decoded? Or are these artifacts simply misinterpreted fragments of a larger, inscrutable design? For now, definitive answers remain as elusive as the Thargoids themselves, and the countless hours of research devoted to unraveling their secrets have, if anything, only served to deepen the mystery. Initial conflicts and the First Thargoid War. The earliest recorded engagements with the Thargoids date back to 3125, when a series of skirmishes in remote frontier systems first drew wide attention to their presence. Pilots venturing beyond well-charted trade routes spoke of being ambushed by ships whose tactics and weaponry were unmatched at the time. During this period, isolated outposts reported devastating losses, often without having the chance to send distress calls before communications fell silent. These encounters forced military and political leaders who had previously dismissed rumors of alien vessels to acknowledge that a new threat had indeed emerged. By 3130, the scale of these clashes expanded. A concerted effort to push back the incursions began, though initial attempts met with limited success. Commanders found themselves outmaneuvered by ships capable of precise, coordinated actions far beyond existing combat doctrines. In several engagements, a single Thargoid interceptor would disable an entire wing of human vessels by remotely shutting down their power systems. Faced with a foe so adept at neutralizing defenses, authorities scrambled to develop specialized weaponry and more resilient ship technology. These innovations, though often crude and hastily tested, became the frontline response to what was increasingly described as a full-scale war. In 3151, covert research programs gained momentum. One of the most notorious developments involved an engineered biological agent designed to exploit vulnerabilities in the Thargoids' organic-based technology. It remained controversial, with many fearing it would provoke greater reprisals or ignite moral debates over the ethics of biological warfare. Still, the strains of constant conflict compelled decision-makers to seize any advantage. Deployments of this agent reportedly weakened Thargoid hulls during several decisive battles, contributing to a period of relative calm that lasted just long enough for battered forces to regroup. Despite these breakthroughs, the era of open hostilities continued into the mid-3200s. Entire colonies were fortified with orbital defense platforms, and alliances between long-feuding powers emerged in the interest of collective survival. By 3250, many historians argue that this phase of the war had ended, largely because the Thargoids appeared to withdraw, their presence in contested regions waning. Commanders on the front lines described the abrupt cessation of conflict as an uneasy relief. No formal accords were reached, and there was no official surrender on either side. Instead, the Thargoids receded into the uncharted reaches of space, leaving behind damaged worlds and unanswered questions. The events of this war reshaped strategic doctrines and geopolitical structures. Infrastructure once devoted to rivalry between human factions was diverted into shared research, mutual defense, and the establishment of early warning systems for renewed incursions. Although many viewed this cooperation as a major victory, a lingering apprehension remained. Veterans of the conflict warned that the Thargoids had not so much been defeated as deterred, and that their next appearance would likely come without warning. Centuries later, the scars of the First Thargoid War continue to influence every decision made in matters of defense, from how warships are built to how remote colonies are secured. The memory of that war serves as both caution and omen, reminding all that an advanced alien power, once provoked, may return with greater resolve than before. Ongoing war efforts. In recent decades, the resurgence of Thargoid activity has escalated far beyond sporadic skirmishes, drawing every major power into a state of perpetual readiness. Around 3302, unexplained disappearances along key shipping routes alarmed officials who initially suspected piracy. Once credible sightings of Thargoid vessels resurfaced, it became clear that alien incursions had resumed with renewed vigor. This period witnessed a concerted push by officials and private sector innovators to fast-track programs aimed at defending settlements and trade corridors. Joint initiatives took form in 3303, as long-standing rivalries were set aside in favor of a unified response. Scientists, engineers, and military strategists collaborated to develop specialized weapons and hull upgrades better suited for confronting an enemy adept at degrading human technology. Some of the most notable breakthroughs included reinforced bulkheads that could endure the corrosive effects of alien weaponry and experimental energy-based countermeasures designed to disrupt the Thargoids' capacity to disable human vessels. These efforts helped mitigate the damage inflicted on remote outposts, though even the best-prepared fleets struggled to match the Thargoids' adaptability. The years 3304 and 3305 brought a more organized push against Thargoid footholds, particularly in the Pleiades and surrounding sectors. Strategic deployments of capital ships in newly fortified starports offered temporary cover for research teams and humanitarian convoys. Reported successes were often short-lived, as alien forces would retreat only to reappear in neighboring systems. Commanders and analysts began to see patterns suggesting the Thargoids were testing responses and adjusting their tactics accordingly. This reinforced the need for continuous intelligence gathering, prompting the creation of specialized reconnaissance units trained to monitor possible incursions and recover any wreckage left behind. By 3306, the cumulative toll on civilian and commercial infrastructure had grown substantial. The practice of establishing advanced warning beacons near vulnerable systems became widespread, aiming to grant settlers and independent pilots more time to evacuate or prepare defenses. Despite these measures, starports on the fringe of colonized space remained particularly exposed, and the list of repair and recovery projects swelled at an alarming rate. It was during this time that coordinated rescue efforts gained momentum, with volunteer crews stepping in to evacuate stations under siege and deliver critical supplies to cut-off populations. The alliances formed in this ongoing conflict continue to evolve, as each encounter with the Thargoids underscores the necessity of unity against a common foe. The discovery of new technologies, including artifacts believed to be connected to an ancient civilization, has broadened the range of strategic options available. Integration of these findings into research and development pipelines has led to further enhancements in energy weapons, hull integrity systems, and advanced scanning tools. Nevertheless, every new success serves as a reminder that the Thargoids are neither idle nor easily dissuaded. Reports as recent as 3307 suggest an expansion in their area of operations, pointing to a widening front in the long struggle that shows no sign of ending. Despite the uncertainties, the commitment to safeguarding human expansion remains unshaken. Initiatives dedicated to search and rescue efforts, intelligence gathering, and improved coordination among superpowers persist in hopes of halting or at least containing the Thargoid threat. As the conflict endures, observers note how it has reshaped entire industries, accelerated technological leaps, and forged alliances that might have seemed unthinkable in earlier decades. Even so, the ultimate objective, reaching a point of stable peace or conclusive victory, remains as elusive now as it was at the dawn of the renewed hostilities. Aegis and anti-Xeno initiatives. In 3303, amid escalating incursions, representatives from the Federation, Empire, and Alliance agreed on the need for a dedicated organization to unify research and defensive measures against the Thargoid threat. That collaboration led to the formation of Aegis, an entity designed to pool military resources, scientific expertise, and strategic oversight in the fight to safeguard inhabited systems. Researchers under its umbrella rapidly advanced the development of prototype anti-Xeno weapons, building on data collected from previous encounters and salvaged Thargoid technology. Although some criticized the rapid militarization, arguing it risked further antagonizing the Thargoids, few questioned the urgent need for a cohesive response to repeated attacks on trade routes and starports. By early 3304, Aegis had established multiple research bases specializing in the study of alien artifacts and the potential use of Guardian relics to bolster human defenses. Technicians deciphered partial schematics and refined energy-based countermeasures intended to disrupt the Thargoids' ability to disable human vessels. As these discoveries trickled into practical application, newly equipped fleets achieved modest successes. Still, the Thargoids adapted quickly, forcing Aegis to escalate its efforts. Field teams began more frequent forays into hazardous sectors, intent on gathering intelligence and reinforcing key outposts. In 3305, Aegis spearheaded large-scale rescue and evacuation operations for several starports under siege, coordinating with private security firms and civilian volunteers. It was during these campaigns that controversial new weapon platforms were deployed, some incorporating experimental modules derived from the cross-analysis of Guardian structures. Although initial reports suggested a higher success rate in fending off incursions, these technologies remained costly and required specialized training to operate effectively. Political figures who once supported Aegis with minimal oversight began demanding greater transparency, fueling debates about accountability and the potential for misuse of advanced weaponry. Over time, a network of affiliated groups and independent pilots formed around the principle of active defense, collectively referred to as anti-Xeno initiatives. These smaller factions embraced the shared goal of protecting vulnerable systems, often joining Aegis-sanctioned campaigns while preserving their own autonomy. Their combined efforts ensured that no single power could monopolize the effort or withhold resources critical to the broader fight. As Thargoid activity continued to flare across multiple fronts, the importance of shared research, reliable funding, and clear communication channels became all the more apparent. In 3306, many of these initiatives played pivotal roles in securing trade corridors through the Pleiades and other hotspots, illustrating how cooperation across multiple sectors of society could make a decisive difference. By 3307, Aegis had evolved beyond its original mandate, branching into humanitarian support, intelligence gathering, and deeper scientific exploration of potential non-combative avenues. Still, skepticism persisted among those who contended that humanity's aggressive stance might ultimately fuel a cycle of retaliation. Within Aegis itself, factions existed that favored diplomacy or exploration over militarized expansion, leading to internal disputes over the best course of action. Nevertheless, the central mission remained the same: to harness every available resource in a unified stand against a threat whose motives and ultimate objectives remained shrouded in mystery. Despite the disagreements and moral quandaries, Aegis and its allied anti-Xeno groups continued pushing the boundaries of science and strategy, convinced that unity was the only path to survival in the face of an adaptive and formidable adversary. Politics and power struggles. In 3302, as reports of renewed Thargoid incursions began to spread through inhabited space, and underlying tension surfaced among the major powers. The Federation, which prided itself on centralized control and expansive governance, wrestled with the prospect of committing additional military assets to confront an enemy that might only rarely cross its borders. Meanwhile, the Empire, driven by tradition and strict hierarchy, hesitated to concede any measure of sovereignty by participating in joint defense agreements. The Alliance, with its coalition of independent systems, sought a middle ground, urging unified action to ensure the safety of all settlements on the frontiers. Internal power struggles intensified in 3303 when resources earmarked for Aegis and other anti-Xeno programs began to flow. Federal administrators clashed with Imperial officials over how best to allocate new weapon research, each side wary that sharing too many breakthroughs could diminish their strategic edge once the threat receded. Commercial interests also played a significant role, particularly as the trade in salvaged alien materials expanded. Corporations eager to capitalize on Thargoid technology lobbied politicians for favorable contracts, ensuring that the line between public defense and private profit became increasingly blurred. By 3304, tensions between the superpowers reached a point where calls for oversight grew loud. Prominent figures argued that the consolidation of cutting-edge technology within government-controlled research labs threatened the balance of power. Others contended that strict regulation was vital to prevent dangerous arms races or the misuse of potentially destabilizing discoveries. As debates raged in council chambers, smaller factions within each superpower saw opportunities to leverage the Thargoid crisis for personal gain. Some championed isolationist policies, aiming to divert funds to internal security and infrastructure, while others pushed for aggressive expansions to seize systems believed to hold valuable alien artifacts. Around 3305, fractures within the Alliance brought added complexity. Member systems that had long valued their autonomy questioned whether large-scale cooperation against the Thargoids risked subordinating local governance to an alliance-wide command structure. Those concerns were echoed on the periphery of Federation space, where governors resented being compelled to align with distant central authorities. The Empire, experiencing its own internal disputes, sought to maintain a veneer of unity, even as power blocks formed around key senators with contrasting visions for how to engage the Thargoids. Some promoted open aggression, others advocated cautious diplomacy or the strategic defense of core worlds. In 3306, widespread unrest fueled further instability. Displaced populations from attacked starports took refuge in densely populated systems, placing unprecedented strains on supply chains and social services. Competing political figures promised swift resolutions if granted more power, often blaming rival superpowers or independent factions for slow responses to the crisis. Calls for leadership reshuffles became common, and in several systems, local elections erupted into violence, underscoring how the Thargoid menace had far-reaching repercussions beyond the battlefield. By 3307, a fragile web of treaties and pacts linked most of the major powers in the ongoing war effort, even as simmering rivalries threatened to unravel those alliances. Some smaller factions began to thrive by playing the powers against each other, monopolizing rare resources and positioning themselves as indispensable mercenaries. While the galaxy's leaders publicly insisted on unity, the underlying reality remained far more complicated. Trust was often conditional, alliances shifted, and each negotiation carried the unspoken understanding that every power still eyed the post-conflict landscape with an eye towards strengthening its own influence. In this climate, politics and power struggles proved as dynamic and perilous as the Thargoid engagements themselves, reshaping the interstellar order in ways few had foreseen even a decade earlier. The Guardian-Thargoid conflict. Evidence of an ancient struggle between the Guardians and the Thargoids first came to wider attention in 3302 when explorers unearthed a series of deserted structures scattered across distant worlds. Initial scans of these imposing ruins revealed cryptic inscriptions depicting what appeared to be large-scale warfare, with fragmented carvings suggesting the Guardians had once engaged in a prolonged battle with an alien force. That force was later identified as the Thargoids, as symbols consistent with known Thargoid motifs emerged in the same sites where Guardian technology and artistry abounded. Analysis of the sites implied that the conflict took place countless millennia ago, well before humans began charting interstellar space. Although it is difficult to pinpoint the precise timeline, dating techniques involving isotopic measurements hinted at a catastrophic event that may have unfolded over several generations, shaping the destiny of the Guardian civilization. Some researchers argue that the Thargoids launched an extensive campaign that forced the Guardians to rapidly develop new defensive measures, culminating in advanced energy weapons and planetary fortifications. Scorch marks found on the interior of Guardian fortresses hint that intense combat took place, while the near-total lack of organic remains fuels speculation that the final phases of the conflict were swift and absolute. When these ruins were subjected to thorough examination in 3303, certain artifacts appeared to mirror the energy signatures observed in Thargoid wreckage from contemporary encounters. Teams specializing in material science detected parallels in the resonance frequencies of power cores, suggesting that the Guardians might have adapted or replicated elements of Thargoid technology to defend themselves. A key point of interest remains the partial records etched into monolithic tablets, some of which reference a rapid escalation of hostilities. Researchers hypothesize that the Guardians, once a thriving and highly cultured civilization, found themselves in a war of attrition they could not sustain. Precisely how the Guardians fell remains a matter of debate, though many suspect that the destructive capacity of the Thargoids, combined with internal Guardian conflicts, accelerated their decline. In 3304, expeditions to newly discovered Guardian sites revealed hidden chambers containing relics believed to have direct military applications. Among them were power generators of unusual design, apparently intended to supply vast weapon systems or shield networks. Some structures contained data vaults locked behind intricate security protocols, though a handful of partial decryptions provided more context. References to an escalating threat from beyond their settled territory, desperate measures enacted to protect core worlds, and eventual admissions of defeat. While the exact cause of the Guardians' extinction remains uncertain, these accounts suggest that war with the Thargoids played a pivotal role in their downfall. This ancient conflict offers a stark reminder of the potential scale of Thargoid aggression. The Guardians, known for their architectural wonders and sophisticated technology, still succumb to a relentless, adaptable enemy. In 3305, engineers began integrating salvaged Guardian components into existing anti-Xeno platforms, hoping that these artifacts might tip the balance in the current struggle against Thargoid incursions. Although practical results are mixed, the newfound synergy of Guardian and human engineering holds promise for defending systems against threats that have endured for millennia. Yet, despite all these advances, the echoes of that long-ago war remain sobering, reflecting a history of conflict that continues to resonate in the present day. Guardian technology. When explorers first stumbled upon the silent relics of the Guardian civilization in 3302, they could not have imagined the depth of innovation buried within those ancient ruins. The structures dotted across barren worlds contained data imprints and intricate carvings that hinted at a society advanced in fields ranging from energy manipulation to artificial intelligence. In the following year, organized expeditions devoted themselves to salvaging whatever they could learn, prying open data vaults, and sifting through layers of dust and rubble in search of functional components. By 3303, research teams had succeeded in activating partial subsystems within these ruins. The discovery of unusual power nodes constructed from exotic alloys suggested that the Guardians had perfected a means of harnessing energy far more efficiently than any known human design. Remnants of these nodes remained stable for astonishing lengths of time, prompting scientists to believe that the Guardians had mastered long-duration power storage without the thermal complications that plague modern reactors. Such resilience proved especially relevant for military applications, and engineers began drafting prototypes that integrated Guardian-inspired circuits into human ship systems. It was in 3304 that breakthroughs came to light, particularly in the realm of directed energy weaponry. Fragments of Guardian weapon platforms revealed sophisticated cooling mechanisms and plasma containment fields, leading to the first generation of armaments able to channel intense blasts of energy without succumbing to overheating. While initial tests proved dangerous, with one research station suffering structural damage from an accidental overload, the potential was too enticing to abandon. Over time, these discoveries were refined, resulting in practical field-deployable weapons known for their remarkable efficiency against heavily shielded targets. Alongside weapon development, other Guardian-derived technologies emerged. Some expedition teams uncovered strange devices appearing to serve as navigational aids or data transfer modules. Analysts found that these modules used compressed information encoding techniques, effectively storing massive quantities of star system data in a form resistant to degradation. This had immediate repercussions for exploration, allowing long-range ships to integrate advanced mapping functions and data analytics far beyond existing human capabilities. The relationship between these data modules and Guardian architecture remains an ongoing research priority, as unlocking the full breadth of their coding methods may reveal more about the vanished civilization's communications network. Efforts to incorporate Guardian technology did not proceed without complications. Certain artifacts displayed incompatibilities when interfaced with standard shipboard processors, often leading to sudden power spikes or software crashes. Specialists who studied the underlying code hypothesized that the Guardians might have developed a fundamentally different approach to system architecture. This challenge spurred a new wave of adaptive design, pushing engineers and programmers to create hybrid frameworks capable of interpreting Guardian signals safely. By 3305, advanced labs had begun blending these discoveries into anti-Xeno strategies, particularly in the ongoing confrontations against the Thargoids. Tests indicated that Guardian-inspired armaments were more resistant to the corrosive properties of alien weapons, enabling longer engagement times and improved survivability. This synergy between ancient and modern technology became a major talking point in strategic circles, suggesting that the Guardians' legacy might play a crucial role in humanity's future survival. Though the exact fate of the Guardian civilization remains a mystery, their technological achievements continue to guide new initiatives, offering both hope and cautionary lessons in what is possible when knowledge and ingenuity push beyond their limits. Speculation and theorizing. For generations, the question of what truly drives the Thargoids has drawn a wealth of speculation, from serious academic proposals to the wildest of conspiracy theories. In the early years following renewed sightings around 3302, many analysts focused on the possibility that these incursions represented an organized campaign of expansion. They highlighted patterns of system-wide attacks, noting the methodical targeting of outposts and starports that appeared critical to trade or strategic defense. Others, examining recorded data of Thargoid behavior, suggested that humanity might be trespassing on territory the Thargoids considered sacred, prompting retaliatory strikes meant to push intruders away. As more evidence of Guardian ruins emerged in 3303, another perspective took shape. Perhaps the Thargoids' aggression was a learned behavior stemming from their ancient conflict with the Guardians. By studying the extensive records of damage found at Guardian strongholds, some researchers proposed that the Thargoids might interpret any advanced technology as a potential threat, explaining their vigilant monitoring of human expansion. This idea gained traction among those who had observed Thargoid vessels scanning human ships or lingering around Guardian sites. The suggestion was that the Thargoids, ever cautious, were on alert for signs of a challenge similar to what they had once faced millennia ago. In 3304, a fringe group of theorists argued that the Thargoids were attempting to establish a framework for coexistence, and that the repeated attacks on human fleets were warnings or defensive responses rather than outright invasions. They cited instances in which Thargoid craft refrained from firing on unarmed vessels, but their opponents countered that such restraint might simply be strategic, allowing the Thargoids to gather intelligence rather than waste resources. Tensions within academic and political circles grew as some championed diplomatic outreach, while others insisted on meeting power with power. The resulting debate shaped policies on how best to respond when Thargoid ships appeared without issuing any open signal of intent. Around 3305, individuals studying the interplay between Thargoid artifacts and Guardian sites offered a more unsettling theory. They noted that the Thargoids, having once confronted the Guardians, would likely maintain an enduring interest in any technology that shared characteristics with their ancient adversary. The concern arose that combining Guardian and human innovations might inadvertently provoke a stronger Thargoid retaliation. For every pilot eager to adopt Guardian-derived weapons, there were scientists warning that integrating these systems could confirm to the Thargoids that humanity now possessed the means to wage a more dangerous conflict. A separate line of thought delved into the possible existence of multiple Thargoid factions. Reports from various encounters sometimes described Thargoid craft displaying divergent tactics or energy signatures, fueling the idea that not all Thargoid activity emanates from a single unified command structure. Investigators in 3306 tried to map patterns of raids and unusual hyperdictions, hoping to identify distinct behavioral clusters that might hint at multiple interest groups or subspecies within the Thargoid civilization. Though the theory remains inconclusive, it introduces the possibility that humans are dealing with a more complex alien society than initially imagined. Despite the range of views, one constant emerges. No definitive understanding of Thargoid intentions has been achieved. Each new discovery leads to additional questions, reinforcing the belief that the complexity of the Thargoids surpasses any simplistic narrative of invasion or defense. In the absence of conclusive evidence, speculation remains the driving force behind every new hypothesis, and the galaxy can only wait to see which line of thought, if any, will prove closest to the truth. Encounter mechanics. In the early months of 3302, scattered reports emerged of vessels being forcibly torn from faster-than-light travel without any visible cause. These events, eventually labeled hyperdictions, caught flight control authorities off guard. Pilots described seeing a sudden swirl of luminescent distortions enveloping their ships, followed by total system malfunctions. Moments later, they found themselves face-to-face with Thargoid craft looming in the darkness. In some instances, the aliens appeared to simply observe the immobilized vessels, scanning them with bright, pulsating lights before vanishing into the void. In others, the encounter escalated into aggression, with Thargoid weaponry focusing on those who attempted to flee or respond with force. Along major trade routes by 3303, entire convoys reported synchronized hyperdictions, suggesting that Thargoid sensors possess the capability to pinpoint multiple ships traveling in close proximity. Veterans of these incidents recounted how key ship functions, such as life support and thrusters, would dim or fail altogether, replaced by a suffocating silence. Recovery times varied, but many insisted that some invisible effect lingered, interfering with navigation and communications even after the Thargoids departed. Investigators studying black box recordings noted strong electromagnetic fluctuations coinciding with these interdictions, leading to the theory that Thargoid vessels might employ advanced fields to control the very fabric of faster-than-light travel. By 3304, encounters extended beyond hyperdictions. Overrun starports received reports of Thargoid craft engaging in what seemed like deliberate scans of docking bays and station interiors, as though collecting information on human infrastructure. During these episodes, local defense wings scrambled to intercept, but often found themselves overwhelmed. In one documented case, several interceptor-class Thargoid ships stationed themselves near a starport ring, patiently scanning arriving traffic before retaliating against any pilot who attempted to fire on them. This pattern led some analysts to believe that Thargoids routinely assess threat levels before deciding whether to respond with force. Another recurring mechanic involves the deployment of smaller drone-like constructs swarming around larger Thargoid vessels. First observed in large numbers in 3305, these drones exhibit coordinated movement patterns that test the reflexes and shield capacities of human defenders. Recorded data shows how the drones form protective screens, creating brief openings for the main Thargoid vessel to unleash targeted assaults. Few have managed to retrieve intact drone fragments, and those that were recovered dissolved in a corrosive reaction soon after exposure to controlled atmospheres. This has led to speculation that the drones rely on a form of biological synergy with their parent craft, an intricate system that defies typical engineering categorization. All of these occurrences reflect a broader theme. The Thargoids do not simply appear and engage. Rather, they manipulate the conditions of the encounter, choosing the time and place in ways that catch defenders off guard. Hyperdictions demonstrate control over faster-than-light travel corridors. Swarm tactics underscore collective coordination well beyond standard automated systems. Even the aftermath of these clashes poses challenges as shutdown fields and residual effects linger, leaving pilots vulnerable for precious moments. Though research continues, each new report only strengthens the view that the Thargoids maintain a profound understanding of the very principles that govern space travel, and they use that knowledge to orchestrate interactions entirely on their own terms. Combat tactics. In the early phases of renewed Thargoid aggression around 3302, pilots quickly discovered that conventional missile and laser systems had limited effect on alien hulls. Standard kinetic rounds often dissipated against a dense biomechanical exterior, prompting immediate calls for specialized weapon development. Military engineers introduced prototype armor-piercing shells in 3303 that integrated exotic alloys, offering a modest improvement in penetrating power. However, these prototypes still fell short of matching the regenerative properties displayed by Thargoid vessels during prolonged engagements. The introduction of targeted energy-based weaponry around 3304 marked a significant milestone. Drawing from Guardian-inspired research, these weapons combined focused beams with unique energy signatures capable of disrupting the stability of Thargoid hull membranes. Though the technology remained expensive and required specialized power management, it brought the first substantial success in diminishing the enemy's resilience. Pilots reported that sustained barrages from coordinated squadrons could force a Thargoid ship to break off its assault, providing a window for strategic repositioning or retreat. The challenge lay in maintaining formation under the bombardment of drones and the debilitating effects of shutdown fields, which rendered many ships adrift if they lacked proper countermeasures. Defensive tactics evolved alongside offensive developments. Throughout 3305, major fleets adopted reinforced hull materials and shield generators specifically adapted to resist corrosive attacks. Commanders advised distributing multiple anti-shutdown field generators within a squadron, ensuring that not all vessels would be incapacitated at once. This technique, often referred to in military briefings as redundant coverage, enabled a more cohesive response to Thargoid aggression. Wing leaders stressed the importance of splitting targets and forcing Thargoid vessels to engage multiple directions simultaneously, thereby reducing the impact of their coordinated drone swarms. In addition to these direct combat approaches, hit-and-run maneuvers gained prominence. Fleet tactics manuals highlighted the Thargoids' ability to adapt rapidly during a fight, using sophisticated sensory systems to pinpoint weaknesses. By leveraging short, concentrated bursts of firepower and then disengaging, skilled pilots found they could wear down a Thargoid's defenses over repeated passes. Resupply ships operated on the periphery, carrying specialized repair drones and munitions to keep attackers operational. These support craft often faced risks of their own, requiring agile pilots capable of quick evasion if a Thargoid interceptor singled them out for destruction. One of the more contentious strategies involved the use of Guardian hybrid weapons, deployed in greater numbers starting in 3306. Critics warned that melding ancient technology with modern systems could provoke further alien retaliation. Nevertheless, the results were undeniable. Squadrons equipped with these weapons often encountered higher survival rates, inflicting visible damage against larger Thargoid interceptors that had previously shrugged off conventional attacks. As more data emerged, combat leaders refined their doctrines, emphasizing the value of multi-pronged assaults and disciplined retreat protocols in the face of overwhelming force. Despite these advancements, there remains no foolproof method for guaranteeing victory. Every year brings new accounts of unpredictable Thargoid tactics or unusual weapon signatures, underscoring the relentless nature of the threat. Pilots are advised to stay current with the latest research and adapt their loadouts to address the ever-evolving challenges presented by these alien adversaries. The key lesson shared across all frontline reports is that readiness and flexibility count as much as raw firepower, for the Thargoids have proven time and again that they cannot be easily outmaneuvered by rigid or outdated thinking. Non-combat approaches. Since Thargoid vessels began appearing in greater numbers around 3302, a handful of scientists and explorers have attempted peaceful contact in hopes of avoiding further bloodshed. Early records from that year mention small research vessels venturing into areas known to harbor Thargoid activity, refraining from any show of force. In a few notable cases, Thargoid ships simply scanned these craft at close range and departed, suggesting curiosity or perhaps simple caution. Encouraged by such ambiguous encounters, various civilian groups devoted resources to studying the chemical signatures left behind by Thargoid probes, speculating that a path to communication might lie in deciphering those unique patterns. In 3303, a faction of xenobiologists focused on analyzing barnacle-like structures that appear to produce meta-alloys essential to Thargoid technology. Their work revealed that careful harvesting of these materials without causing extensive harm to the underlying biological network did not always provoke a hostile response. This fueled theories that a measured approach to resource extraction might coexist with Thargoid interests. However, incidents of overharvesting persisted, leading to conflicting reports about whether Thargoids react aggressively to perceived threats against their key resources or simply conduct routine patrols in certain regions. In 3304, a coalition of independent researchers and linguists proposed sending unarmed ships equipped with high-resolution scanners and specialized signal generators. Their objective was to transmit a carefully crafted series of pulses, each matching frequencies observed in Thargoid emissions. Though initial results proved inconclusive, they noted subtle changes in Thargoid ship formations, raising questions about whether the signals prompted any form of recognition. Skeptics claimed these were random coincidences, while proponents argued it represented a cautious step toward establishing a shared channel of communication. Alongside these efforts, covert stealth missions emerged as another non-combat option, particularly for those aiming to observe Thargoid behavior without intervening. By 3305, certain reconnaissance vessels were fitted with low-heat signatures and advanced sensor packages designed to track Thargoid movements in real time. During one such mission, pilot accounts described watching multiple Thargoid interceptors inspect a drifting megaship wreck. The observers maintained a safe distance, recording their every maneuver, but the Thargoids exhibited no hostility. Advocates of these stealth deployments point to these close encounters as proof that Thargoids do not always attack on sight, even in vulnerable locations. Philosophical and ethical debates intensified in 3306 as increasing numbers of refugees fled systems under Thargoid pressure. Some believed that the best chance for peaceful resolution lay in continued research and restraint, while others argued that attempting non-combat approaches placed countless lives in jeopardy. Nevertheless, private institutions and humanitarian foundations continued to sponsor missions aimed at understanding Thargoid biology and language, driven by the hope that common ground could be discovered. These groups often faced criticism from the more militant factions, who viewed any pause in armed response as a strategic error. Opinions remain sharply divided. Reports of Thargoid raids and station damage persist, yet there is also compelling evidence that certain Thargoid actions may not be outright aggressions, but rather responses to perceived encroachment or resource conflicts. As a result, non-combat methods, ranging from stealth surveys to carefully orchestrated contact attempts, have retained a dedicated following. Their advocates argue that true cooperation, if ever achieved, will depend on bridging the chasm of fear and misunderstanding, rather than deepening it through continued warfare. Until such an outcome is realized or proven impossible, the drive to explore peaceful alternatives endures. Foundations of the Alliance. While the idea of unified defense and shared prosperity had circulated for decades, the first concrete steps toward forming the Alliance took shape in 3227. Records from this period indicate that multiple frontier colonies, each struggling with insufficient resources and frequent raids, began exchanging messages proposing a formal agreement for mutual support. Early meetings involved only a handful of systems, but quickly expanded as word spread of potential benefits, including joint security patrols and collective bargaining for trade contracts. A crucial milestone occurred in 3242 when the leaders of 7 independent worlds convened to draft a preliminary charter. During this gathering, representatives reached consensus on fundamental principles. Each system would retain autonomy over its internal affairs, but agree to share defensive responsibilities and adhere to common guidelines for dispute resolution. Although the alliance at this stage was little more than a loose confederation, it nonetheless set important precedents for the governance framework that would follow. By 3255, the loose affiliation had grown into a more structured organization. Systems that once resisted any form of centralized authority began to see tangible benefits of cooperation, especially in repelling hostile incursions along their trade routes. A summit in 3260 ratified these ideas into the first comprehensive treaty, laying out clear protocols for collective security and resource management. This documented agreement served as the bedrock for a union that would, over time, attract new members and evolve into the modern alliance, an entity grounded in the principle that strength and prosperity flourish when diverse worlds unite under a shared vision. The gathering of leaders. In a carefully orchestrated effort to unite systems that had long acted in isolation, prominent representatives from across various regions arrived at a neutral station situated near a remote star. The location was selected for its strategic distance from any major power and for the privacy it afforded. Over the course of several days, the station's once quiet corridors transformed into spaces of intense discussion and fervent negotiation. Diplomats, military officials, and economic strategists brought with them the weight of their people's concerns and aspirations, each determined to secure a balance between defending local interests and achieving interstellar unity. Persuading so many different worlds to align under a single cause proved challenging. The delegates frequently clashed on matters of resource distribution and commercial regulations, reflecting the divergent economic conditions within their home systems. Others focused on defense protocols, fearing that the collective sharing of naval forces might erode each system's autonomy or expose them to conflicts not of their own making. At times, debates grew so heated that sessions had to be adjourned to allow tempers to cool, underscoring the magnitude of what was at stake. Despite these strains, a sense of necessity drove the participants to persevere. Proposals evolved through compromise, and seemingly intractable differences gradually shrank in the face of common threats beyond any single system's ability to confront. At last, the group drafted a framework that established shared administrative bodies to oversee trade, defense, and diplomacy, while also allowing each member a measure of self-governance. Upon returning to their home systems, these leaders carried with them a new vision for collaborative progress, one that would soon crystallize into a formal alliance, bound not by conquest or coercion, but by a collective dedication to mutual protection and prosperity. Structure and governance. The alliance's governing framework was shaped by the aim of preserving each member world's individuality, while enabling a cohesive system of administration. At the center of this structure sits a council composed of representatives from all participating systems, each elected or appointed according to the traditions of their own constituency. These delegates convene at regular intervals to pass legislation, approve budgets, and negotiate diplomatic or trade matters that affect the Union as a whole. Discussions often require delicate balancing acts, as each representative must defend local interests without undermining broader interstellar objectives. Supporting this central council is a network of specialized agencies charged with handling specific areas of governance, including defense strategy, economic oversight, and the regulation of vital resources. The individuals staffing these agencies are selected through a combination of expertise and equitable distribution among member systems, ensuring that no single faction holds disproportionate sway. This arrangement helps maintain transparency and inclusivity, both essential for uniting societies that vary widely in history, culture, and technological advancement. To address issues swiftly between scheduled council sessions, an executive body exists with the authority to enact interim measures, particularly in emergencies. Its powers, however, remain carefully constrained by the collective will of the council, reflecting the founding principle that centralized control should never undermine the independence of individual worlds. Thus, while the executive can rapidly deploy resources during crises, its actions are routinely reviewed to confirm they comply with the Alliance's guiding policies and legal framework. Over time, the system has shown an ability to adapt, driven by the establishment of regular performance audits and public forums where citizens can voice their concerns. In response, incremental reforms have been introduced to address shifting economic realities, security threats, or technological changes. Though the structure and governance of the Alliance can seem complex, it has endured by balancing local autonomy with an overarching sense of unity, fostering a climate where even the most distant worlds can find a voice and a measure of safety under the shared banner of mutual progress. Economics and trade. The Alliance's economic network was constructed with an emphasis on fair exchange and collective advancement. Each member system brought its own unique set of resources, from agricultural staples and rare minerals to high-technology components and industrial machinery. Recognizing that no single territory could be fully self-sufficient, trade agreements were established to ensure a steady flow of commodities and services across the entire Union. Merchant fleets traversed predefined routes that linked core industrial worlds to distant outposts, creating a circulation of goods that not only sustained daily life, but also promoted technological collaboration among regions with varying levels of development. In an effort to maintain balanced growth, regulatory bodies monitored the pricing and distribution of key commodities, especially those critical for infrastructure and defense. Decisions regarding tariffs, subsidies, and import quotas were based on extensive market analyses, intended to prevent monopolies from dominating essential sectors. Local administrators retained significant control over their own economies while agreeing to abide by overarching rules that encouraged transparency and minimized exploitative practices. Over time, a stable monetary system emerged, supported by financial institutions that provided lines of credit and insurance for long-haul traders. This framework allowed the Alliance to weather economic fluctuations and maintain continuous support for frontier expansion. Even as external pressures shifted, the foundational principle of mutually beneficial trade remained a cornerstone of the Alliance's collective prosperity. Military organization and strategy. The foundations of the Alliance's military structure date back to the year 3042, when recurring border skirmishes in the outer colonies made it clear that decentralized militias could not adequately safeguard shared trade routes. In response, the Central Council ratified the Interstellar Defense Act, mandating the formation of a unified command capable of coordinating fleet deployments, surveillance, and rapid response operations across multiple star systems. Over the ensuing decades, a dedicated framework emerged that combined local defense units with specialized interstellar task forces. By 3267, standardized training programs and joint exercises had significantly elevated combat readiness, resulting in the establishment of the First Alliance Navy. This entity served as a strategic reserve, maintaining cruisers, corvettes, and support vessels designed to respond swiftly to crises ranging from piracy to large-scale incursions. Through shared intelligence channels, each member system's forces maintained real-time awareness of emerging threats, allowing for coordinated countermeasures, even when hundreds of light years separated key strongholds. One pivotal milestone occurred in 3301, when the Alliance enacted the Frontier Security Initiative, a sweeping policy that reallocated funds toward the development of state-of-the-art weaponry and defensive platforms. Newly commissioned ships were equipped with advanced sensor arrays and improved power distribution networks, enabling them to operate more effectively in hostile environments. Technological innovations gleaned from research agreements, including some derived from ancient constructs uncovered in distant sectors, were integrated into naval designs, enhancing both maneuverability and firepower. These upgrades, coupled with a reliable supply chain for munitions, consolidated the Alliance's position as a formidable power, prepared to safeguard its expanding domains while upholding the principle that collaboration and mutual defense remained the ultimate pillars of interstellar security. Relations with the Federation. Ties between the Alliance and the Federation have evolved through a pattern of guarded cooperation and periodic rivalries. The Federation's long-established influence dates back to the mid-25th century, when it began consolidating power across a network of core systems. By 3200, its sphere of authority was unrivaled, leading many emerging powers to engage cautiously, aware of the Federation's far-reaching economic and military capacities. Early interactions remained diplomatic yet distant, with neither side fully trusting the other's intentions. A more tangible bond formed in 3255 when trade emissaries from the Alliance negotiated the first major commerce treaty, granting Alliance-flagged ships access to key Federation-controlled routes. This accord, ratified under the Commerce Expansion Agreement, opened new markets for agricultural exports and mining ventures, spurring an uptick in revenue for member systems seeking to bolster their fledgling infrastructures. Despite initial hesitations, the Federation's Council recognized the benefits of tapping into previously underutilized resources, making the deal mutually advantageous. Growing interdependence did not, however, eliminate friction. In 3272, a dispute over tariffs on refined metals escalated into a minor trade crisis. Several Federation-aligned corporate entities imposed levies that Alliance representatives deemed exploitative. While tensions briefly threatened to dissolve the partnership, a renegotiation effort in 3273 succeeded in diffusing hostilities. An oversight committee was established to enforce fair pricing standards, reducing the risk of future economic disputes spiraling into broader conflicts. Diplomatic ties were tested once again in 3301, following a series of incidents involving unauthorized patrols crossing shared borders. Suspicions on both sides led to public outcry, prompting high-level talks that stressed the importance of transparent communication and defined clearer protocols for border operations. Though strains persisted, the resolution reaffirmed both powers' commitment to maintaining a balanced relationship. Economic pragmatism continued to outweigh political differences, sustaining an uneasy but enduring association in which mutual cooperation has proven essential for stability in the ever-shifting expanse of interstellar affairs. Relations with the Empire. The earliest records of engagement between the Alliance and the Empire date back to 3238, when an expeditionary convoy from the Alliance crossed paths with Imperial patrols near the outer fringes of contested territories. Initial interactions remained cautious, influenced by the Empire's hierarchical traditions and the Alliance's commitment to decentralized governance. Although no formal hostilities broke out at the time, both sides preferred to maintain limited contact, wary of their differing political ideologies. Tensions briefly escalated in 3265 following a series of border incidents in which merchant vessels claimed to have been detained and searched without cause. The Empire insisted these actions were part of routine security measures, while Alliance representatives protested what they considered infringements on free navigation. Diplomatic envoys met later that year to prevent the disputes from spiraling into open conflict. Though no formal treaty was signed, an understanding was reached to enhance communication channels and clarify protocols for border inspections. A significant turning point came in 3291, when the Empire sought to secure new trade routes for its burgeoning luxury goods market. Recognizing that the Alliance controlled several resource-rich systems vital to those routes, the Imperial Senate approved a series of emissaries tasked with negotiating mutual trade benefits. The resulting framework, often referred to informally as the Silver Accord, outlined tariffs, customs procedures, and designated safe passages for merchants from both powers. While it did not entirely dispel deeper ideological differences, the accord led to a period of relative stability and increased economic exchange. Despite these advances, sporadic controversies continued to test the relationship. In 3303, allegations surfaced that certain alliance systems were supporting groups opposed to the Empire's centralized authority. Imperial officials demanded an investigation, prompting a joint fact-finding mission that ultimately uncovered no definitive proof of such backing. The incident nonetheless fueled suspicion, reminding both parties that mutual understanding remained delicate. Through these cycles of negotiation, tension, and guarded cooperation, the Alliance and the Empire have sustained an uneasy equilibrium, each recognizing that their shared interests in trade and regional stability often outweigh their political and cultural divides. The Thargoid factor. Officially documented encounters with the Thargoids began circulating as early as 31/1/25, though unconfirmed reports suggest sightings may have occurred decades prior. In those initial accounts, isolated survey teams recorded unexplained ship signatures that appeared abruptly and vanished just as quickly, leaving behind only fragmented sensor data. At the time, these sightings were often dismissed as anomalies or sensor malfunctions, partly because there was little collective framework for understanding what a genuine extraterrestrial incursion might entail. Interest in these elusive signals grew steadily through the mid-3200s. In 3257, the Alliance funded a comprehensive research program to study the occurrences, consolidating data from remote outposts. Investigators discovered faint energy signatures that hinted at sophisticated propulsion systems unmatched by current human engineering. Debriefings of pilots who survived encounters consistently detailed vessels that performed maneuvers far beyond conventional flight envelopes, suggesting a level of technological advancement that demanded cautious scrutiny. Though the results were inconclusive, growing evidence indicated that these contacts were neither rare nor random. The first overt signs of hostility appeared in 3301, when several Alliance freighters along fringe routes failed to return from routine assignments. Recovery missions found debris fields containing unusual chemical residues and hull damage incompatible with known weapons. Rumors of alien interference spread quickly, prompting the Alliance Council to issue a high-level alert. In the months that followed, reconnaissance patrols reported a pattern of intermittent but increasingly organized attacks on vessels that strayed into specific regions of deep space. While some insisted on a purely defensive posture until intentions could be determined, others urged direct confrontation to protect strategic corridors. By 3303, the Alliance had invested heavily in anti-Xeno research, adapting ship designs to better withstand the advanced armaments believed to be in use by these unidentified forces. Cooperative efforts with other interstellar powers briefly set aside political frictions, as each recognized the broader threat posed by a species that had yet to communicate its objectives. Investigative teams analyzed fragments of recovered technology, learning that Thargoid engineering employed unusual materials and power sources, potentially centuries ahead of anything humans had mastered. Despite extensive diplomatic outreach attempts, no formal channels of dialogue were ever established, leaving motives a matter of speculation among the Union's leading scientific and military minds. Today, the Thargoids remain both a source of fear and fascination, emblematic of an encounter with the unknown that challenges the Alliance's collective assumptions about what lies beyond its expanding frontier. Vigilance is maintained in sectors where sightings persist, and research into potential methods of peaceful contact continues in parallel with ongoing defensive efforts. Yet, the deeper questions, why the Thargoids appear in certain regions, whether they possess centralized leadership, or how they perceive humanity, remain unresolved. As the years progress, the Thargoid factor continues to shape military planning, diplomatic relations, and scientific endeavors across the Alliance's territory. Guardian connections. Evidence of an ancient civilization known as the Guardians first surfaced in the year 3269, when an exploratory mission to a remote system detected unusual energy signatures emanating from derelict structures. Upon closer inspection, the survey team confirmed that these were not natural formations, but the remnants of an advanced society believed to have flourished tens of thousands of years prior. Subsequent expeditions throughout the 3270s uncovered additional sites, each yielding more relics and data fragments that hinted at the Guardians' formidable grasp of astrophysics, energy manipulation, and architectural engineering. In 32 and 84, the Alliance established a dedicated research consortium to study the expanding collection of Guardian artifacts. Detailed scans of recovered relics revealed circuitry composed of materials unknown to conventional science, prompting a wave of breakthroughs in power storage and shield harmonics. Reports from these research stations indicated that a single fragment of Guardian tech had the potential to revolutionize propulsion systems if the Alliance could decipher its underlying principles. Despite the promise, investigators faced complex challenges. Guardian inscriptions proved exceptionally difficult to decode, and much of the technology had degraded over millennia, leaving significant gaps in the data record. A notable milestone occurred in 3302, when joint expeditions combined resources to retrofit one of the Alliance's reconnaissance vessels with reverse-engineered components derived from partially understood Guardian schematics. Although this prototype saw limited deployment, its field performance validated the feasibility of integrating ancient insights with modern shipbuilding. Interest in Guardian research surged, leading to collaborative efforts aimed at exploring larger relic sites, rumored to exist beyond the farthest settled regions. Today, while many secrets of the Guardians remain locked behind language barriers and partially dismantled artifacts, the progress made thus far continues to shape the Alliance's view of technology, exploration, and the profound mysteries that lie beyond the familiar frontiers. Influence of megacorporations. The presence of megacorporations within the Alliance has grown significantly since the late 3200s, when a wave of private enterprises recognized the profitability of interstellar commerce on a vast scale. In 3283, representatives from several large corporate entities successfully lobbied for relaxed trade regulations, arguing that their investments would accelerate economic development across newly incorporated systems. This move prompted rapid expansion, particularly in regions abundant with natural resources, where corporate-funded expeditions established mining operations and manufacturing hubs. As profits soared, these corporations began exerting increasing sway over local councils. Financial statements from 3290 revealed that nearly one-third of all public infrastructure projects were underwritten by just a handful of major conglomerates. In many cases, these mega corporations negotiated exclusive rights to manage transportation networks, energy distribution, or terraforming initiatives, allowing them to shape long-term economic strategies to their benefit. Though such partnerships often delivered tangible improvements, like upgrades in freight capacity or advances in terraforming methods, they also raised concerns about undue corporate influence on policymaking. By 3301, disputes over corporate dominance had become a recurring topic in high-level Alliance assemblies. Smaller systems, reliant on private funding for critical infrastructure, complained of skewed power balances that left local voices overshadowed by profit-driven agendas. Investigative committees formed that same year uncovered evidence of corporate-backed lobbying efforts, including campaign contributions to key council members and restrictive contracts designed to reduce market competition. In response, the Alliance instituted additional oversight mechanisms, mandating more rigorous disclosures of financial relationships and granting independent auditors the authority to review large-scale project agreements. Despite these measures, corporations continue to wield substantial influence, particularly in sectors tied to advanced technology and spacefaring industries. Recent data from 3303 shows that private enterprise accounts for over half of the Alliance's military supply chain, offering cutting-edge weaponry and ship components. While this arrangement has ensured a steady flow of vital resources, it also underscores the delicate interplay between corporate ambitions and the broader objectives of a decentralized union. Efforts to maintain transparency persist, yet the question remains whether the Alliance can preserve its founding values of equitable governance while relying so heavily on the capital and innovation that megacorporations provide. Internal challenges and conflicts. From the Alliance's earliest years, the diversity of its member systems presented a complex web of competing interests. While many worlds valued the shared protection and economic benefits of unity, local governments often resisted policies perceived as external mandates. As early as 3245, Archival records show protests erupting in several agricultural colonies, where farmers claimed newly introduced trade regulations favored industrialized worlds. These disagreements highlighted the tension between centralized policy and regional autonomy, an issue that would persist for centuries. In 3278, the Council commissioned an independent investigation into allegations of corruption among key officials. The inquiry revealed irregularities in the awarding of construction and mining contracts, implicating several representatives in kickback schemes and the misappropriation of public funds. Although the scandal prompted reforms, including stricter financial oversight measures, it also fueled distrust among smaller systems, which feared that larger worlds wielded outsized influence within the Alliance's decision-making processes. The year 3291 brought a renewed wave of discord when a faction of frontier settlers threatened to withdraw their support for interstellar defense initiatives. These settlers believed that the remote outposts were overlooked by central authorities and that the bulk of military resources went to more populous systems. A temporary compromise was reached through an addendum to the Defense Funding Act, earmarking resources for improved station fortifications in frontier territories. However, discontent lingered, reminding the Alliance that the balance between collective security and equitable resource distribution remained delicate. Another flashpoint emerged in 3303 when a cluster of industrial worlds began protesting taxation measures meant to finance shared infrastructure projects. Corporate lobbyists argued that the burden fell disproportionately on manufacturing hubs, stifling innovation and economic growth. Pressure from these interests led to a series of heated council sessions, culminating in a revised tax schedule that attempted to account for varying levels of economic output across member systems. Though the crisis subsided, the episode underscored the Alliance's ongoing challenge of crafting policies that satisfy both the wealthier core and the still developing regions seeking a fair share of benefits. Through these episodes, the Alliance has repeatedly demonstrated an ability to adapt by implementing incremental changes and new regulatory frameworks. Even so, the undercurrent of localized grievances and concerns over unequal representation continues to shape political debates. The durability of the Union ultimately depends on its capacity to acknowledge and address these internal tensions, ensuring that the foundational ethos of cooperation remains more compelling than the forces pulling its member systems apart. Cultural mosaic and shared identity. The Alliance's reputation as a gathering of diverse systems began to solidify around 3250, when migratory patterns led settlers from vastly different backgrounds to occupy adjacent territories. Early council records from that period describe instances in which newly arrived groups introduced unfamiliar customs, languages, and spiritual practices. Many delegates saw this mix of perspectives as a potential source of discord, yet it also presented an opportunity to build bridges between communities that had never before interacted. In 3267, a formal cultural council was established to promote awareness of the varied traditions within the Alliance, organizing festivals that showcased art, music, and cuisine from across member worlds. By 3285, these efforts had evolved into the Alliance Cultural Exchange Program, which sent academic delegations and performance troops to distant outposts, carrying a message of unity through shared experience. Historical archives detail how this initiative reduced tensions in frontier regions, where new settlers and long-standing populations often struggled to find common ground. Through these exchanges, even far-flung colonies began to feel a sense of connection to worlds they might otherwise have known only through trade agreements and official decrees. A turning point arrived in 3298, when the Council ratified a universal education guideline that encouraged younger generations to learn about the foundational principles uniting their systems. Although some member worlds initially resisted what they viewed as outside interference in local schooling, many found that exposure to different viewpoints actually deepened their appreciation for their own cultural heritage. As the years passed, this blend of local autonomy and interstellar collaboration became a defining hallmark of the Alliance, ensuring that while each system retained its distinctive voice, They also contributed to a shared identity that could transcend distance and political boundaries. Frontier expansion and exploration. The collective push toward uncharted regions grew out of necessity and ambition, with records indicating that the first organized expeditions took shape in 3260. At that time, growing populations in core systems and the discovery of scarce resources on the fringes drove the Alliance Council to fund survey missions into distant star clusters. Although these endeavors encountered treacherous stellar phenomena and navigational hazards, the initial successes inspired further backing, leading to a continuous flow of volunteers eager to map the unknown and claim new territories. The establishment of the Frontier Commission in 3274 marked a significant milestone. Tasked with coordinating explorers, colonists, and scientific teams, this body managed everything from route planning to planetary assessment. By 3285, its archiving of navigational data allowed a wider range of pilots and research vessels to reach remote sectors more efficiently. Dozens of outposts set up on worlds deemed suitable for habitation soon began delivering valuable findings in geology, biology, and atmospheric science. Meanwhile, trade convoys transporting essential supplies ensured that these isolated stations could develop beyond mere waypoints, eventually blooming into self-sustaining communities. Reports from the late 3290s detail the introduction of enhanced scanning technology and modular station designs, both of which accelerated colonization efforts. Improved scanners shortened survey times dramatically, enabling teams to explore potential colony sites with greater precision. Newly built orbital platforms offered flexible modules for agriculture, manufacturing, and habitation, making it easier to establish footholds even in harsh environments. While these advancements carried risks, accidents involving unfamiliar pathogens or sudden geological events were not uncommon. They also fueled excitement throughout the Alliance as more systems opened their doors to interstellar travelers. By 3303, the Council was receiving frequent petitions from small colonial ventures seeking representation, an indication that these distant reaches were rapidly weaving themselves into the fabric of the greater Union. The future of the Alliance. In the wake of significant territorial gains made between 3303 and 3305, the Alliance finds itself at a pivotal juncture, poised to influence developments on an interstellar scale. Debates within the Central Council highlight an array of possible paths, from intensifying cooperation with other major powers to expanding deeper into uncharted regions. The push for further exploration accelerated after 3306, when new data streams from frontier stations indicated the presence of additional resource-rich systems beyond surveyed borders. Advocates of proactive expansion argue that continued growth will bolster security and ensure economic stability for future generations. Counterbalancing this ambition are concerns about resource allocation and political strain. Some smaller systems feel overshadowed by the steadily growing membership roster, fearing that their unique needs will be overshadowed as the Alliance extends its reach. In 3307, a coalition of frontier governors formally requested a revised charter that grants them greater autonomy in local governance. Their petition remains under review, fueling discussions about whether the Alliance can maintain unity while permitting broader latitude for individual systems. Technological progress adds another layer of complexity. Ongoing studies of alien artifacts uncovered after 3303 have led to breakthroughs in propulsion systems and communication methods that could redefine the logistical framework of the entire Union. While these innovations hold great promise, they also raise questions about defense and ethical oversight. Military advisors are calling for enhanced security protocols, particularly near zones where advanced research is underway, to ensure that no hostile forces exploit these emergent technologies. Looking ahead, the Alliance faces the challenge of reconciling its decentralized ethos with the expanding responsibilities that come from governing a rapidly growing territory. Many veterans of the original settlement efforts believe that preserving the Alliance's founding values, respect for local governance, open trade, and common defense, remains essential to retaining the loyalty of distant outposts. At the same time, new generations of council delegates champion stronger centralized coordination, convinced that the Union's survival hinges on cohesive leadership and the proactive management of emerging threats. Whichever course gains traction, the Alliance's choices in the coming years will likely set the tone for interstellar relations and shape the lives of countless citizens seeking opportunity and security among the stars. The Empire, the Second Chance. Origins from the Federation's secession in 2320. The roots of the Empire trace back to the early 24th century, when growing dissatisfaction with the Federation's centralized authority reached a breaking point. By 2320, the colonies on Achenar, led by Marlon Duval, had developed a distinct identity, valuing autonomy, tradition, and a structured hierarchy over the rigid bureaucracy of the Federation. The tensions had been simmering for years. The Federation, driven by its expansionist policies, sought to impose uniform governance across all settled worlds, enforcing strict economic controls and corporate oversight. For the settlers of Achenar, this was seen as an unacceptable intrusion on their right to self-determination. Marlon Duval, the charismatic leader of the colony, envisioned a society built on strength, honor, and a well-defined social order, values that stood in direct opposition to the Federation's democratic but often inefficient rule. The formal break came in 2320, when Achenar declared its independence, rejecting Federation governance outright. The response was swift: diplomatic pressure, economic sanctions, and covert attempts to undermine the fledgling nation. Yet the colony was prepared. With strong leadership and a population determined to forge its own destiny, Achenar resisted outside influence and solidified its control over its growing territory. The years that followed saw rapid transformation. Marlon Duval's vision for a structured aristocratic society took shape, and the foundation of what would become the Empire was laid. The settlers embraced a system that prioritized loyalty, patronage, and an unwavering belief in order over chaos. The Federation, unwilling to engage in a costly military intervention so far from its core worlds, ultimately failed to reclaim Achenar. The secession had succeeded. However, Marlon Duval's leadership was short-lived. In what many believed to be an assassination orchestrated by her own brother, Henson Duval, she perished under suspicious circumstances. Henson seized power, steering Achenar toward an even more stratified society, where nobility and military strength became the pillars of governance. What had begun as a rebellion against the Federation evolved into an entirely new civilization, one that would, in time, rival its former overseers. With the Federation unable to prevent its expansion, the Empire steadily grew, spreading its influence across the stars. The ideals of democracy and corporate governance were abandoned in favor of hierarchy and stability. While the Federation claimed to represent freedom, the Empire saw itself as the true guardian of civilization, protecting humanity from the chaos of unchecked individualism. By the time the Empire formally declared itself a major interstellar power, it was clear that the Federation's loss had been absolute. What had started as a single colony's defiance in 2320 had become a dynasty, one that would shape the future of humanity for centuries to come. Establishment of Achenar as the capital. In the wake of the Federation's failed attempts to rein in the newly independent Achenar system, the world of Achenar quickly rose to prominence as the seat of power for the fledgling empire. The colony, once a mere settlement of pioneers, transformed into the heart of a new, powerful political and military entity, a beacon of strength and resolve amidst the turbulent backdrop of interstellar unrest. Under the leadership of Henson Duval, who had taken control after the untimely death of his sister, Marlon Duval, the newly formed empire needed a capital that would both symbolize its newfound independence and embody its ideals of order and hierarchy. Achenar, with its rich resources, strategic location in the heart of imperial space, and the legacy of its founding, was the natural choice. The establishment of Achenar as the capital was both a political and symbolic act. It was here that the empire would be built, and here that its future would be decided. Henson Duval oversaw the construction of monumental structures designed to reflect the empire's sense of grandeur and superiority. Massive citadels, towering spires, and vast ceremonial halls that would house the emperor's court and the imperial senate. Achenar itself became a bustling metropolis, with the capital city, Duval City, standing as a glittering symbol of imperial might. From Achenar's central position in the Empire, the reach of imperial power could extend to the farthest corners of human-inhabited space. The system itself, once a rebellious outpost of independent settlers, now acted as a hub of diplomacy, trade, and military strategy. The political elite, drawn from the aristocratic families of the Empire, took their place in the Senate, which was established in the heart of Duval City. Here, decisions of immense consequence were made, shaping the Empire's future direction. In addition to its political importance, Achenar's symbolic role as the capital reinforced the Empire's identity. It stood in direct contrast to the Federation's core, with its emphasis on individual freedom and corporate interests. The Empire's focus on unity, loyalty, and strength found its home in Achenar, where every street and every building spoke to the values that were now enshrined in the imperial system. The Emperor's residence, a massive palace located on the planet's largest moon, served as the focal point of imperial authority and prestige, where public ceremonies and private councils were held in the presence of the ruling family. As the capital, Achenar also became the focal point of military strategy. The Imperial Navy was headquartered in orbit, with the fleet's largest warships and most advanced battle stations in close proximity. The Emperor's personal guard, a formidable force of elite soldiers, was stationed in Achenar, ensuring the protection of the capital and its leadership from both external threats and internal dissent. While Achenar's rise as the capital was solidified, it did not come without challenges. Rival factions within the Empire sought to undermine the Duval family's rule, and numerous plots to destabilize the government would unfold in the years to come. However, the strength of Achenar, both as a political and military center, proved resilient, and the capital remained unyielding in the face of opposition. In the centuries that followed, Achenar would continue to serve as the heart of the Empire, a beacon of imperial ideals and the epicenter of its power. The city's towering spires and grand structures became the symbols of the Empire's enduring might, and the Duval family's influence remained paramount. The establishment of Achenar as the capital was not merely a matter of convenience or necessity. It was a declaration, a statement to the galaxy that the Empire was here to stay, and its power would shape the future of humanity for generations to come. Early struggles and expansions. The early years of the Empire were marked by significant challenges as it struggled to solidify its power and secure its place in the galaxy. After the Federation's withdrawal from the Achenar system in 2320, the Duval family, led by Henson Duval, faced both internal and external threats that would test their resolve. Externally, the Empire's break from the Federation had been met with hostility, not just from the Federation itself, but also from neighboring factions and corporate interests that sought to undermine the rise of a new interstellar power. The Federation, having lost Achenar, was unwilling to let the Empire flourish without interference. Covert operations aimed at destabilizing the Empire's leadership were commonplace in the early years, and several assassination attempts were made on Emperor Henson Duval's life, the most notable being an attack during a public address in 2323. Though the Empire's security forces were able to thwart these efforts, the constant threat of rebellion loomed large. Internally, the challenges were just as daunting. The Empire's foundational ideals of strict hierarchy, aristocratic rule, and centralized power were not universally embraced. Dissenters, particularly from the more democratic and libertarian factions within the population, sought to challenge the Duval family's claim to the throne. The Marlinist movement, which had risen from the ashes of the Federation's control, sought to undermine the newly formed government by rallying those who opposed the idea of a hereditary monarchy. The movement was initially able to gain a foothold in several systems, drawing support from those who resented the emperor's autocratic rule. Despite these internal and external struggles, the Duval family was able to maintain control, thanks in no small part to their military prowess and the loyalty of key noble houses. The Imperial Navy, formed shortly after the secession, became the backbone of the Empire's power. The Navy's rapid expansion was crucial in maintaining stability, as it allowed the Empire to protect its core systems and secure new territories for its growing population. The Navy's early campaigns were aggressive, targeting neighboring systems with large, unruly populations. The Empire's first significant military action came in 2324, when it launched an offensive to take control of the LHS 3447 system, a rich but lawless region that had long been contested by pirate factions. The victory was hard-fought, with the Imperial fleet suffering heavy losses, but it secured the system for the Empire and sent a clear message to its enemies. The Empire would not be easily deterred. Following the success in LHS 3447, the Empire's expansion efforts turned inward, focusing on consolidating control over newly settled systems and ensuring the loyalty of the nobility. The Duval family established a series of military alliances with influential families, creating a network of patronage that ensured their continued rule. As part of these efforts, Emperor Henson Duval enacted a series of reforms designed to strengthen the imperial military and consolidate the wealth of the aristocracy. Expansion efforts continued in the years that followed. In 2330, the Empire launched an expeditionary force to secure the Sol system, an area once considered the exclusive domain of the Federation. Though the Empire's ambitions to establish a foothold in Sol were thwarted by a powerful Federation response, the incident served as a reminder of the Empire's growing ambitions and its willingness to challenge Federation interests. The period following the Sol conflict saw the Empire focus its attention on the Sirius system and the Omaya system, both of which were strategically important for securing trade routes and maintaining control over the Empire's core territories. These expansions were not without conflict, as local systems, already under the sway of powerful corporate factions, resisted imperial influence. However, the Empire's military superiority and its ability to forge alliances with local powers allowed it to overcome these obstacles, and by 2335, the Empire had established itself as a formidable force in the galaxy. Through these early struggles and expansions, the Empire grew stronger, its influence spreading across dozens of systems. By the mid-23rd century, it was no longer just a rebellion against the Federation. It had become a powerhouse in its own right. The Empire's borders were still contested, its government facing ongoing challenges, but its capacity for expansion and consolidation was undeniable. It was clear that the Empire had not only survived its formative years, but had begun to thrive, establishing itself as one of the most powerful political entities in the galaxy. Senate, Emperor, and patronage system. The structure of the Empire, from its inception, was built around a rigid hierarchy designed to maintain order, stability, and loyalty across its vast territories. At the heart of this structure lies the Emperor, whose authority is considered both divine and absolute, alongside the Senate, a body that, while influential, operates within a framework of power that ultimately resides with the Emperor and the imperial family. The Emperor, sovereign authority. The Emperor is not merely the head of state. They are the embodiment of the Empire itself. The Duval family, which has ruled the Empire since its founding, holds the throne through a hereditary monarchy, with the Emperor seen as the ultimate figure of power, wielding authority over all aspects of governance. Their role is not only political, but also ceremonial, representing the unity and strength of the Empire in all matters. The Emperor is entrusted with the final decision-making on matters of state, including war, diplomacy, and the appointment of high-ranking officials. While the Senate may have a voice in these matters, it is ultimately the Emperor who provides the decisive command. The current Emperor, Arissa Lavigne Duval, continues this tradition, inheriting the throne after the tragic death of her father, Emperor Horace Duval. The Emperor's decisions are often viewed through a lens of reverence, and their public speeches or actions can sway the direction of imperial policy for years to come. The Emperor is also the focal point of the imperial family, whose influence permeates all levels of governance. The Duval family's bloodline has remained unbroken for generations, reinforcing the notion that the Emperor's rule is sanctioned by divine right. The family's dominance ensures that all loyalty to the Empire is ultimately rooted in devotion to the Emperor's will. The Senate, the voice of the aristocracy. Beneath the Emperor lies the Senate, a body of elected representatives from across the Empire's aristocratic families. The Senate is tasked with providing counsel to the Emperor, debating policy, and overseeing the functioning of the imperial government. However, despite its formal role, the Senate holds little power compared to the emperor and is ultimately bound by the decisions of the imperial family. Senators are typically chosen from the wealthiest and most influential noble families, each vying for power and prestige in a political landscape dominated by patronage. While the Senate holds no direct control over military or foreign policy, it does have significant influence over domestic issues, particularly regarding trade, taxation, and the distribution of imperial resources. Senators often play a key role in shaping the empire's internal policies, especially when it comes to issues that affect the nobility. The Senate's real power lies in its ability to influence the imperial family through alliances, manipulation, and patronage. Senators who can garner the favor of the emperor or key members of the royal family can see their influence grow exponentially. However, failure to maintain that favor can result in ruin, as political rivalries within the Senate are fierce, and a loss of imperial favor can lead to disgrace and even exile. The patronage system, loyalty and power. At the foundation of the empire's political and social order lies the patronage system, a network of mutual obligations and allegiances that binds the nobility, the military, and the emperor together in a complex web of loyalty and power. The system operates on the principle that wealth, influence, and military power are exchanged for loyalty and service to the emperor. Noble families, military commanders, and powerful business leaders all function as patrons, providing resources and protection to their clients, lesser nobles, military officers, and influential citizens, in exchange for their loyalty and support. This system creates a structure where power is both distributed and concentrated, with the emperor at the top, patrons below them, and clients serving the interests of those higher in the hierarchy. For the empire's ruling families, this system ensures that their power remains unchallenged. Those who owe their status to the emperor are bound by a sense of duty and obligation that compels them to protect and serve the interests of the empire. In turn, the emperor rewards their loyalty with titles, land, and influence which are passed down through generations, reinforcing the stability of the ruling class. The patronage system extends into the military as well. The Imperial Navy operates on a similar principle, with military commanders commanding loyalty from their subordinates through a system of promotions and favors. High-ranking officers owe their positions to the emperor and are often supported by powerful patrons within the aristocracy, ensuring that the military remains loyal to the imperial cause. Within the Senate, the patronage system is even more pronounced. Senators depend on the favor of the emperor and influential patrons to secure their positions and maintain their wealth. This system of patron-client relationships is the lifeblood of the empire's politics, as each faction vies for power by building alliances and securing favors from those who hold the most influence. This system of patronage, while ensuring stability and order, also creates a deeply entrenched culture of competition and intrigue. Noble houses constantly seek to elevate their status through clever political maneuvering, alliances, and at times subversive actions to discredit rivals. The delicate balance of power is often disrupted by assassination attempts, betrayal, and scandal, yet the patronage system endures, maintaining the empire's hierarchy intact. The imperial order, a unified force. At its core, the relationship between the emperor, the Senate, and the patronage system ensures the continuity of the empire. The emperor's authority, bolstered by the Senate's council and the loyalty of the patronage system, forms an unbroken chain of command that permeates the fabric of imperial society. The emperor's word is final, yet their power is strengthened through the loyalty of the nobility and the military. The Senate, for all its limitations, serves as a key facilitator of imperial governance, allowing for a degree of representation and debate. And through the patronage system, the empire maintains a highly organized, though often ruthless, power structure that ensures stability, even as factions within the empire constantly strive for dominance. Together, these elements form the foundation of the empire's political and social structure, shaping its destiny as one of the galaxy's most formidable powers. Through loyalty, intrigue, and unyielding ambition, the empire marches on, ever seeking to solidify its authority and expand its reach across the stars. Role of imperial slavery and its regulations. Imperial slavery is one of the most controversial and defining aspects of the empire, representing both the historical foundations of its society and a deeply entrenched system that continues to be integral to its functioning. Unlike other forms of servitude seen throughout human history, imperial slavery operates within a tightly regulated framework meant to maintain order and preserve the empire's aristocratic structure, while also providing for the economic and military needs of the state. Historical context and justification. The origins of imperial slavery trace back to the very formation of the empire, where the Duval family and the aristocratic houses that helped establish the empire relied on the exploitation of human labor to maintain their wealth and status. While slavery has existed in various forms throughout human history, the imperial system was built on the belief that such practices were essential to maintaining the hierarchy of society. From its inception, slavery in the empire was justified as a necessary institution that allowed the nobility to focus on matters of statecraft, military affairs, and governance, while the labor of slaves supported the empire's vast economy. Over time, this belief became deeply ingrained in imperial culture, and slavery became not just an economic institution, but a means of social control. Unlike the unregulated practices of other powers, where slaves were often seen as little more than property, imperial slavery was codified and regulated, ensuring that slaves were treated with a degree of protection and oversight. This distinction allowed the practice to persist for centuries, despite growing abolitionist movements across the galaxy. Regulations and classifications. Imperial slavery operates under a set of stringent laws and regulations that seek to distinguish it from other, more chaotic forms of servitude. The system is formalized and governed by imperial law, with specific guidelines for the treatment, use, and ownership of slaves. These regulations serve to ensure that slaves are not exploited beyond a certain threshold and are maintained within the bounds of imperial standards. Legal status and classification of slaves. Slaves within the empire are classified into several categories, each reflecting their roles and duties. The highest class of slaves are the imperial slaves, who are owned by the aristocracy and serve in a variety of capacities, ranging from household servants to skilled laborers in imperial industries. These slaves are considered a valuable asset to their owners, and their treatment is subject to strict regulations designed to maintain their health, productivity, and loyalty. At the lower end of the spectrum are indentured slaves, typically those who enter into servitude voluntarily to repay debts or as part of a family agreement. While these individuals are still considered the property of their owners, their servitude is usually time-limited, with a predetermined contract for release once their obligations have been fulfilled. Protection and care. While slavery may seem harsh to those from more egalitarian societies, imperial law mandates that slaves, particularly imperial slaves, receive certain protections and care. It is illegal for slaves to be killed or permanently maimed without justification, and there are laws in place that require owners to provide medical care for their slaves should they fall ill or suffer injury. Furthermore, slaves are often assigned specific roles in society based on their talents and training. Skilled laborers, such as engineers, artisans, or even tutors, are valued members of their families' estates, ensuring that the noble houses remain prosperous. Slaves in these roles may live more comfortable lives than those performing menial tasks, but they remain bound by the system of servitude. Education and social control. One of the hallmarks of imperial slavery is the concept of slave education. Imperial slaves, particularly those with higher value or skill, are often given specialized training to ensure that they can contribute effectively to their owners' enterprises. This training may range from basic education in reading and writing to more complex instruction in advanced technologies, military tactics, or diplomatic functions. This education serves a dual purpose. It not only enhances the skills of slaves, making them more valuable to their owners, but it also acts as a tool of social control. The education system within imperial slavery is designed to keep slaves loyal to the empire, instilling in them the belief that their servitude is part of a larger, divinely sanctioned order. The idea of imperial duty is often ingrained in them from a young age, ensuring that they view their position as one of purpose rather than oppression. Monitoring and enforcement. To prevent unrest and maintain order within the empire, imperial slaves are carefully monitored. Every slave is registered in the empire's central database with records detailing their ownership, training, and medical history. Regular inspections are carried out by imperial overseers, who ensure that owners adhere to the regulations governing the treatment of slaves. These overseers also work to identify and quell any potential uprisings or signs of rebellion within the slave population. Rebellions, while rare, are not unheard of in the Empire. The Empire's military forces, often led by Imperial Navy officers or high-ranking officials from aristocratic families, are called upon to suppress any large-scale insurrections. Despite the strict regulations and monitoring systems in place, the underlying tension between slaves and their masters remains a constant challenge for the Empire's leadership. Economic impact and role in imperial society. Slavery plays a critical role in the Empire's economy, contributing to the labor force in key industries such as mining, agriculture, and manufacturing. Large-scale agricultural estates, often run by noble houses, rely heavily on slave labor to produce the wealth necessary to maintain their status and pay for their military and political endeavors. Similarly, the Empire's vast fleet of warships and advanced technologies depends on the labor of slaves skilled in various technical fields. The mining industry, in particular, is a cornerstone of imperial economic activity, with vast numbers of slaves working in hazardous conditions to extract valuable resources like metals, minerals, and other raw materials. These resources fuel the Empire's military machine and feed the ever-growing demand for luxury goods within the aristocracy. While the Empire's use of slavery has been heavily criticized by external observers and abolitionist movements, it remains an essential institution within imperial society. It enables the Empire to function as a stable and powerful political entity, allowing the nobility to maintain their opulent lifestyles while ensuring that the necessary labor force is available to sustain the Empire's vast economic and military apparatus. A controversial legacy. The practice of slavery remains a subject of heated debate within the Empire. While it is defended by the ruling families and many within the Senate as an essential part of imperial identity, it has also attracted increasing criticism from external factions, as well as from within the Empire itself. Some reformist movements within the Empire call for the gradual abolition of slavery, or at least the establishment of more humane practices for the treatment of slaves. However, these movements are often met with stiff resistance, as the system of slavery is so deeply ingrained in the Empire's political and economic structure. Despite this, there are signs of change on the horizon. Some factions of the aristocracy, particularly those with ties to the more progressive elements of the Federation and Alliance, have begun to question the morality of slavery. Whether this will lead to any meaningful reforms remains uncertain, but the debate over the future of imperial slavery is one that will shape the Empire's future for years to come. In the end, the role of imperial slavery remains central to the Empire's existence, a deeply controversial yet undeniably influential institution that continues to define the relationship between the Empire's ruling elite and the people who serve them. Influence of patrons and clients in the hierarchy. The structure of the Empire is built upon a complex network of relationships and obligations, most notably represented by the patronage system that underpins its political and social fabric. At the core of this system lies a vast and intricate hierarchy, where the relationships between patrons and clients are the cornerstone of power, influence, and social mobility. At the most fundamental level, the patronage system is a system of mutual obligation between two parties, the patron, who holds power and resources, and the client, who provides service and loyalty in return. The patron is typically a powerful figure, usually a noble family or a high-ranking military officer, who offers support, protection, or wealth to their clients, which may include lesser nobles, military commanders, or influential individuals. In turn, the client offers loyalty, service, and political backing, which help to solidify the patron's position within the Empire. This system ensures that power is not just concentrated at the top of the hierarchy, but is instead distributed throughout the Empire, creating a vast web of alliances and rivalries that define imperial politics. The bond between patron and client is not one-sided. It is a mutual arrangement in which both parties gain something valuable. Patrons maintain their position through the loyalty of their clients, while clients rise in prominence and influence through the support of powerful patrons. This exchange of loyalty and resources strengthens the Empire's social and political order, reinforcing the notion that one's station in life is determined by the strength of their alliances. Patrons are typically the aristocracy of the Empire, influential noble families, wealthy merchants, or high-ranking military officers. These individuals wield considerable power over their domains, controlling vast estates, fleets of ships, and sometimes entire star systems. They are the ones who provide the resources necessary for their clients to thrive, whether that be military protection, wealth, or political clout. A patron's primary role is to maintain and expand their power by cultivating strong relationships with clients and other patrons. This often requires strategic marriages, the allocation of land and titles, or the provision of financial resources to those in need. Patrons may also offer political backing to ambitious individuals, ensuring that their allies ascend to influential positions within the Senate or other branches of the government. This web of patron-client relationships forms the backbone of imperial governance, where influence is often more valuable than direct power. Patrons are not merely benefactors, they are also protectors. Should a client find themselves in danger, whether from rivals or from within the Senate, the patron will often step in to shield them, offering military aid, legal support, or even taking direct action against their adversaries. In return, patrons expect total loyalty, and any breach of this loyalty can result in swift retribution. The most powerful patrons command loyalty from many clients, building alliances that often extend across multiple sectors of the Empire. Clients occupy the lower rungs of the imperial social ladder, yet their position is far from static. Through their relationship with their patron, clients are granted opportunities for advancement and success that they might otherwise never achieve. Clients may begin their journey as mere servants or lesser officials, but through careful navigation of the patronage system, they can rise to positions of power and influence, often far beyond their original station. Clients offer their patrons loyalty, military service, political support, and expertise in return for their patrons' resources and protection. This could involve participating in military campaigns, managing estates or corporations on behalf of the patron, or securing political votes in the Senate. Clients are often deeply embedded in the power structures of the Empire, using their patrons' resources to extend their influence in the courts, on battlefields, or within the economic landscape. Some clients gain considerable wealth and power through their patronage, even becoming patrons themselves. They may leverage their success to attract clients of their own, beginning the cycle anew. This fluidity within the patronage system ensures that the Empire remains dynamic, with individuals able to rise and fall based on their ability to maintain the loyalty of their clients and their standing with their patrons. The patronage system does more than just ensure personal success. It also drives the political and social dynamics of the Empire. While the Emperor is the ultimate authority, the true mechanisms of power lie within the shifting alliances of patrons and clients. When factions within the Senate or other governing bodies seek to push their agendas, they often do so not by appealing to the Emperor directly, but by rallying the support of powerful patrons who can sway the political landscape. The Senate itself is largely a product of the patronage system. Senators rise to prominence not by their own merit, but by being chosen and supported by powerful patrons. A senator's political fortunes depend on maintaining their patrons' favor, while also cultivating a network of loyal clients. Those with the strongest patron-client networks often hold the most sway in the Senate, influencing decisions on taxation, military policy, and the distribution of imperial resources. In a similar vein, the military is shaped by the patronage system. High-ranking officers and commanders owe their positions not only to their abilities, but also to the backing of powerful patrons who may have supported their promotions or provided them with resources and ships. These military leaders, in turn, maintain their loyalty to their patrons, ensuring that their actions align with the goals of the aristocracy. This mutual loyalty strengthens the Empire's military capabilities, as the elite are bound together by their shared interests. In imperial society, one's rank is often determined by their ability to secure a powerful patron. The social stratification of the empire is thus fluid, with individuals constantly vying for the favor of those with more power, wealth, or influence. Patrons are not only political and military figures, they are also the key players in the cultural and economic spheres. Wealthy merchants and industrial magnates are also part of the patronage system, offering their resources to those in need of financial support or access to critical markets. Social mobility in the empire, while limited, is still possible through the patronage system. An ambitious individual can climb the social ladder by aligning themselves with a powerful patron and cultivating their own network of loyal clients. However, this rise is never guaranteed, and failure to maintain loyalty or serve a patron effectively can result in swift demotion or social ostracism. While the patronage system is designed to ensure stability, it is also a breeding ground for rivalry and intrigue. Powerful patrons seeking to expand their influence often use their clients to undermine rivals or to gain control over key positions of power. The intrigue within this system is often subtle, with clients maneuvering behind the scenes to gain favor, eliminate threats, or manipulate events for their own benefit. Rivalries between clients and patrons can be brutal, with betrayal and subterfuge being common tools for advancement. Assassinations, sabotage, and even public scandals are often the result of these complex power struggles, as individuals fight for dominance within the hierarchy. These rivalries are not limited to political factions alone. Economic and military battles for control of key resources or strategic assets can have profound effects on the patronage system. Imperial Navy structure and ranking system. The Imperial Navy is the most powerful and prestigious military force in the galaxy, serving as the backbone of the Empire's defense, expansion, and political influence. With its highly disciplined structure and unwavering loyalty to the Emperor, the Imperial Navy is a symbol of the Empire's strength and resolve. It is composed of a vast array of warships, fleets, and specialized units, all working together under a rigorous chain of command to uphold the Empire's authority and maintain its dominance in the galaxy. The Imperial Navy's organizational structure is highly hierarchical, with each level of command reflecting the traditions and values of the Empire. The Navy's structure is designed for efficiency and precision, ensuring that every officer and sailor knows their place in the chain of command. At the heart of this structure is a clear division between the senior officers who command entire fleets and the junior officers and enlisted personnel who serve in various capacities on board the ships and stations. The Navy's structure can be broken down into several main tiers, the High Command. At the top of the Imperial Navy stands the Imperial Navy High Command, consisting of the highest-ranking officers who oversee the entirety of the Navy's operations. This group includes the Admiral of the Fleet, the highest rank in the Navy, along with other senior officers who are responsible for directing the Navy's strategic objectives. The High Command answers directly to the Emperor, ensuring that the Navy's actions align with Imperial policies. Fleet Commanders. The next tier consists of fleet commanders, who are entrusted with the leadership of entire fleets. A fleet may consist of dozens of ships, ranging from dreadnoughts to lighter cruisers and support vessels, all coordinated under the fleet commander's direction. Fleet commanders are seasoned military leaders who have proven their capabilities in battle, demonstrating not only strategic expertise, but also the ability to inspire loyalty and command respect from their subordinates. Fleet commanders play a crucial role in the execution of the Empire's military campaigns, from defensive operations to territorial expansion. They report directly to the Imperial Navy High Command and often serve as the Emperor's representatives during military engagements. Squadron leaders and task force commanders. Beneath the fleet commanders are the squadron leaders and task force commanders. These officers are responsible for smaller groups of ships, typically consisting of specialized units within the fleet, such as assault squadrons, reconnaissance forces, or defense contingents. Squadron leaders are responsible for ensuring the tactical execution of a fleet's orders, directing their squadrons in battle or on strategic missions. Task force commanders oversee more focused groups of ships that may be assigned to specific objectives, such as planetary sieges, interdiction missions, or covert operations. These commanders have authority over the deployment and coordination of their forces and must be adept in both strategic and tactical warfare. Senior officers. At the operational level, the senior officers form the core of the Navy's leadership. These include the captains, vice admirals, and rear admirals, who command individual warships and oversee large groups of officers and crew. Captains hold the highest position on board their respective ships, wielding absolute authority over the ship's operations, from navigation and combat to discipline and morale. Senior officers are responsible for ensuring their ships are always combat ready, carrying out the orders given by higher-ranking officers, and ensuring their crew is properly trained. They are expected to lead by example, whether in the heat of battle or during routine operations, and are highly respected within the Navy's ranks. Ranking system. The ranking system in the Imperial Navy is rigid and reflects the importance of each individual's contribution to the Empire's military efforts. While many ranks are similar to those found in other military organizations, the Imperial Navy has distinct titles and ceremonial distinctions that set it apart. Fleet Admiral. The Fleet Admiral is the highest-ranking officer in the Imperial Navy, a title often given to the Emperor's closest military advisor. Though this rank is typically reserved for extraordinary circumstances, such as wartime or large-scale campaigns, the Fleet Admiral holds ultimate command over all Imperial military operations. Admirals oversee vast fleets, typically comprising several warships, stations, and specialized units. This rank is one of the most prestigious in the Navy, and only the most capable and influential officers can rise to such a position. Admirals often serve as leaders during major campaigns and as trusted members of the Emperor's high command. Vice Admiral. The Vice Admiral is the second highest rank, entrusted with the leadership of multiple squadrons or a subfleet within a larger fleet. They are responsible for managing the day-to-day operations of their assigned units and ensure the success of their portion of the mission. Vice Admirals report directly to Admirals and are often given greater operational autonomy. Rear Admiral. The Rear Admiral is typically responsible for one or two specialized squadrons or task forces within a fleet. Rear Admirals are seasoned officers who have proven their skill in warfare and leadership. They often oversee key strategic assets such as flagship vessels, reconnaissance units, or elite attack forces. Captain. The rank of captain is one of the most prestigious and visible positions in the Imperial Navy. Captains serve as the commanding officers of individual warships, such as destroyers, cruisers, or carriers. They are directly responsible for the operational success of their ship, from combat engagements to the training and morale of their crew. Captains are expected to make critical decisions under pressure and are often the face of Imperial military power in frontline engagements. Commanders typically serve as senior officers in charge of specialized units, often within larger ships. They can also be in charge of smaller warships or vessels that operate independently from a fleet. A commander's responsibilities include overseeing combat tactics, leading boarding operations, and managing day-to-day shipboard affairs. Lieutenant Commander. The Lieutenant Commander is a junior officer who holds significant responsibility within the Navy. They often serve as first officers or executive officers aboard larger ships, or lead specific groups within a task force. Lieutenant commanders are tasked with managing operations on a tactical level, ensuring that the commands given by higher-ranking officers are executed efficiently. Lieutenants serve as mid-ranking officers who typically lead smaller divisions or squads on ships or stations. They are tasked with carrying out the orders of their superior officers and ensuring their subordinates are properly trained and prepared for missions. Lieutenants are frequently deployed in combat situations where they must show initiative and decisiveness. Ensign. The ensign is the entry-level rank for officers within the Imperial Navy. These individuals are often newly commissioned officers who are undergoing further training and experience before being given more substantial responsibilities. Ensigns may serve as junior officers in various divisions, assisting with the administration and operations aboard ships or stations. Warrant officers and crew. While warrant officers are technically a senior position for non-commissioned officers, most personnel in the Navy are enlisted sailors, engineers, and technicians who are responsible for the maintenance, operations, and logistics of the Navy's warships. These individuals ensure that the ships are combat-ready and function at peak efficiency. Discipline within the Imperial Navy is absolute. The Navy's code of conduct is strictly enforced, with any act of insubordination or disloyalty met with severe punishment. The Emperor's will is the highest law, and officers are expected to carry out their duties without hesitation or question. Loyalty to the Emperor is paramount, and the Navy's officers and personnel are bound by an unbreakable oath to serve the Empire above all else. Conflicts with the Federation and Alliance. The first significant conflict between the Empire and the Federation was ignited in 2310, marking the beginning of a long-standing rivalry that would continue to shape the galactic political landscape. The First Federation-Empire War was rooted in a fundamental clash of ideals: the Empire's authoritarian structure versus the Federation's belief in liberty, democracy, and individual rights. The war was brutal and drawn out, with each side suffering heavy losses. The Federation's advanced military technologies and larger fleet gave it an edge in space battles, but the Empire's disciplined and highly trained forces were resilient, making the conflict a war of attrition. Ultimately, neither side emerged victorious, but the war left a deep mark on their relations, sowing the seeds of mistrust and hostility that would persist for centuries. Following the stalemate of the First Federation-Empire War, the Federation attempted to assert its influence over the Empire's border systems. In 2332, the Federation launched a series of covert military operations aimed at destabilizing the Empire's grip on its peripheral colonies, hoping to weaken the Empire's economic and strategic position. The Empire responded with fierce retaliation, using both military and political means to safeguard its interests. The Federation's actions in these border systems sparked the Second Federation-Empire War, which would last for decades. This time, however, the conflict was less about ideological differences and more about territorial control. Both factions fought bitterly over resources, trade routes, and strategic locations. The war culminated in the Battle of Achenar, a massive space engagement that saw both fleets suffer catastrophic losses. The Federation was forced to retreat from the border systems, but the damage done to both factions was immense. Although a formal peace agreement was eventually reached, the scars of the war remained. As the Federation and the Empire engaged in their wars, a third power began to rise in prominence: the Alliance of Independent Systems. Formed in 2300, the Alliance was initially a coalition of independent systems that sought to remain free from the control of both the Federation and the Empire. Over time, the Alliance expanded its influence, attracting many systems that were disillusioned by the authoritarian nature of the Empire and the centralized bureaucracy of the Federation. The Alliance's rise posed a unique challenge to both the Empire and the Federation. Unlike the Federation, which promoted democracy, or the Empire, which emphasized order and control, the Alliance represented a more cooperative and decentralized model, with member systems enjoying significant autonomy. This political structure made the Alliance attractive to many systems, particularly those on the fringes of both the Federation and Empire's reach. The Empire in particular viewed the Alliance as a threat to its authority. As the Alliance gained more power and influence, the Empire launched a series of punitive expeditions to reassert control over border systems that had defected to the Alliance. These incursions, while sometimes successful, were not without significant cost, and many systems began to see the Alliance as a viable alternative to the Empire's rule. In 3150, the appearance of the Thargoids, the alien species that would come to pose a grave threat to humanity, changed the dynamics of interstellar politics. Facing the alien menace, the Federation, Empire, and Alliance were forced to set aside their differences to confront a common enemy. The Thargoid War saw a temporary ceasefire between the three powers, as humanity united in defense against an existential threat. However, the cooperation between the Federation and the Empire during this time was uneasy at best. Both powers maintained their long-standing suspicion of each other, with each side keeping a close eye on the other's movements. While the Alliance sought to broker peace and cooperation between the two, it quickly became clear that once the threat of the Thargoids had subsided, old rivalries would resurface. The war ended in 3175 with a fragile peace, and the threat of the Thargoids was contained, at least for the time being. The Federation and the Empire, while acknowledging the need for cooperation during the crisis, returned to their rivalry almost immediately. Tensions simmered just below the surface, with skirmishes occasionally breaking out in contested regions, but both sides knew that an all-out war would be disastrous. In the present day, the Federation and Empire remain locked in a tense standoff, with both powers asserting their dominance over critical systems, trade routes, and valuable resources. The alliance continues to expand, trying to forge its own path while balancing relationships with the two larger powers. The Empire views the alliance as a potential destabilizing force, while the Federation sees it as a challenge to its ideals of unity and democracy. Both factions continue to engage in espionage, proxy wars, and covert operations in an ongoing effort to undermine each other. The current state of affairs is one of uneasy peace, with occasional flare-ups in contested systems. While both the Federation and the Empire have the resources to wage war, neither side is eager to repeat the catastrophic losses of previous wars. For now, they maintain their rivalry through political posturing, military buildups, and economic manipulation, while the alliance quietly seeks to position itself as the voice of the future. The galaxy remains divided, and the long-standing conflict between the Federation, the Empire, and the Alliance shows no signs of abating anytime soon. With each faction determined to secure its vision for humanity's future, the stage is set for future confrontations that could alter the course of history for generations to come. The role of imperial corporations, Gutamaya, Mastopolos, and beyond. In the Empire, where aristocracy and tradition shape the political and military spheres, corporations play an essential role in the Empire's economic and industrial landscapes. These powerful corporate entities are not merely profit-driven corporations, but intricate networks of power, influence, and innovation, often interwoven with the imperial family and its noble houses. Among the most prominent corporations are Gutamaya and Mastopolos, each with distinct specializations, but both contributing heavily to the Empire's dominance in the galaxy. Gutamaya is one of the most prestigious and influential corporations in the Empire. Renowned for producing luxury ships that combine aesthetic design with cutting-edge technology, Gutamaya's vessels are the epitome of imperial grace and sophistication. The company is primarily known for manufacturing the Imperial Cutter, a heavily armored and elegant warship, and the Imperial Eagle, a nimble fighter favored by both nobles and imperial military forces. Founded in 2248, Gutamaya's engineering philosophy is centered on blending elegance with performance. Every ship produced by the corporation is designed not only for practicality and combat prowess, but also for beauty and prestige. The ships are often characterized by sleek lines, gleaming exteriors, and ornate interiors, making them highly desirable among the Empire's elite. For nobles, owning a Gutamaya ship is a statement of wealth, status, and taste. Gutamaya's influence extends far beyond ship production. The corporation holds significant sway over imperial trade routes, particularly in luxury goods and high-end technologies. It is not uncommon for Gutamaya ships to be found transporting rare resources, artworks, or imperial dignitaries to distant systems. The corporation has also played a role in research and development, particularly in the fields of energy generation and propulsion, where their innovative designs have pushed the boundaries of what is possible in ship technology. The company's close ties to the imperial family ensure its continued prominence in the Empire's economic and military structures. Gutamaya's contracts with the Imperial Navy to supply vessels for both ceremonial and operational purposes cement its position as a key player in the Empire's military-industrial complex. As a symbol of imperial excellence, Gutamaya's products are a staple among the highest echelons of imperial society. While Gutamaya represents the elegance and opulence of the Empire, Mastopolos Mining is an industrial giant that operates on a much larger and more utilitarian scale. Founded in 2292, Mastopolos has established itself as a dominant force in the mining and resource extraction sectors. Specializing in the exploitation of rare and valuable materials, Mastopolos has become a vital component in the Empire's economic engine. Mastopoulos is particularly renowned for its mining operations in the Lave and Achenar systems, where they extract vast quantities of precious metals, rare earth elements, and other resources critical to the Empire's economy. These materials are essential for the production of everything from advanced weaponry to shipbuilding components, giving Mastopoulos a central role in both civilian and military sectors. The corporation's influence extends into imperial politics, where its leaders wield considerable power. Mastopoulos has been known to exert its influence through donations to noble houses, securing lucrative contracts and favorable political arrangements. It is not uncommon for high-ranking officials within the imperial government to have ties to Mastopoulos, with some serving as corporate executives or advisors. The corporation's vast wealth and industrial prowess make it an indispensable partner in maintaining imperial dominance. Mastopoulos' mining operations are often conducted in harsh and dangerous environments, where the corporation's security forces ensure the safety of its workers and the protection of its valuable assets. As with many imperial corporations, Mastopoulos employs a network of private security contractors, some of whom operate in hostile and contested regions. This has led to occasional clashes with rival factions, such as the Federation or independent systems, over resource-rich territories. The corporation also has a reputation for innovation in mining technology. Over the years, Mastopoulos has developed specialized tools and equipment designed for extreme environments, such as deep space asteroid fields and hazardous planetary surfaces. This technological expertise has made them one of the leading companies in resource extraction, with their machinery and methods being adopted by other corporations and governments alike. Both Gudamaya and Mastopoulos are prime examples of the way imperial corporations operate within the broader framework of the empire. These companies not only serve as economic engines, but also as symbols of imperial power and influence. Their leaders often have close ties to the imperial family, and their vast wealth allows them to shape the empire's policies and direction in significant ways. In many cases, the line between corporate interests and imperial governance is blurred. Corporations like Gudamaya and Mastopoulos are integral to maintaining the empire's military strength, economic prosperity, and social order. The empire's reliance on these corporations has led to a system where corporate elites enjoy substantial political leverage, and their interests often align with those of the ruling class. However, this relationship is not without its challenges. There are occasional power struggles between corporations as they compete for lucrative contracts, trade routes, and influence. The Imperial Senate, while officially the highest legislative body in the empire, often finds itself entangled in the interests of powerful corporate entities. Some factions within the Senate argue for increased regulation, and oversight of the corporate sector, while others support a more laissez-faire approach, allowing the corporations to operate with minimal interference. How imperial patronage affects trade and power patronage in the empire is an essential part of the aristocratic system, operating in a way similar to feudal systems from ancient Earth history. The emperor, as the ultimate sovereign, holds the most powerful patronage, bestowing favors and positions to those closest to them. Beneath the emperor, the noble houses exercise their own patronage over the vast territories under their control, with each house managing a network of clients, sometimes including minor nobles, influential military leaders, corporations, or independent systems that owe them loyalty. For those lower in the hierarchy, gaining the favor of a noble house or a powerful patron can be a path to wealth, status, and protection. A noble may reward a trusted client with a lucrative trading concession, access to certain systems, or a share of the wealth generated through their military or corporate ventures. In return, the client must demonstrate loyalty, provide services, and often assist their patron in both military and political matters. This system ensures that the power structure remains tightly controlled, with each link in the chain reliant on the favor of those above them. Trade within the empire is inextricably linked to patronage. Powerful patrons frequently control or influence key trade routes, mining operations, and commercial activities across the galaxy. This control over trade is not solely a matter of wealth, but also of strategic positioning, as the patronage system allows influential individuals and families to secure valuable resources, dictate economic policies, and establish monopolies. For example, the Mastopoulos Mining Corporation, a major player in resource extraction, operates within the patronage system. As a key ally of various noble houses, Mastopoulos can secure exclusive mining rights to resource-rich systems, ensuring that only select traders, corporations, or independent systems with the favor of those nobles gain access to these valuable commodities. This creates an economic landscape in which the flow of resources is not determined by the principles of free market competition, but by the whims and alliances of the empire's elite. The influence of patronage on trade also extends to the movement of goods between systems. In many cases, trade routes and stations are controlled by the elite, with lucrative contracts for transportation, supply, and distribution being awarded to trusted clients. These trade routes are often more than just commercial avenues. They serve as tools for reinforcing political power. By controlling access to key markets, patrons can manipulate prices, restrict supply, or create artificial scarcity, all of which help maintain their influence. For instance, an influential noble might control the flow of vital materials such as tritium or vanadium through a series of strategically important systems. By maintaining this control, they can ensure that those who rely on these materials must pay them a premium or offer something in return, whether that be military support, that access to political power, or a share of profits from further trade. The corporate sector in the empire is also deeply entangled in the patronage system. Corporations such as Gudamaya and Zemina Torval's operations have thrived not only because of their technological prowess and economic strategies, but because of their strategic alliances with powerful patrons. For Gudamaya, producing luxury ships is not just about the market, it's about delivering products to the elite, while also securing contracts for high-ranking imperial officials or noble houses. Such corporations often act as intermediaries between the masses and the aristocracy, offering goods and services to clients who, through their relationship with a patron, can gain access to items otherwise reserved for the wealthiest individuals. This symbiotic relationship works to the benefit of both the corporations and the nobility, ensuring that patronage extends its influence into every sector of the empire's economy. For instance, Imperial Shipyard controlled by patrons like Zemina Torval provides state-of-the-art vessels to the Imperial Navy, along with luxury civilian ships to the aristocracy. In return, Torval gains substantial political leverage as her corporation's success depends heavily on the continued favor of the emperor and other high-ranking officials. This mutual dependency ensures that Torval's influence spreads beyond mere commerce, influencing imperial decisions and alliances in unexpected ways. The flow of wealth through patronage doesn't only affect commercial dealings, it directly influences military and political power. Those who command significant economic resources, often through patronage, are also in a position to raise private military forces or sway the imperial senate. By securing wealth and favors through trade monopolies or strategic alliances, patrons can consolidate their power and further their political agendas. For example, Imperial Navy fleets may be funded not just through the state's budget, but also through private donations from powerful patrons or corporate allies. These patrons may gain military protection in return for their loyalty, or even secure positions of authority within military ranks. Additionally, political campaigns for seats in the Imperial Senate are often financed through corporate donations, reinforcing the idea that a patron's wealth buys influence in the halls of government. This relationship also manifests in battles for succession or in times of political upheaval. When a new emperor ascends to the throne, powerful patrons are often the ones who offer support, whether financial or logistical, in exchange for favors or positions of influence within the new regime. Similarly, in times of internal strife or rebellion, patrons may support rival factions using their wealth and connections to tip the balance of power in favor of their chosen side. Luxury goods, entertainment, and imperial slaves. In the empire, the pursuit of wealth and power often goes hand in hand with a lavish lifestyle. Luxury goods, extravagant entertainment, and the use of imperial slaves to maintain the opulence of the aristocracy are crucial components of the culture that defines the empire's elite. These elements are not only a symbol of status, but also reinforce the deep social divisions that exist within the empire. For the elite, luxury is both a reward and a tool to ensure their dominance over the rest of society. In the empire, luxury goods are much more than mere commodities. They are symbols of wealth, power, and refined taste. The aristocracy's demand for rare and exquisite items has led to the creation of an entire market for high-end goods, ranging from rare art and fine clothing to exotic spices and precious metals. Many of these goods are sourced from distant corners of the galaxy, and their procurement is often reserved for those with the connections or wealth to access them. Gudamaya, a leading imperial corporation, is particularly well known for producing luxury ships, sleek, aesthetically pleasing vessels that are not just functional, but also serve as a statement of wealth. The corporation's Imperial Cutter and Imperial Eagle ships are among the most desired items among the nobility, with some being custom designed to reflect the owner's status and personal taste. These ships often carry the wealthiest and most powerful individuals across the empire's borders, and their exterior design alone can speak volumes about their owner's place in imperial society. In addition to ships, the empire's elite indulge in fine art, often commissioning works from the best artists or acquiring pieces that have become rare collectibles over the years. These artworks are displayed in palatial estates, private galleries, or aboard luxurious starships. The creation, acquisition, and display of such art not only reflect the owner's wealth, but also signal their connection to the imperial elite. Rare, exotic foods, fabrics, and alcohols are also prized commodities, often imported from far-flung systems or created through highly specialized processes that demand significant resources. In an empire where appearance is of paramount importance, these items serve as a means for the aristocracy to outshine their rivals, flaunting their affluence and tastes in every facet of life. For the nobility, entertainment is as much a form of self-expression as it is a means of maintaining social order. Spectacular events and performances are often held in grand arenas or private estates, where the elite gather to display their power and to showcase their patronage of the arts. Imperial tournaments, such as the Akinar Grand Tournament, are a popular form of entertainment, with the wealthy nobility sponsoring fighters, artisans, and even whole teams to compete in highly publicized events. These tournaments can range from gladiatorial-style combat to more intellectual competitions involving strategy and tactics, reflecting both the martial and mental capabilities of the participants. For the wealthy, sponsoring such events is a way to gain favor, flaunt their wealth, and solidify their place in the social hierarchy. Another facet of imperial entertainment is luxury leisure, which includes private concerts, theater performances, and exotic expeditions to unexplored systems. These experiences are tailored to the tastes of the aristocracy, with highly skilled performers and entertainers specifically employed to cater to their refined preferences. The elite often engage in space tourism, visiting famous sites of historical importance or otherworldly beauty, all while staying in the most luxurious and exclusive environments available. However, beneath these extravagant celebrations and displays of wealth lies the darker side of the imperial leisure industry: the use of imperial slaves to provide both personal services and labor in these exclusive settings. The use of slaves is a deeply ingrained part of imperial society, particularly within the upper echelons of the nobility. Imperial slaves, often of alien or lower-class human descent, are viewed as property, objects to be bought, sold, and used as their owners see fit. While many aspects of imperial slavery are controversial, particularly among more progressive factions within the empire and beyond, it remains a fundamental institution that sustains the lifestyle of the aristocracy. Imperial slaves are primarily employed in two major sectors: domestic service and manual labor. In the homes and estates of the empire's elite, slaves serve as personal attendants, caretakers, and companions. They manage the daily affairs of their masters, maintaining estates, running errands, and ensuring the comfort of the aristocracy. These slaves are expected to be highly skilled in certain arts, such as cooking, serving, and even entertaining guests with music or dance. Many wealthy patrons purchase slaves specifically for their talents, such as their ability to perform in private performances or act as personal bodyguards or security personnel. For those slaves involved in manual labor, their work is often tied to the empire's production of luxury goods. Slaves are forced to work in mines, manufacturing facilities, and even on board large merchant vessels, extracting and refining the resources that fuel the empire's demand for rare metals, gems, and other precious materials. The harsh working conditions faced by these slaves are a stark contrast to the gilded life of their owners, many of whom remain oblivious to the suffering that goes into the production of their luxuries. The demand for slaves in the entertainment industry is particularly high. Imperial nobility often host private events where entertainers are expected to perform at the highest level. Many of these entertainers, musicians, dancers, and actors, are chosen from the ranks of slaves, forced to hone their talents and perform in front of the wealthiest patrons. For the nobility, it is not uncommon to keep slaves for personal use, whether to perform in private concerts, wait at exclusive parties, or serve in other highly specialized roles designed to cater to the most extravagant desires. Though slavery in the empire is a deeply entrenched institution, the practice is not without its opposition. Some factions within the empire, particularly those aligned with the Reclamation, have begun to push for abolitionist reforms, arguing that the practice is both immoral and economically inefficient. However, the vast wealth generated by the system, particularly in relation to luxury goods and entertainment, ensures that the practice remains largely unchallenged among the elite. Imperial slaves are, for many, an invisible foundation on which the empire's grandeur and social hierarchy are built. In the empire, luxury goods, entertainment, and slavery are not separate phenomena, but interconnected aspects of a larger social system that places immense value on power and appearance. For the empire's elite, these elements serve as a means of asserting dominance and signaling their superior status within the rigid hierarchies of imperial society. However, this system is not without its costs. Behind the splendor and extravagance lies a dark undercurrent of exploitation, where the labor of slaves sustains the high standard of living enjoyed by the wealthy. Federation Imperial Wars. The roots of the Federation Imperial Wars can be traced back to the Great Expansion, a period of rapid territorial expansion by both the Federation and the Empire as humanity moved beyond Earth and began colonizing new star systems. As these two powers grew, their interests inevitably collided, especially in key systems located near the borders of both territories. Disputes over trade routes, resource-rich systems, and political influence quickly escalated into military engagements. The first notable conflict between the two superpowers came in the early years of the 34th century, when a series of border skirmishes along the contested systems of Lev-Akinar led to open warfare. This conflict, known as the First Federation Imperial War, was sparked by the Federation's desire to expand its influence in the region and the Empire's determination to protect its territory and assert its dominance. The war was brutal and bloody, with both sides suffering heavy casualties and extensive damage to their fleets and infrastructure. Despite initial successes by the Federation, the Empire ultimately emerged victorious, securing its hold on key systems and asserting its dominance in the region. The aftermath of this war set the stage for future conflicts. While a fragile peace was established, both powers continued to build their military capabilities, knowing that another war was inevitable. As the Federation and the Empire continued to expand, their rivalry deepened, and tensions remained high. Over the centuries, the conflict became less about territorial disputes and more about ideology. The Federation, with its commitment to democratic principles, viewed the Empire's rigid caste system and autocratic rule as oppressive and unjust. Meanwhile, the Empire saw the Federation's democratic structure as weak and inefficient, with its politicians beholden to corporate interests and the whims of the masses. This ideological divide fueled a series of proxy wars, espionage operations, and diplomatic confrontations between the two superpowers. Although direct warfare was often avoided in favor of more covert operations, skirmishes continued to erupt on the edges of their territories. The Second Federation Imperial War broke out in the late 34th century, following a Federation-backed rebellion on the Imperial-controlled planet of Sothis. The war was characterized by guerrilla warfare and covert missions, with the Federation supporting anti-imperial factions in an effort to weaken the Empire's grip on its colonies. However, the Empire's superior military technology and the loyalty of its forces ultimately quelled the uprising and forced the Federation to back down. The Third Federation-Imperial War, which erupted in the early 35th century, was one of the most devastating in recent history. This war saw the Empire and Federation clash head-to-head in a conflict that spanned several key systems, including Sol, Sirius, and HIP 22460. The war was marked by large-scale fleet engagements, with both sides using their most advanced capital ships, warships, and specialized vessels in a bid to secure dominance. During this conflict, the Imperial Navy faced off against the Federation Navy, each side employing devastating tactics and innovative technologies. The Federation's focus on firepower and superior fleet numbers clashed with the Empire's emphasis on agility, precision strikes, and the strength of its Majestic-class interdictors and Imperial cutters. The war was a protracted stalemate, with neither side able to deliver a decisive blow. Ultimately, a ceasefire was brokered after extensive damage to both sides, and the conflict ended without a clear victor. However, tensions remained high and the fragile peace was often shattered by smaller border clashes and occasional acts of aggression. Throughout the Federation-Imperial Wars, both sides made extensive use of mercenaries and privateers to augment their military forces. These hired soldiers and independent operators were often contracted to conduct black ops missions, sabotage enemy infrastructure, and support ground forces. For the Federation, this included private military companies like Sirius Atmospherics and independent groups of bounty hunters and ship captains willing to work for the highest bidder. On the Imperial side, noble houses frequently employed privateers to carry out covert operations, often turning to well-established mercenary organizations such as Thargoid extermination forces or private fleets funded by wealthy patrons. These mercenaries not only provided crucial support on the battlefield, but also played a role in undermining the Federation's economic and military capabilities by targeting key trade routes, disrupting supply chains, and taking control of strategically important systems. While these private forces operated outside the control of the main military fleets, their involvement was crucial in keeping the conflict ongoing, often intensifying the war with swift, unpredictable strikes that could alter the balance of power in key regions. The Alliance of Independent Systems, a third power emerging in the aftermath of the Federation-Imperial Wars, became a significant player in the ongoing conflict between the Federation and the Empire. Positioned between the two superpowers, the Alliance sought to maintain neutrality, capitalizing on the rivalry between the Federation and Empire to expand its influence and resources. However, both the Federation and the Empire recognized the potential threat posed by the Alliance's growing power and sought to either co-opt or undermine it. The Alliance often found itself caught in the crossfire of the Federation-Imperial rivalry, with smaller skirmishes erupting over contested systems that bordered Alliance territories. In the current era, the Federation and Empire are not at war in the traditional sense, but the rivalry remains a defining element of galactic politics. While direct conflicts have subsided, there are constant skirmishes and proxy wars in contested regions. The Cold War between the two powers is characterized by espionage, covert military operations, and economic manipulation, rather than all-out military engagement. The Federation and Empire continue to vie for control of critical resources in contested systems, and there are constant undercurrents of military and political posturing. Each side seeks to undermine the other through alliances, trade deals, and covert operations, all while maintaining a facade of peace. At the same time, their military forces remain on high alert, ready to act at a moment's notice should the need arise. Despite the ongoing hostilities, both powers are acutely aware of the devastating consequences that a full-scale war would bring. However, in the ever-shifting balance of power, there are always those within both the Federation and the Empire who push for renewed conflict, hoping to tip the scales in their favor and gain the upper hand in the galaxy's eternal struggle for dominance. Emperor's Dawn Insurgency. The Emperor's Dawn Insurgency was a significant and tumultuous chapter in the history of the Empire, one that shook its very foundation. The insurgency was a rebellion led by a faction of disillusioned imperial citizens, military officers, and nobles who sought to overthrow the established order and challenge the absolute authority of the imperial throne. The name Emperor's Dawn reflected their ultimate goal, the rise of a new leader by someone they believed could restore the empire to its former glory, free from what they saw as the current emperor's weakness and corruption. The insurgency was born from growing dissatisfaction with the state of the empire under the rule of Emperor Hengist Duval, the reigning monarch at the time. Despite his title as emperor, Duval's leadership was often seen as ineffective and overly cautious by many within the higher echelons of imperial society. His decision-making was at times indecisive, and his inability to deal with the growing instability within the empire led to the rise of voices calling for change. The insurgents who formed the Emperor's Dawn were not just rebels, they were former imperial officers, disillusioned aristocrats, and military strategists who had long been frustrated with the corruption and inefficiency they perceived within the imperial system. They believed that the empire had lost its way, and that a new leader, one with the strength and vision of previous emperors, was needed to reassert imperial dominance in the galaxy. The roots of the Emperor's Dawn insurgency lay in the political climate of the empire during the mid-34th century, a period marked by increasing inequality, political infighting, and an overall decline in imperial prestige. The empire had expanded rapidly over the preceding centuries, but its internal stability was beginning to fray as the wealth gap between the elite and the rest of the population grew ever wider. Many citizens felt that their voices were being ignored, and that the imperial nobility, particularly the Duval family, had become too out of touch with the needs of the people. At the same time, tensions were rising between the empire and its rivals, most notably the Federation. Despite the ongoing rivalry, the empire's inability to decisively defeat the Federation in any major conflict had many questioning its ability to maintain its position as a galactic power. The internal political struggles within the empire were exacerbated by the increasing power of the patrons, wealthy nobles who wielded considerable influence over the emperor and the government. This allowed for further corruption and inefficiency within the imperial bureaucracy, fueling the anger of those who believed the empire's current leadership was too weak to properly defend imperial interests. It was in this environment of growing dissatisfaction that the Emperor's Dawn movement began to take shape. Initially, it began as a series of covert meetings and whispered conspiracies among dissatisfied officers and former military leaders. These groups discussed the possibility of overthrowing the ruling Duval dynasty and installing a new ruler who would be able to restore the empire to its former strength. The leaders of the movement were primarily former imperial military officers who had been forced into early retirement due to political maneuvering, as well as disgruntled members of noble houses who felt their influence had been diminished by the current regime. They called for the return of a more martial, disciplined empire, one where the power of the emperor was unchallenged, and the military was reasserted as the central force in the empire's expansionist ambitions. The spark for the insurgency came when a failed assassination attempt on Emperor Hengist Duval was discovered in 2344. The plot, masterminded by a coalition of dissident military officers and nobles, was uncovered just before it could be executed. While the conspirators initially intended for the plot to be a clandestine strike, it became a rallying cry for those dissatisfied with the emperor's rule. Once the plot was exposed, it was no longer just a small group of conspirators. The Emperor's Dawn movement exploded into full-scale rebellion. Several factions within the empire, particularly from the military and the Imperial Navy, had openly declared their allegiance to the cause and began staging uprisings in key imperial systems. The movement quickly gathered momentum, with several key planets and sectors falling under insurgent control. The rebels did not immediately seek to topple the entire empire. Instead, their early operations focused on undermining Emperor Hengist Duval's authority and weakening the imperial infrastructure. They used sabotage, espionage, and military strikes against the imperial fleet to destabilize the empire's military capabilities. It was a war fought in the shadows, with no clear front lines, as the insurgents infiltrated high-ranking imperial positions and attempted to turn the Empire's own forces against the ruling class. The response from the Empire was swift and brutal. Emperor Hengist Duval, realizing that his reign was at risk, authorized the use of full military force to crush the rebellion. The Imperial Navy, already a formidable military force, was mobilized across the Empire, and a series of counterinsurgency operations were launched to reclaim rebel-controlled systems and eliminate the insurgent leadership. However, the Emperor's Dawn was not an easy enemy to defeat. The insurgents were well organized and had the support of several important factions within the Empire, including powerful noble houses and influential military leaders. As the conflict escalated, the insurgents began to acquire better equipment, including cutting-edge warships and advanced tactical technology, which allowed them to hold their own against the Imperial Navy in several key engagements. They also received covert support from anti-imperial sympathizers from the Federation and the Alliance, who saw the downfall of the Duval family as beneficial to their own interests. Despite the fierce resistance, the Empire gradually began to regain control of the situation. The Emperor's Dawn movement was eventually crushed in 2346, but not before it caused significant damage to the Empire's political and military infrastructure. Several rebel leaders were captured and executed, while others went into hiding, awaiting the chance to continue their struggle. The aftermath of the Emperor's Dawn insurgency left deep scars on the Empire. While the rebellion itself was eventually quelled, it highlighted the growing discontent within the Empire and the deep divisions that existed between the ruling class and the rest of the population. Emperor Hengist Duval, though having survived the crisis, was severely weakened by the events. His leadership was increasingly seen as ineffectual, and his inability to prevent the insurgency from spreading fueled calls for reform from within his own ranks. The rebellion also had long-term consequences for the imperial military, as the Imperial Navy underwent significant restructuring in the wake of the insurgency. Efforts were made to streamline the command structure and reduce the influence of noble families in military affairs, with a focus on professionalizing the armed forces and restoring discipline. The Emperor's Dawn insurgency, while unsuccessful in its aim to overthrow the Duval dynasty, marked the beginning of a new era for the Empire. It revealed deep fractures within imperial society and underscored the need for strong leadership capable of uniting the Empire's fractured factions. Although Emperor Hengist Duval's reign continued, his weakened position led to a period of political instability that ultimately paved the way for new leadership in the future. The Emperor's Dawn movement, though defeated, became a symbol of resistance against tyranny for many within the Empire and beyond, inspiring future generations to question the authority of the imperial throne and challenge the old order. The memory of the insurgency and the ideas it represented would continue to resonate in imperial politics for centuries to come. NMLA, Neo-Marlinist Rebellion, and its impact. The Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army, NMLA, rebellion was one of the most devastating and ideologically charged uprisings in the history of the Empire. Born from the ashes of the Marlinist secessionist movements, the NMLA's goal was not merely to challenge the existing power structures, but to completely dismantle them and replace them with a new order rooted in Marlinist ideology. The rebellion, which erupted in the early 34th century, was initially fueled by growing dissatisfaction within the Marlinist population, particularly in the independent Marlinist systems, who had long been marginalized and oppressed by the Federation and the Empire. The NMLA's core beliefs were heavily influenced by the historical figure Zachary Hudson, who had originally spearheaded the Marlinist cause. His philosophy, which emphasized self-determination and resistance to both the Federation and Empire's authority, was distorted and radicalized by the insurgents, who saw the violent overthrow of both political entities as their path to freedom. While the Marlinist colonies had been granted independence through negotiations following a long-standing struggle for sovereignty, many in the NMLA believed that mere autonomy was insufficient. Instead, they sought to eliminate what they considered to be the tyranny of the Federation's oppressive system and the autocratic rule of the imperial throne. both of which had been responsible for the suffering of their people. Their new vision of a liberated society would be founded on the principles of Marlinism, a vision in which the people would govern themselves and break free from the chains of oppression and inequality. The seeds of the rebellion were sown in the aftermath of the Marlinist independence movement, which led to the creation of the Marlinist consulate in the Colonia region in 3230. The colonies, once loyal to the Federation, had declared their independence after decades of neglect and exploitation by the central government. The Federation, which viewed the independence of the Marlinist systems as a direct challenge to its authority, was quick to intervene, cutting off trade and supply lines in an effort to crush the fledgling state. The Marlinists, however, had not been broken. Over the decades, they developed their own form of self-governance and established strong trade networks with other independent systems. While tensions between the Federation and the Marlinists remained, the situation stabilized, and for a time, there seemed to be hope for peaceful coexistence. However, discontent simmered beneath the surface as ideological hardliners within the Marlinist movement grew increasingly frustrated by the compromises made by the leadership of the Marlinist consulate. These radicals, inspired by the more extreme doctrines of Zachary Hudson, began to believe that their struggle was not just one of independence, but of liberation from all forms of galactic oppression. The formation of the NMLA as a coordinated insurgent group took place around 3300, when a series of terrorist attacks on key Federation and Imperial targets signaled the beginning of a new era of violence. The insurgents quickly gained notoriety for their brutal methods, which included bombings, sabotage, and assassinations. The NMLA's tactics were designed to strike fear into the hearts of the ruling elite and to rally support among the oppressed populations across both the Federation and the Empire. Their ultimate goal was to topple both galactic powers and establish a new, liberated order in which Marlinist principles of equality and self-governance would reign supreme. The NMLA rebellion had an immediate and profound impact on both the Federation and the Empire. In the Federation, the insurgency led to an unprecedented crackdown on civil liberties and the expansion of surveillance and security forces. Under the leadership of President Zachary Hudson, the Federation adopted a hardline stance against the insurgents, labeling them as terrorists and outlawing all forms of Marlinist activism. A series of military campaigns were launched against suspected NMLA strongholds in the Colonia region, but these efforts were often hindered by the Federation's own internal divisions, as various political factions disagreed on how best to deal with the insurgents. The NMLA's reach extended into the heart of the Federation's power, and several high-profile bombings of Federation facilities in Sol caused widespread panic. The bombing of the Federal Command Center in 3303, which resulted in hundreds of casualties, was one of the deadliest and most destructive acts of the rebellion. In response, the Federation's military became increasingly militarized and repressive, leading to widespread protests and civil unrest, particularly among the Marlinist diaspora, who saw the Federation's response as yet another example of the Federation's tyranny. Meanwhile, the Empire was not spared from the MLA's wrath. The insurgents viewed the Empire as an equally oppressive force, and the Imperial elite were also targeted by a series of targeted strikes. In 3304, the NMLA launched an audacious attack on Akanar, the Imperial capital, bombing several key Imperial facilities and assassinating high-ranking officials. While the Imperial Navy responded with overwhelming force, the bombing signaled that the NMLA had the capability to strike at the heart of Imperial power. The incident greatly destabilized the Empire, and there were growing calls for a change in Imperial leadership, with some factions even suggesting that the Duval family had lost its legitimacy. Despite the chaos caused by the rebellion, the NMLA's efforts also sparked significant debates within the Empire and Federation about the future of their political systems. The neo-Marlinist rhetoric began to attract sympathizers, particularly among the lower classes and those who felt disenfranchised by the political elite. These movements would, in time, sow the seeds for further conflict, as factions within both the Empire and Federation began to challenge the traditional power structures. The NMLA's insurrection would eventually be crushed, but not without significant consequences. By 3305, a coalition of Federation and Empire forces, aided by special operatives and intelligence networks, had managed to dismantle much of the NMLA's leadership and infrastructure. The insurgency suffered a major blow when its charismatic leader, Ava Lavignac, was captured during an imperial raid in the Colonia region. Though the NMLA's rebellion was largely suppressed by the end of the 33305, the rebellion's legacy would remain deeply embedded within the collective consciousness of the Federation, Empire, and Marlinist colonies. The violence of the rebellion and its aftermath would continue to shape the policies of both galactic powers as they sought to prevent future uprisings and maintain their grip on power. In the Federation, the rise of the NMLA insurgency served as a catalyst for reforms in the political system, leading to a more centralized and authoritarian governance model. The Federation's response to the rebellion also highlighted the increasing role of corporate interests and private military contractors in shaping the galaxy's politics. For the Empire, the rebellion revealed the vulnerabilities in its system and led to a reevaluation of the Duval family's rule. The rise of noble factions and the greater influence of military leaders within imperial politics were direct outcomes of the NMLA's actions, which had destabilized the traditional power structures. Emperor Arissa Lavigny Duval's rule. Arissa Lavigny Duval's rise to the imperial throne marked a significant turning point in the history of the Empire. Upon the death of her father, Emperor Hengist Duval, in 3301, Arissa inherited the imperial crown amidst a period of political instability, military upheaval, and growing dissent. Her reign would define a new era for the empire, one that would see both consolidation of power and the facing of deep-seated challenges from external threats and internal factions. The circumstances surrounding Arissa's ascension to the throne were fraught with complications. Emperor Hengist's death was not only sudden, but shrouded in mystery, with rumors swirling about possible assassination attempts and political maneuvering. The Duval family, long at the heart of imperial power, was now in crisis. Arissa, the emperor's only daughter and previously a relatively low-profile member of the imperial family, suddenly found herself thrust into the limelight. The transition of power was swift, as imperial law dictated that the reigning monarch's heir should succeed them upon their death. However, the question of whether Arissa would be accepted by the imperial Senate and the noble houses was not guaranteed. The Senate, traditionally dominated by older, established families, had always been skeptical of female rulers, despite the fact that imperial law allowed for it. Many members of the Senate were wary of a reign under a monarch who had not yet proven her ability to lead the empire through the challenges that lay ahead. Despite these doubts, Arissa proved her political acumen quickly. She managed to consolidate support among key factions within the Senate, swaying influential voices and leveraging her family's long-standing influence. In doing so, she gained the endorsement of patron families and military leaders, effectively securing her position as the new emperor. Her first order of business was to solidify her power by rooting out those who might oppose her rule, including potential traitors within the empire's ranks. From the outset of her reign, Arissa Lavigny Duval focused on strengthening the empire's military capabilities, understanding that internal divisions and external threats demanded a strong, unified front. The empire was embroiled in multiple conflicts, both with the Federation and rebellious factions within its own borders. Arissa's early years on the throne were marked by a series of military reforms, bolstering the Imperial Navy's fleet with new ships and a more modernized command structure. One of the most notable achievements during her reign was the reorganization of the Imperial Navy, which aimed to make the fleet more efficient and responsive in the face of external threats. The introduction of advanced technologies, including the development of more effective interdiction methods and the construction of powerful new ships, such as the Majestic-class interdictor, positioned the Empire as a more formidable force in galactic politics. Arissa's emphasis on military might was also demonstrated in her continued support for the Imperial Slavery Program, which provided the Imperial Navy with a reliable and extensive labor force. The treatment of slaves under her rule, though controversial, helped maintain the infrastructure necessary for the empire's continued military growth. The slaves, often prisoners from conquered systems or indentured citizens, worked in harsh conditions to support the empire's expansionist goals, particularly in sectors like military production and resource extraction. The early years of Arissa's reign were also defined by her aggressive stance against the Federation, whose continued expansion into imperial space presented a serious challenge to the empire's influence. In 3301, following the death of President Zachary Hudson's predecessor, Arissa's administration took a hardline approach to the Federation's diplomatic overtures, with the goal of ensuring imperial sovereignty was maintained. Her policies toward the Federation were characterized by increased militarization along the borders, along with tactical strikes against key Federation assets in contested areas. This strategy paid off when the Empire successfully held back Federation expansion into the contested systems, preserving imperial dominance in critical sectors. While the Federation-Imperial rivalry remained fierce, Arissa's early successes in these military engagements solidified her status as a capable and assertive ruler. Yet, as the Federation and Empire locked horns, Arissa's reign was not without its external challenges. The rise of the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army, NMLA, the Alliance's increasing territorial claims, and the Thargoid threat all loomed large over the Empire. Despite these external dangers, Arissa remained steadfast in her commitment to preserving the Empire's place in the galaxy, prioritizing defense and expansion in the face of mounting instability. Despite Arissa's formidable political and military strategies, her reign was not without its internal struggles. The rise of anti-imperial factions and widespread resistance to her policies led to growing unrest among both the lower classes and certain imperial factions. The Marlinist factions, many of whom had fought for independence from the Federation, grew increasingly disillusioned with Arissa's rule, seeing her policies as oppressive and imperialistic. Arissa's decisions regarding imperial slavery continued to be a point of contention, with humanitarian organizations both within and outside the Empire calling for reform. Arissa, while never publicly denouncing slavery, took steps to mitigate the most extreme abuses within the system by implementing a series of reforms designed to protect the welfare of slaves. These actions were seen by some as politically motivated rather than truly altruistic, but they did help calm the growing unrest within imperial space. Additionally, the Emperor's Dawn Insurgency, a radical faction pushing for the abolition of the Duval monarchy, created significant challenges for Arissa's regime. This insurgent group, though small, was composed of former imperial soldiers, disillusioned nobles, and ideological extremists who saw the Duval family as corrupt and tyrannical. Arissa was forced to deploy imperial military forces to crush these uprisings, leading to violent confrontations across multiple systems. Arissa Lavinia Duval's reign continues to be defined by her bold leadership, military acumen, and ability to navigate the complex political landscape of the Empire. She has overseen a period of relative stability and growth for the Empire, but she has also faced numerous challenges both within and outside imperial space. Her reign has left an indelible mark on the future of the Empire. Arissa's strategic priorities, military strength, imperial unity, and the consolidation of power have shaped the policies of the Empire for decades to come. Her leadership has set the stage for continued expansion and conflict, ensuring that the Empire will remain a formidable force in the galaxy for the foreseeable future. The Marlinist movement and Republican ideals. The Marlinist movement is one of the most significant political forces to have arisen within the Empire in recent centuries. Driven by a complex mixture of ideological convictions, historical grievances, and social upheaval, the movement seeks a radical reformation of the Empire's political structure. At its core, the Marlinists advocate for the abolition of the monarchy and the establishment of a republic guided by the principles of democracy, equality, and justice. The roots of the movement lie in the historical struggles between the Marlinist separatists and the Empire, culminating in the establishment of the Marlinist Commonwealth as a breakaway political entity. The Marlinist movement traces its origins back to the early 32nd century, following the creation of the Marlinist Church and its subsequent expansion. The movement gained momentum after the Marlinist Rebellion of 3115, which saw large portions of the Empire's population, particularly within the Sirius sector, reject imperial rule. These populations had long felt marginalized by the Empire's aristocratic hierarchy, with many believing that they were subject to oppression and exploitation by the imperial elite. The movement's ideological underpinnings were heavily influenced by Marlene Duval, a prominent noblewoman who sought to reform the empire and reduce the power of the monarchy. Duval's calls for a more egalitarian society were rejected by the imperial Senate, but her ideas found a receptive audience among the disenfranchised. These ideas were later distilled into a larger set of Republican ideals that promoted the creation of a more representative and participatory government. The dissatisfaction with the aristocracy and the desire for independence fueled the Marlinist Rebellion, which ultimately resulted in the withdrawal of several systems from imperial control. This rebellion solidified the vision of a republican empire, with the Marlinist leadership calling for an end to hereditary rule and the creation of a government founded on merit, equality, and the will of the people. Following the collapse of the rebellion, the Marlinists formed the Marlinist Commonwealth, a separatist state that rejected the authority of the Duval monarchy and the imperial Senate. The Commonwealth was an attempt to forge a society that was not governed by an emperor, but instead by elected officials who would serve the will of the people. The Marlinists' new government was built around principles of republicanism, with a focus on universal suffrage, equal rights, and the elimination of the entrenched aristocracy. Though the Commonwealth was never formally recognized by the Empire, it garnered significant support among certain sectors of the population, particularly in regions like the Sirius sector and the Outer Rim territories. Over time, the Marlinist system attracted new followers and created a political divide within the Empire that remains unresolved to this day. The Marlinists' primary objection to the Empire's system of government is the idea of hereditary rule. The imperial family's right to govern, they argue, is based on birthright rather than merit or public consent. To the Marlinists, the Duval family and the aristocracy that supports them represent the epitome of an outdated and oppressive system. They view the Empire's reliance on monarchs and nobles as a hindrance to progress and a denial of basic democratic principles. Central to the Marlinist vision is the idea that government should be rooted in the will of the people, rather than in the hereditary privileges of an elite few. They propose a republic where the head of state is elected by the people, and legislative power is distributed across elected representatives, rather than concentrated in the hands of a monarch and aristocratic class. They see democracy as the antidote to the empire's centralized authority, advocating for a system that would give every citizen an equal say in the governance of their society. While the Marlinists' ideals of equality and democracy resonate with many, especially those in the lower classes, they also face strong opposition from those who view the imperial monarchy as essential to the stability and identity of the empire. The monarchy, after all, provides a sense of continuity, unity, and authority that has defined the empire for centuries. For many, the idea of a republic is anathema to the empire's tradition of centralized power, with the emperor serving as both a symbol of unity and a practical leader. Despite being an independent entity, the Marlinist Commonwealth and its ideals have had a significant impact on the empire's internal politics. The existence of a republican alternative to the empire has forced the imperial leadership to confront the growing discontent within its own borders, particularly among the working class and those who feel marginalized by the imperial elite. The Marlinist cause has continued to gather support, especially among imperial citizens living in the outer reaches of the empire, where economic inequality and social stratification are most pronounced. Many of these individuals view the empire's leadership as disconnected from their needs and grievances, leading them to embrace the Marlinist ideals of equality and fair representation. In response to this growing movement, the empire has sought to maintain its dominance through military force and political manipulation. Efforts to suppress Marlinist uprisings, particularly in the Sirius sector, have often been heavy-handed, leading to a prolonged cycle of rebellion, violence, and repression. Yet, Despite these efforts, the Marlinist movement has remained resilient, with many advocates continuing to challenge the very foundations of imperial rule. In recent years, the Marlinist movement has been further radicalized by factions like the Neo-Marlinist Liberation Army, NMLA. These groups have adopted a more militant stance, advocating for violent revolution and the overthrow of the imperial monarchy. The NMLA has carried out numerous acts of terrorism, targeting imperial facilities, government institutions, and key figures within the Duval family. Though the NMLA is a small, radical faction, their actions have placed the Marlinist cause in the global spotlight, attracting both condemnation and support. The violence of the NMLA has further polarized the empire, with many citizens viewing their tactics as unjustifiable, while others see them as the only means of achieving true political change. The Marlinist movement remains a powerful force in galactic politics, advocating for the principles of republicanism and the abolition of the imperial monarchy. While its leaders may not have succeeded in achieving full political change within the empire, the movement's ideals continue to inspire a significant portion of the population, particularly among those who are disillusioned with the empire's aristocratic order. The future of the Marlinist movement depends largely on the empire's ability to address the underlying issues that fuel support for Republican ideals. If the empire continues to ignore the grievances of its citizens and fails to offer a more equitable system of governance, the Marlinist cause will likely continue to grow, potentially leading to even greater instability and challenges to the empire's rule. As the Marlinists press forward with their vision of a democratic society, the question remains whether the empire can adapt or whether the Republicans will ultimately succeed in tearing down the monarchy that has defined the empire for centuries. Power struggles with Senator Denton Patrius and Aisling Duval. The complex political landscape of the empire has been shaped by numerous power struggles, none more intricate than the one between Senator Denton Patrius and Princess Aisling Duval. Their rivalry, a battle of influence and ideology, has reverberated across the empire's political and military structures, with far-reaching consequences for the imperial family and its aristocracy. Senator Denton Patrius is one of the most powerful figures in the empire. A former admiral and a senator for the Sirius sector, Patrius's rise to prominence was marked by his military acumen and his ruthless determination to secure his position within the empire. With a reputation for unyielding loyalty to the empire, he has garnered the support of powerful factions, including many within the Imperial Navy and the corporate elite. Patrius's political ideology is deeply conservative, with a strong belief in maintaining the status quo of the empire's hierarchical system. He advocates for a firm, centralized government, with power concentrated in the hands of the emperor and the Senate, and he firmly rejects any attempts to alter the established structure. His conservative views have earned him both fervent supporters and vocal critics, but his position within the imperial hierarchy has remained unchallenged for much of his career. At the heart of Patrius's power is his control over military and corporate assets. He has built a vast network of loyalists and clients who depend on his patronage, granting him considerable influence over imperial policy. His military background, combined with his savvy political maneuvers, has made him a formidable force within the Senate, where his support is often sought by those seeking to advance their agendas. Princess Aisling Duval, the granddaughter of Emperor Hengist Duval, represents a more progressive faction within the empire. Though born into the imperial aristocracy, Aisling has distinguished herself by her advocacy for reforms and her focus on the well-being of the common people. Unlike many members of the imperial family, Aisling has publicly criticized the excessive luxury and elitism that she believes characterize the higher echelons of imperial society. Her popularity, particularly among the youth and the disenfranchised, stems from her vision of a more compassionate and inclusive empire. Aisling is seen as a symbol of hope by many who feel left behind by the empire's rigid class structure. She supports initiatives that would improve the lives of the lower classes, especially in the core worlds, and has long campaigned for greater rights and freedoms for imperial citizens. Her political views, while still firmly rooted in imperial values, are seen as a direct challenge to the Old Guard's grip on power. Despite her idealism, Aisling is also a shrewd and calculating political figure, able to navigate the treacherous waters of imperial politics with skill. She has managed to build a strong base of support, drawing on her royal connections as well as her ability to connect with the public. Her position as a member of the imperial family has granted her significant influence, but it has also placed her at odds with other members of the aristocracy, especially those who feel that her vision threatens the established order. The rivalry between Patreus and Aisling Duval can be understood as a clash of ideologies. Patreus embodies the traditional, conservative view of the empire, where power is reserved for the elite and the monarchy serves as the ultimate authority. Aisling, on the other hand, represents a vision of a more egalitarian empire, where the people have a greater say in their governance, and the aristocracy must be held accountable for its actions. This ideological divide came to a head during several key moments in the history of the empire, each of which highlighted the tension between the two. A major flashpoint was during the imperial election crisis of 3304, when both Patreus and Aisling sought to influence the succession of the emperor following the death of Emperor Hengist Duval. While Patreus sought to maintain a firm traditional succession, Aisling pushed for reforms that would involve a broader spectrum of the imperial population in the process. Their ideological differences were further exacerbated by their differing views on the role of the military in imperial politics. While Patreus advocated for an empire that was defended by a powerful and centralized military force, Aisling favored a more diplomatic approach, one that would reduce the need for militarism and conflict. She argued that the empire could achieve stability through diplomacy and reform rather than through the force of arms. The struggle for influence between Patreus and Aisling Duval has often played out in the public eye, with each using their resources and connections to rally support. Patreus, with his vast wealth and control over the military, has long been a key figure within the Senate, where his support is often sought by those who wish to advance their own interests. He has used his position to secure patronage for his allies and to consolidate his power within the empire. Aisling, on the other hand, has built her support through grassroots campaigns and a public persona that champions the rights of the people. Her ability to connect with the masses, particularly the younger generation, has made her a force to be reckoned with, even as she faces opposition from the more conservative elements of the imperial hierarchy. Aisling has also leveraged her royal lineage to secure political alliances, using her status as a member of the Duval family to gain access to powerful factions and wealthy patrons. Both Patreus and Aisling have at times sought to undermine one another through covert political maneuvering and public campaigns. Patreus has used his influence within the Imperial Navy to push for military actions that align with his vision of the empire, while Aisling has sought to challenge his authority by rallying popular support and pressuring the Senate to enact reforms. The rivalry between the two has created a climate of political instability within the empire, with both sides attempting to shape the future of the empire according to their own vision. Despite their frequent clashes, both Patreus and Aisling Duval have proven themselves to be tenacious and determined political figures. Neither has been able to fully outmaneuver the other, and the struggle for power between the two remains unresolved. Their rivalry continues to shape the political landscape of the empire, with each faction vying for control of the Senate and the imperial institutions that hold the empire together. In recent years, the influence of Patreus has begun to wane, as his more conservative views clash with the growing momentum behind Aisling's reforms. Aisling's rise to prominence has been fueled by her ability to tap into the desires for change and progress within the empire. Her supporters have called for an end to the old order, advocating for a more open, democratic, and compassionate society. However, Patreus's hold on the military and his patronage network remains strong, ensuring that he is not easily removed from power. While Aisling may have the popular support of the people, Patreus still wields significant influence within the empire's institutions, and his loyalty to the monarchy has earned him favor with the emperor and many of the more conservative factions. As the power struggle between Patreus and Aisling Duval continues to unfold, The future of the Empire remains uncertain. Will the forces of reform succeed in dismantling the old aristocracy, or will the Empire's military establishment retain control over the future of the nation? Only time will tell how this clash of titans will ultimately shape the course of Imperial history.
The Federation. From Earth's ashes to a galactic beacon. In the mid-21st century, the Earth lay shattered in the wake of the Third World War. Societies fractured, nations dissolving into chaos, and the planet's surface became a scarred battleground of fated power. It was during this darkest chapter that the seeds of something monumental took root, a transformation that would reforge humanity's destiny among the stars. As the conflict waned, corporations rose from the wreckage of nation-states. They commanded resources on an unprecedented scale, their influence extending far beyond any singular country. By 2060, the once mighty United States of the Americas had merged with other failing nations, rebranding itself as the Federation of the United States before simply becoming the Federation. A constitution emerged, distilled from previous centuries' ideals and written for a new world order. Governance was lean, efficient, and designed to unify rather than divide. Industrial efforts were swift. By 2080, humans had industrialized the moon and established a substantial base on Mars. The Federation, still confined to the solar system, relied on these new territories to rebuild and feed the economy while reviving a planet teetering on collapse. These achievements set the stage for humanity's next leap, venturing beyond Sol. The discovery of alien life in the Tau Ceti system ignited the first embers of interstellar ambition. Within 30 years, humanity launched probes and then manned missions. Colonies sprang up in neighboring systems, Delta Pavonis, Altair, Beta Hydri, each populated rapidly but not always with care. Terraforming and ecological conquest became the hallmark of colonial expansion. The planet in Delta Pavonis, for example, housed an early biosphere that was ultimately extinguished by human settlers. In these fledgling worlds, humanity repeated the mistakes of Earth. Ambition outpaced wisdom. Tensions finally erupted. The Sol system dispatched a fleet to Tau Ceti, following the colony's outright defiance of Sol's calls to preserve local life. The ensuing clash was inconclusive, but it forced Sol's hand. In 2242, 5 systems, Sol, Tau Ceti, Delta Pavonis, Altair, and Beta Hydri, signed the Federal Accord. This pact laid down rights, responsibilities, and the protection of xenoculture as central tenets. The Federation had, at long last, become more than a solar entity. It was a fragile interstellar commonwealth. With this foundation, humanity expanded with newfound order. The Federation offered structure in what was previously an unruly scramble for worlds. Although the name Federation of Star Systems was briefly adopted, it soon reverted simply to the Federation, a title powerful enough on its own. Yet unity did not come without costs. In 2310, the colony at Akener broke away, its defiance leading to decades of conflict beginning around 2330. A protracted war spanned 5 decades, ultimately concluding in a peace that was more fragile than lasting. Meanwhile, in 2480, the Federation ceded Van Maanen's star to a religious sect, the Guardians of the Free Spirit, making it a permit-locked sanctuary, an exception to the Federation's reach. Between 2500 and 2900, corporate power surged. Mining hubs and resource extraction zones proliferated in far-flung systems. Life in many colonies became a grind beneath the gaze of megacorporations. Prosperity for some, indenture for many. But resistance and innovation also kindled anew. In 2994, a rebellion in Alioth rejected both Federation and Empire, coalescing into the Alliance, a new polity born of defiance and unity among outcasts. The years that followed would see the Federation at its height. By the turn of the 33rd century, it remained the largest power in human-occupied space. Its might rested not only in politics and economy, but in its military. The Federal Navy, with dreadnoughts like the 2-kilometer Farragut-class battlecruisers, stood as a deterrent to rivals and a shield to loyal systems. These vessels embodied the Federation's resolve to maintain order, and if need be, to impose it. By 3300, the core worlds were secure. Systems such as Eta Cassiopeia became the military heart of the Federation, hosting major fleets. Mars remained the seat of governance, home to the Great Federal Congress in Olympus Village. Meanwhile, power flowed through corporate arteries. Sirius Corporation dominated hyperdrive and energy industries, while others like Falcon DeLacy, Laken Spaceways, Core Dynamics, and Sod Kruger built the ships and hardware that powered the human endeavor. The Federation had become a multidimensional behemoth, a capitalist powerhouse, a political union, and a military titan. It spanned dozens of star systems, all under the sheen of stability, though beneath, tensions between corporate interests, moral imperatives, and the ideals of freedom simmered. The Federal Accord, forging unity among the stars. In the 23rd century, humanity's reach had begun to stretch beyond Earth, but it was still a fractured and turbulent effort. Colonists scattered across the solar system and nearby stars, driven by ambition, corporate interests, and the search for new frontiers. By 2159, the Taylor colony in the Tau Ceti system had achieved self-sufficiency and was home to the first thriving extrasolar settlement. As settlers adapted to the alien world, tensions arose between preserving the native ecosystem and ensuring the survival of human life. Between 2161 and 2165, a relentless ecological decline unfolded as imported Earth species overwhelmed the indigenous flora and fauna. Earth authorities intervened, and by 2228, sanctions and condemnations were issued, but unrest had already taken root. By early 2240, the situation reached a boiling point. The Taylor colony, led by colonial administrator John Taylor, declared independence from Earth. Their defiance sparked a showdown. A fleet dispatched from Sol encountered fierce resistance as colonists moved to thwart the newcomers. Neither side achieved a decisive victory, and clashes persisted until both parties agreed to negotiations. In 2242, they reached the Federal Accord, a bold new compact designed to grant autonomy while preserving unity. Sol, Tau Ceti, Delta Pavonis Altair, and Beta Hydri ratified the accord, becoming the founding systems of this nascent interstellar union. The accord drew heavily on the principles laid down by Earth's earlier constitutions, blending personal freedoms, interstellar responsibility, and the preservation of cultural and biological diversity. Rights were enshrined, slavery and uncontrolled ecological exploitation were forbidden, xenoculture and indigenous life forms were to be protected. In return, each member system was tasked with contributing to the new federation's shared prosperity and order. Interestingly, at its inception, this union briefly took the name Federation of Star Systems, though that title proved unwieldy and soon fell out of favor. Federation became the preferred, dignified shorthand, reflecting the unity of its constituents under one banner. Yet beneath the surface, tensions persisted. The accord did not instantly abolish conflict, nor did it erase the scars of colonial trauma. But it did establish a framework, a political and moral infrastructure, within which further disagreements could be mediated rather than fought. Congress, seated on Mars, emerged as the legislative voice of this union. A president, elected by citizens across the founding systems, took on executive responsibilities. The Federal Accord would evolve, adapt, and be amended over centuries, but its foundation was this milestone of 2242. In the years following, other systems began to align with Federation values. The Accord served as a beacon for colonized worlds seeking stability, legal representation, and protection under a broader collective. Colonial expansion continued, but now guided by laws designed to prevent unchecked exploitation. Representatives debated infrastructure, education, resource sharing, and security across light years of distance and diversity of culture. Despite the new interstellar alliance, the Federation's early years were marked by growing pains. Corporate influence remained strong. Mega-entities like Sirius Corporation and Laken Spaceways supplied ships, hyperdrive innovation, and resources, commercial interests continued to shape policy in legislative halls. Still, the ideals at the Accord's core, democracy, stewardship, and interstellar solidarity, gradually took root. The Federal Navy was established to safeguard member systems and uphold the Accord's Mutual Defense Clause. Though its presence was meant more for deterrence than aggression, the Navy became integral in enforcing Federation laws and safeguarding its citizens. Beta Hydri, for instance, became a strategic military hub, home not only to early colonists but also to shipyards able to construct the 2-kilometer Farragut-class battlecruisers that typified the Federation's evolving naval might. Over time, ceremonial observances marked each anniversary of the Accord's signing. On the 100th anniversary in 2342, Federation leaders gathered on Mars and at sites across member worlds to reflect on how far humanity had come since those fraught diplomatic negotiations. By then, dozens of systems had entered the Union. The ideals articulated in 2242, autonomy balanced with mutual responsibility, the protection of xenolife, democratic representation, had become embedded in Federation identity. By 3300, the founding Accord was still regarded as the Federation's sacred charter. Mars remained the seat of government, with Congress convening in Olympus Village. Other systems like Altair, Beta Hydri, Delta Pavonis, and Tau Ceti were revered as heralds of Federation origins. Their colonization, conflicts, and compromises stood as origin stories, testaments to the choices that shaped humanity's interstellar trajectory. What began as a fragile negotiation between Earth and a single rebellious colony blossomed into the cornerstone of an interstellar society. From confrontation to constitution, from isolated worlds to a networked civilization, the Federal Accord of 2242 remains the moment when humanity chose unity over fragmentation. And with that choice, the Federation was born. Its principles carried forward on the wings of exploration, governance, and a collective hope that spans among the stars. Corporate titans and the engine of expansion. By the early 24th century, it had become clear that the machinery of government and the vastness of interstellar space demanded a level of logistical support no single state could provide. Beginning around the mid-2300s, corporations emerged not simply as suppliers and manufacturers, but as the architects of expansion. Their ships, fuel, infrastructure, and ambition would become the threads weaving the Federation into a cohesive and growing order. In 2339, the Sirius Corporation launched the first purely corporate colonization mission, bound for the Sirius system. It was a bold move, and one that transformed the interstellar economy. Having gained early control over fuel production, the corporation swiftly became the primary supplier of hyperdrive fuel and power systems to both major powers. In this role, it adopted a stance of neutrality, profiting from both sides during periods of conflict while maintaining the trust of each. Within a century, its technology had become integral to military and civilian vessels alike, and its corporate governance, known as the Sirius Convention, began to influence independent systems beyond its immediate holdings. Fuel and drives remained its foundation, but by 3278 Sirius had perfected a next-generation hyperdrive. This innovation came just in time to mend the wounds of an earlier failure. The disappearance of its experimental passenger liner, the Antares, during its maiden voyage. The wreckage, discovered only in 3302, confirmed a catastrophic internal failure. Yet the corporation rebounded swiftly, its reputation restored by the success of the new drive program. While Sirius commanded the flow of energy and propulsion, shipbuilding giants transformed transit itself. Ragged colonial fleets and merchant convoys gave way to sleek and reliable liners, cutters, and warships crafted by the likes of Lake and Spaceways, Core Dynamics, Falcon de Lacy, and Core Dynamics' rival, Gutamaya. These manufacturers became synonymous with federal expansion and with internal influence. But progress was not without controversy. In late 3306, Lake and Spaceways teetered on the brink of collapse under financial strain and investor distrust. The power vacuum invited the intervention of Core Dynamics, whose CEO orchestrated a hostile takeover. Allegations soon surfaced: black market share transfers, coercive boardroom tactics, and a growing corporate faction referred to as the Jupiter Division. Investigations followed. Diplomatic unease grew as military suppliers risked becoming the virtual property of a single corporate entity. In early 3307, the takeover proceeded, but not without scrutiny. By mid-3307, Laken's headquarters were shifted into Alliance territory, and its future was tied to political resolution just as tightly as economic recovery. Corporations like RAXXLA, however, took a different path. Known for its employee-centric policies and outspoken stance against slavery, RAXXLA distinguished itself as both industrial pioneer and moral crusader. By 3300, its CEO had publicly clashed with systems that employed slave labor, and the company began directing portions of its profits toward abolitionist causes. Then there were those whose ambitions spread into government itself. Sirius Corporation's spin-off, Sirius Gov, administered entire systems, providing local governance and services where the Federation's presence was thin. This added governmental layer helped stabilize colonies but raised questions. When a corporation controls laws, fuel, drive systems, and local governments, is it a partner or a state? By 3307 and 3308, these questions had become urgent. Sirius's CEO went public, urging scrutiny of their past. Their role in diffusing superpower conflict, resettling refugees, hosting interstellar summits, and advancing exploration. He argued that their neutrality and technological leadership warranted trust. But critics asked if any corporation wielding such influence could ever be fully accountable. These corporate titans shaped more than commerce and ships. They built frontier worlds, brokered peace talks, funded fleets, constructed megaships, and rewrote the mechanics of Federation society. Their factories became colonies. Their custom laws became regional statutes. Without them, many of the Federation systems would never have joined the polity, and without them, political unity might have dissolved back into fragmentation. Corporate interest remained largely aligned with expansion. Victories meant new customers, new markets, new contracts. But the tension between public good and private gain was never far from a breaking point. Even as the Federation extended its reach across light years, it did so propelled by enterprising corporations that both enabled its growth and tested its cohesion. In them lay both the glory of human ambition and the seeds of its greatest internal challenge. Olympus Village and the centers of power. Few transformations in human history are as intrinsic, symbolic, and practical as the relocation of the Federation's capital from a war-scarred Earth to the terraformed landscapes of Mars. This shift melded political necessity with visionary outreach, ushering in an era defined by interplanetary governance and the consolidation of power, not as abstract dominion, but as a visible living enterprise. The world of Sol, once dominated by Earth, had endured centuries of climate collapse and radiation in the aftermath of World War III. By the late 23rd century, Earth had become a fading relic of humanity's beginnings. Mars, however, had been painstakingly terraformed and made comfortable by 2291, offering a more stable and sustainable environment. In the shadow of the Federation's unforeseen defeat at the Battle of Achener in 2325, Congress and other federal institutions began a deliberate migration to a fresh and purposeful locus of governance. Thus, Olympus Village, located on Mars's Tharsis Highlands, emerged. The move was both pragmatic and symbolic, marking the Federation's shift from Earth-centric roots to an interstellar commonwealth. By 2325, the capital had firmly established itself in Olympus Village. The settlement rapidly became the hub of human power. There, the White House rose, an echo of its namesake in Washington, D.C., serving as the presidential residence as well as a venue for press briefings, diplomatic receptions, and ceremonial occasions. Close by, the Federal Congress building stood, where 500 elected representatives gathered, each committed to attending sessions in person to vote and shape the laws that governed trillions across light years. Security, oversight, and law found their center in the Federal High Court and the offices of the Federal Intelligence Agency, both headquartered within the village. The skyline became a testament to the Federation's institutional architecture. Even the spaceport, bustling with arrivals and departures from all corners of human-occupied space, embodied the dual nature of Olympus Village, where terrestrial affairs met cosmic trajectories. Education and scientific inquiry were also embedded in the heart of governance. Olympus Village University, the Federation's largest academic institution, became a crucible for xenological, political, and technological studies. It served not only as the birthplace of laws and policies, but also as a driver of future strategies, through the training of political analysts, diplomats, scientists, and administrators. Its prestige approached that of its counterparts in rival superpowers, but its proximity to political power made it uniquely influential. Mars carried deeper resonance. Earth's historic capital had become a milestone of heritage and tourism, yet Olympus Village was now the seat of actual authority. Its emergence between the late 2280s and early 2300s encapsulated the Federation's confidence in its own future and signaled humanity's evolving identity. Oliver-styled offices, academic towers, and intelligence headquarters rose in harmonious clusters, reflecting both cooperation and hierarchy. High-speed transit tunnels connected the spaceport, university, government, and corporate centers, creating a dense nexus where ideas, power, and commerce intersected. Olympus Village also housed the headquarters of several of the Federation's leading corporations, including Core Dynamics, among others. Their proximity to lawmakers and diplomats reinforced the blurred lines between commerce and governance, where legislative corridors overlapped with corporate boardrooms, and where every trade agreement passed or defense contract signed felt intimately tied to both public policy and private interest. Over the centuries that followed, each passing president, Congress, and High Court judge walked the same corridors scented by Mars's muted red dust. In the early 3300s, political dramas continued to unfold in that shared environment. In January 3307, for example, former President Jasmina Halsey returned to Olympus Village Spaceport to testify before the Federal High Court, her arrival stirring both nostalgia and controversy. By October 3309, the newly elected President Felicia Winters accepted her victory in a rally held in the village, proclaiming a renewed vision for the Federation's future with Mars as its beating heart. In the centuries since terraforming was complete and the government's relocation, Olympus Village has been more than a capital. It is the physical embodiment of federal unity, the junction where legislation, judicial oversight, intelligence, academia, and corporate ambition converge. It is where Mars transcended its role as a colony to become the seat of human interstellar identity. Olympus Village reminds us that power is not merely enacted, it is built, lived, and propagated. Where once Earth claimed that right, today Mars, through Olympus Village, embodies the Federation's promise, a civilization that has outgrown its cradle to govern across the stars, not from nostalgia, but from a vibrant, adaptive center forged with intention and vision. Representative democracy in an ocean of stars. By the dawn of the 34th century, the Federation had grown into a sprawling interstellar democracy, its political institutions stretched across thousands of star systems. A defining feature of this civilization was its commitment to representative democracy, a structure carefully engineered to balance voices from distant colonies with the gravitational pull of its core worlds. In Olympus Village on Mars, the heart of government pulsed with elected energy. The Federal Congress, composed of 500 congressmen, convened in person within a grand domed chamber. These men and women were elected for 8-year terms by citizens across the Federation systems, with a mandatory vote of confidence after 4 years. If the president or a congressman failed that vote, a fresh election was immediately triggered. No one could serve consecutive terms, though many congressmen built their careers toward ascending to the presidency afterward. Representation, though universal in principle, was imperfect in practice. Every system had at least one congressional seat, but rapidly expanding outer colonies found their influence diluted. Core systems like Sol commanded multiple representatives, while younger worlds clamored for equity but were stymied by entrenched power structures. Efforts to expand representation were discussed, but weighed down by politics. The president, elected directly by the people, held an 8-year mandate, unique among Federation offices. Citizens voted Federation-wide, and after 4 years, their confidence was reaffirmed or replaced through that vote of no confidence. The rise of Felicia Winters to the presidency exemplified this democratic process. She won the October 3309 election with a modest 4% majority over her rival Jerome Archer, entering an 8-year term that began in earnest on October 31st, 3310. Her ascent wasn't just a political event. It signaled a shift in governance priorities, with pledges to curb surveillance and redirect funding toward public welfare. This democratic tapestry extended beyond national elections. The government oversaw a robust network of agencies and courts. The Federal High Court arbiters, the judicial backbone, the Federal Intelligence Agency handling security, the regulatory authorities managing trade and transport, the diplomatic corps representing the Federation abroad, each stemmed from citizens' will, filtered through elected leaders. Local governance had its own rhythms, too. Systems and colonies maintained planetary or district-level government, holding elections for governors, councils, and selected administrators. While still functioning within the Federation's constitutional framework, these local bodies brought governance closer to citizens living many light years from Olympus Village. Throughout its history, this system bore the strain of scale. In 2594, facing a bloated Congress that hindered efficient decision-making, the Federation enacted a reform, slashing the number of congressmen and extending presidential terms to 8 years, an adjustment intended to reduce churn and boost stability. The Federation also featured a political framework reminiscent of a two-party system, the Liberal and Republican parties. The head of the non-governing party automatically became shadow president, poised to assume office should the sitting president lose a vote of confidence. This kept governance responsive and opposition ready. Campaigns unfolded across media feeds, planet-wide debates, rallies in colony capitals, and at Olympus Village itself. Emergencies accentuated the gravitas of representative democracy. When the crisis demanded swift action, Congress wielded emergency legislation, such as the Domestic Counterterrorism Act of 3307, which superseded prior domestic laws in a single vote during a time of unrest. But such measures were always controversial, counterweight by the oversight of citizen-elected legislators. The success of this democracy lay in its adaptability. As new systems joined, they gained representation. As citizens demanded reform, Congress listened, or at least debated. When scandals erupted, shadow presidents and opposition voices capitalized on those moments to reshape public discourse. And when emergencies threatened unity, citizens learned anew the value of choosing their leaders wisely. In the vast ocean of stars, this representative democracy offered structure and agency. It tethered distant worlds to a common civic identity, grounded in elected representation, shared values, and institutional accountability. Humanity's experiment in governance had been extended across light years, and had endured not as a relic, but as a living, evolving practice of democracy. Fewer than 500 individuals stood between the stars and the laws shaping billions, but their impact was immense. In each election, vote, debate, and crisis, the Federation affirmed its origins. People electing people, across systems and generations, charting civilization's course among the stars. The Federal Navy, guardians of civilization. When the Federation was still young and scattered across a handful of star systems, its protection came from informal militias and impromptu fleets mustered from local forces. But in 2702, during the tumultuous Birthright Wars, conflicts stirred by corporate land seizures and rival claims, the urgency to establish a formal, centralized military became undeniable. Thus, the modern Federal Navy was born, a unified branch of naval warfare tasked with defending civilization itself. Its first fleet was commissioned in the Enclave system under strict command and direction, marking the transition from regional militias to a true interstellar defense force. Initially headquartered in Enclave, the Navy oversaw patrols, enforcement, and protection of member systems. But as the Federation grew, so too did its naval ambitions. In the late 2970s, Earth-based Command constructed a purpose-built military hub in the Eta Cassiopeiae system, completing the transition of its headquarters there by 2983. Gone were the days of makeshift command centers. Eta Cassiopeiae became the nervous center of naval strategy, logistics, and command. The President of the Federation serves as Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, supported by a Fleet Admiral who chairs the Naval Command and participates in presidential cabinet sessions. In January 3308, Teo Maikori assumed the role of Fleet Admiral, bringing with him a renewed vision during a period of growing external pressures. Even as political drama unfolded, the Federal Navy maintained its mission. For example, Admiral Aidan Tanner, later court-martialed and then pardoned, resigned in January 3309. Disillusioned by political interference and commercial influence hindering his ability to safeguard the Federation, he left active duty to serve as an independent specialist, still collaborating with Admiral Maikori to push anti-Xeno efforts forward. During the same era, with the collapse of the Aegis Defense Initiative on January 18, 3308, the burden of protecting humanity from aggressive alien across the stars fell squarely on the Navy's shoulders. Congress swiftly moved to strengthen the Navy's anti-Xeno capability, and a dedicated strike force was established to confront the escalating alien threat. Rear Admiral Daniel Perry was appointed as the Navy's liaison in joint defense efforts, especially as the Federation rallied alongside other powers to reform Aegis in February 3309. The Navy contributed ships, personnel, and material, reflecting its critical role in unified galactic defense. Design and doctrine were also central to the Navy's efficacy. Built by Core Dynamics, the fleet's backbone included formidable military vessels. The 2-kilometer Farragut-class battlecruisers, Federal corvettes, gunships, dropships, assault ships, and the compact F-63 Condor. These ships allowed the Navy to project power and secure vast star lanes. Today, the Federal Navy is not only a deterrent but a guardian of stability. It patrols federal systems, confronts hostile incursions, be they from rival powers, criminal factions, or the mysterious Thargoids, and deploys in support of allies and friendly systems. Through decades of conflict and negotiation, it has become a symbol of the Federation's commitment to order, security, and mutual protection. In December 3308, Shadow President Felicia Winters publicly challenged the Navy's focus, urging it to extend its protection not only to Federation systems, but also to vulnerable independent systems facing Thargoid attacks. She argued that every human system was a potential target, asserting that turning away from neighbors and partners would only hasten the spread of the threat inward. Thus, through centuries and conflicts, the Federal Navy has endured and evolved. From its origins in the Birthright Wars, through the relocation of its headquarters, through leadership changes and political friction, to its current role defending civilization against existential threats, it has become a pillar of unity. It stands watch over the stars as guardians of humanity's reach, and its safety. Ethics and enforcement, the Federation's ideals tested. From its inception in 2242 via the Federal Accord, the Federation enshrined rights that included the prohibition of slavery and the preservation of alien cultures. Over time, those principles became foundational. By the early 3300s, with nearly 2 trillion citizens across more than 3,000 systems, the challenge of maintaining ethical coherence across so vast a domain intensified. In theory, the ban on slavery was absolute. Yet whispers and accusations persisted that certain Federation-controlled space stations still traded in human cargo, raising questions about complicity, oversight failures, or simply the gaps that emerge when minions of commerce stretch beyond the reach of laws. corporate influence surfaced again as a complicating factor. Federation society was, in many respects, a corporatocracy. Corporate interests funded campaigns, lobbied lawmaking, and sponsored key candidates. That synergy occasionally spilled over into legal gray areas, with regulations shaping policy more than voters' demands, and with regulators sometimes acting as de facto corporate compliance officers rather than independent guardians of public interest. In 3301, under President Jasmina Halsey's administration, tensions between civil rights and enforcement ignited in a fateful case. Halsey ordered the arrest of farm collectives on Kappa Fornacis for growing genetically prohibited crops, onion head, a seemingly innocuous narcotic. Rather than detaining them, she authorized a military strike after a blockade proved ineffective. The resulting attack destroyed civilian infrastructure and killed hundreds of farmers. It put the question to blunt terms: should the Federation prioritize order and prohibition, or protect the rights and lives of its citizens, even when they break unpopular statutes? That same administration stumbled days later when a refugee convoy was attacked during the conflict in Luff, allegedly carrying rebel supporters. Thousands died, and while wartime confusion cast doubts, many saw the Federation's hand in targeting noncombatants, and the veneer of moral high ground cracked. With the rise of Felicia Winters in 3310, the Federation moved toward a posture of restraint, but challenges continued. That year, a growing cult worshipping a Thargoid deity, the Far God, emerged in fringe systems. Initially dismissed, the group's xenophile messages alarmed security services. By late 3308, the Federal Security Service's response grew heavy-handed: arrests, forced closures of religious outposts, and criminalization of the group. Civil rights advocates, led by Shadow President Jerome Archer and other opposition voices, denounced the crackdown as a violation of religious freedoms and an overreach of surveillance powers. Meanwhile, the Federal Intelligence Agency quietly expanded its reach. In 3307, a new bureau began monitoring communications under the pretext of counterterrorism, searching for threats before they materialized. While the instrument aimed to thwart potential conspiracies and alien infiltration, citizens questioned the balance between safety and privacy. The Federation's ideals, empowering citizens, felt inverted when citizens felt watched. Further complicating matters, corporate governments gained sway in remote systems where Federation institutions held little sway. Entities like SiriusGov administered entire worlds, providing stability and infrastructure, but also issuing laws. Officially under Federation purview, these systems often blurred the line between public good and corporate mandate. When profits dictated policy, ethics slipped behind pragmatism. Even Federation identity was caught in a moral paradox. The emphasis on opposing slavery and preserving xenoculture stood in contrast with a harsher reality. Poverty persisted, social inequality ran deep, and economic mobility varied wildly. Citizens paid lip service to rights, yet lived in worlds where wealth and influence remained concentrated. The Thargoid threat of the early 3300s sharpened these ethical tensions. As attacks escalated, the Federal Navy became aggressive, striking alien vessels and colonies believed to harbor aggressors. The justification, xenoprotection, echoed the ideals of the Accord. Yet the line between defense and offense blurred. When entire worlds were evacuated or destroyed based on suspected ties, some Federation worlds blamed overreach. Others saw it as tragic necessity. The Federation had forged a principle from fear and demanded that enforcement reflect it carefully, yet often didn't. By 3311, the Federation was no longer a mere idea. It was a sprawling system of law enforcement, intelligence, military might, corporate power, and democratic symbols. Its ideals remained enshrined, but its actions revealed the tensions inherent to governing across billions of lives. When enforcement bends the ideals it is meant to uphold, the system's legitimacy frays, even as its institutions press forward. In the border systems and the core alike, citizens grapple with what Federation values truly mean, not just on parchment, but in everyday life where survival, order, ambition, and conscience often collide. And so the Federation remains engaged not only in defending itself against external threats, but in defending its own ideals against the erosion that unchecked enforcement, commerce, and fear can bring. United front against the unknown. By the early 3300s, humanity's frontier had become haunted by a threat unlike any before: the Thargoids. Their sudden and relentless incursions struck isolated systems and core worlds alike, leaving a turbulent wake of shattered stations, vanished supply lines, and terror. With three major powers, the Federation, the Empire, and the Alliance, unwilling to face this menace alone, a radical response formed the backbone of what came next. In August 3303, delegates from all three superpowers gathered in the Sirius system for the Galactic Summit. The crisis they faced transcended political rivalries, and in a rare display of unity, they signed the Aegis Accord, creating Aegis, a joint interstellar agency to coordinate research, defense, and diplomatic efforts against the growing alien threat. This coalition represented humanity's genuine hope: pooled resources, shared intelligence, and cross-border tactics focused on survival. With Aegis formally established, research initiatives moved fast. By late 3303, Guardian artifacts were pressed into service, yielding new hope for weapon systems. Gauss cannons augmented with anti-Xeno capabilities emerged more slowly than hoped, but represented a promising breakthrough. Meanwhile, Aegis also began deploying megaships, mobile research hubs that traveled to places like Delphi, collecting invaluable data and coordinating frontline defenses. But such high-stakes activity invited retaliation. On December 12, 3303, Aegis laboratories, including the Oracle and the Pleiades, were attacked by Thargoids using devastating shutdown fields, crippling core systems, and inflicting heavy civilian casualties. Stations collapsed in catastrophic fashion, and rescue efforts by independent pilots became urgent. In response, Aegis ramped up both research and military coordination. The first Joint Strike Squadrons were deployed. Independent pilots were rewarded for anti-Xeno participation, and all three powers attempted unified strategy. Yet cracks began to form. By early 3307, under public pressure and doubts about its effectiveness, Aegis faced increasing scrutiny. The megaship Alexandria vanished during a mission presumed hijacked or lost to Thargoid intervention, a symbolic blow to the coalition's credibility. Despite setbacks, the threat demanded action. On January 18, 3308, following recommendations of an internal review, the three powers agreed to dissolve Aegis as a central command. Its responsibilities, both research and defense, were distributed back to individual militaries. The Federal Navy, the Imperial Navy, the Alliance Defense Force, and the Sirius Corporation's own strike fleets. Research efforts continued, but under new, more constrained institutions such as Olympus Village University, Imperial Science Academy, and Holloway Bioscience. Though Aegis went silent as a unified face of resistance, its legacy endured. It proved that when confrontation transcends identity or politics, cooperation is possible. The emergency response blueprint, alliances, shared research, rapid deployment, never disappeared, it simply evolved. In the uncharted void between star systems and shadowed corridors of government, humanity found new ways to collaborate. Federation convoys defended border colonies, Imperial fleets escorted refugees, and Alliance technicians rebuilt stations while sharing anti-Xeno blueprints. Autonomous platforms held siege lines while scientists studied Thargoid biology in secret. Independent pilots flew into darkness, their squadrons the last line, and sometimes the best line of defense.